Chapter 1820. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped even further. J5, Chang'ing, and the others shoveled snow for 3 hours straight before they were called back to the tent by Yi Qian, who had just woken up from his nap. Along the way, Yi Qian sternly warned them that if they continued like this, their limbs would freeze to death. The male soldiers were not angry at her scolding. Instead, they were quite happy. Although it took longer, it was not a big deal. Every year during winter training, it was common for them to be suddenly woken up in the middle of the night to run with weights. 3 hours was not a big deal. Furthermore, they were divided into 3 groups. The Snowfield Brigade had 3 hours and the Tibetan soldiers had 2 hours. Once the road was cleared, the Tibetan soldiers had to drive. The 2 male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment and the 2 reporters from the news department were in one group. They only needed 1 hour. The Tibetan soldiers couldn't help but laugh heartily. He was quite protective of his own people. It was good to have female soldiers in the team. They knew how to protect their comrades. As they walked towards the tent, J5 joked, "Oh no, Q King is going to have a lot to worry about in the future. He wants us to talk less and work more. Shoveling snow increases lung exercise. He likes to make us work and train at the same time." Yi Qian said, "That's not the same. That's a compulsory training in the team. We can divide the work and work together to recover the energy we expended. I don't think we should do everything just because we're soldiers. It's better if we work together. All right, we'll listen to you. Let's rest now. You should go back to the tent and rest too." J5 agreed readily and reminded him, "Don't call us by our code names. You don't know our names either. If you have anything to say, just come over and talk. You can't say your code name either. Our reports only have code names, not names. Remember, don't reveal each other's code names." So when he reminded him, he called out Yi Qian's name. There was Yi Qian's information in the military system, but it was as good as nothing. Even if someone knew his surname, they would not be able to find anything. The code names of the Snowfield Brigade members were much more important than their names. The commander of the rescue team and the injured instructor Gao were still in the tent. Yi Qian could not go in with them, so he left amidst the chuckles of his comrades. He took 2 steps and said, "I'll watch you guys enter the tent." His comrades were stunned. Then, they laughed louder. "Young Sparrow, I suddenly feel like I'm being controlled by my girlfriend." As soon as he said that, his comrades' laughter stopped. Of course. Of the tiger. Of the tiger. Of the day. Whose girlfriend was Yi Jian? Of Yi. Ha, of course it's Q King. How dare he say something like that to Q King's girlfriend? He was asking for a beating. Young Sparrow did not know. He continued, "I've always been bold. Didn't they say that a gentleman's wife is a fair lady? I can't even say that. Which tiger is so domineering? I want to meet him. Yi Qian. Go back to the tent and rest. The reason we don't let young Sparrow talk is because sometimes he doesn't know how to talk. It's easy for him to offend people. He was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart." J5 dragged young Sparrow, who was not afraid of death, back into the tent. Damn, he did not want to be taught a lesson by Q King. Chapter 1821. Young Sparrow Hawk was baffled by his actions, but his mouth was covered. He wanted to ask for an explanation, but all he could do was whimper in his throat. "Why are you still struggling? I'm trying to save you, you know. Behave yourself. Don't start a dye shop just because I gave you some color," J5 warned in a low voice. There was an indescribable seriousness in his voice. "Is Yi Qian your girlfriend? Can you woo her? With his mouth covered, young Sparrow Hawk's eyes widened, and the whimpers in his throat grew louder. He had no intention of doing that at all. J5 slapped his head again. Shut up. If you have something to say it later. Chang'ing, who was chasing after him, also said, You never say anything nice when you open your mouth. Although you said what was on our minds, do you think we were as direct as you were? Think about it. Yi Qian is a female soldier and doesn't have much of a reputation. How awkward would it be for you to say such things in front of us? Can't you see that the smile on her face is a little stiff? Young Sparrow Hawk, who finally realized what was going on, obediently allowed himself to be dragged away by J5. Seeing this, Chang'ing was relieved, but he was still a little nervous. Young Sparrow Hawk wouldn't really have feelings for Yi Qian, would he? He clearly knew that Q King looked at Yi Qian in a strange way, so how could he have feelings for her? J5 was really troubled. He wasn't worried about Yi Qian being embarrassed, he was worried that Q King would teach him a lesson. Among his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, only J5 knew about Xia Jinyuan's feelings, and he had known about it since a long time ago. He had been worried for a long time, afraid that Major Xia would fall in love with the underage girl Yi Qian and ruin his bright future. Later on, because the Shuayu Battalion was newly appointed as the Soldier King, their training became more difficult day by day. The two of them only saw each other once or twice a year. Only then did J5 remove the little sharp knife in his heart and gradually let go of his worries. Now, he couldn't be more relieved. Yi Jian was already an adult and had become a military academy student. They couldn't be in a relationship openly. If the two of them really had any tricks up their sleeves, they would have to do it secretly. However, based on his understanding of Q King, this was a disdainful man. Would he have a secret relationship that couldn't see the light of day? With his arrogance, it was impossible. Therefore, he was reassured that Yi Qian would be able to continue his 4 years at the military academy. Then, he would graduate and join the army. According to the regulations, there was an age limit for both male and female soldiers to get married, and the Snowfield Brigade's age limit was even higher. Even after Yi Qian graduates, ha ha ha. J5 would laugh every time he thought of this. Even if Yi Qian graduated, the two of them could only date and not get married. This was because Yi Qian had not reached the age required by the Snowfield Brigade. The girl he fancied would have to wait more than 10 years before she could bear fruit. If someone stupid jumped out and said that he wanted to pursue Yi Qian, J5's forehead would break out in cold sweat just thinking about the scene. That scene would definitely be brutal. No, he had to teach the bachelors in the unit a lesson. He had to tell them not to have any ideas about Yi Qian. If anyone dared to have any ideas, the consequences would be unimaginable. When they were only a few steps away from the tent, J5 finally let go of young Sparrow Hawk. Although he was dragging the shorter scout in the unit, it was still very tiring. Young Sparrow Hawk, who could finally speak, took off his cold mask and pulled J5 to the side. I'm not thinking about that. You're thinking too much. Pursuing Yi Qian. He knew his own limits. He was a scout. He was a scout. He had a pair of eyes that were good at scouting. He was not blind. Chapter 1822. Yi Qian, who had rested for 3 hours, didn't feel sleepy. Seeing that her comrades had obediently returned to their tents, she walked over to the pile of snow that still looked like a small hill. After shoveling for more than 3 hours, it didn't seem to be working. There's too much snow piled up there, and the snow on the mountain slid down several times during the shoveling, covering up the road that we worked so hard to clear. Qin Xiu shook his sore wrists and looked at Yi Qian with a gentle gaze. I'm afraid it's going to take 5 hours. Although they're shoveling snow over there, I'm afraid they're in the same situation as us. The snow was connected to the mountain. As they shoveled, the snow on top of the mountain would sink down. As long as the snow on the mountain was separated from the avalanche, the snow wouldn't slide down and affect their progress. Close to her, the white light shone on the side of her face. Qin Xiu could clearly see her delicate and full forehead. Her skin was as delicate as jade, and further down, he could see her long and black eyelashes. When she blinked, they were like a small feather that lightly tickled his heart. He wanted to look at her more carefully so that he could engrave her face deeper in his heart, but the girl who had been looking up suddenly changed her expression. Retreat. Seeing this, the Tibetan soldiers didn't hesitate and quickly retreated. Yi Qian pulled Qin Xiu's sleeve and ran away. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know that the scouts in the team were so good, suddenly put away the snow shovel. He suddenly grabbed his comrades on both sides and shouted, "Retreat!" G3 and Li Jinyan reacted quickly and quickly retreated. They saw that the snow connected to the mountain was stacking up under the layer of snow. After a minute, the large amount of snow connected to the mountain was stacked up like a pile of sand with a boom. 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 Snow and dust flew everywhere. White fog suddenly appeared in front of them, and thin snowflakes instantly covered their faces. This was the largest area of skiing. When the snow and fog dissipated, the mountain was separated from the snow. Several searchlights shone towards the mountain. Xia Jinyuan signaled his comrades behind him to turn off the searchlights. Then, he turned off his own searchlights and continued to flash. They could see the light on the other side. It seemed like the J5 and the others hadn't rested either. They intended to clear the path tonight. Very soon, the searchlights on the other side went off as well. Yi Qian also flashed his searchlights repeatedly in response. This was the contact information of the Snowfield Brigade, and it was asking if they were safe. Everything was fine, and he could rest assured. J5 and the others who were preparing to rest ran out when they heard the commotion. Even the female soldiers in the tent ran out. The commotion caused by the collapse of the snow was a bit loud, even the ground seemed to be shaking. "I've just contacted my comrades on the other side. They're all fine. The Tibetan soldiers said that we don't have to worry about the snow on the mountain sinking down again. We just need to shovel the snow to clear the way," Yi Qian explained to J5. She also told Du Jie and the others who were running over and panting heavily as if they were about to pass out. Du Jie directly asked Qin Xiu, "Reporter Qin, how long will it take to restore the channel?" "I'm not too sure." Qin Xiu didn't want to talk to Du Jie. He lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "According to the original estimate of 5 hours. So Reporter Qin knows Yi Qian, the female soldier who saved us. Please give me her contact information. I want to thank her properly." Du Jie had a motive for coming over to talk to Qin Xiu. Because she had just woken up, her voice was a bit drowsy and cute. Being polite and cute really made people have a good impression of her. Chapter 1823. But Qin Xiu acted as if he heard a joke. He looked at her indifferently and replied, "I don't know her. I was rejected when I wanted to interview her." "Really?" Du Jie didn't quite believe it because she trusted her intuition more. "I see. Sorry to bother you." If he didn't want to talk about it, she would investigate it herself. The leader of the relief command wanted to stay with them, but he was politely asked to go back to his tent by J5. He also wanted to ask Yi Qian to go back to his tent with the female soldiers. But when he saw the smile in Yi Qian's eyes, he turned around and left without saying anything. Obviously, he couldn't persuade her. Qin Xiu also wanted to persuade her, but he stopped when he saw the faint smile in her eyes. He immediately changed his words. "You can go to the front and watch for us. If there is more snow, we can hide in time." Well, he could talk to her for a while. Once the road was cleared, they would have to go their separate ways. He didn't know when they would meet again. He didn't have her contact information yet. It was a bit presumptuous to ask now. He might as well go back and ask his uncle. At this time, the soldiers from the Mahjong military station had cleared the road blocked by the avalanche. Half an hour later, the slightly yellow but extremely bright headlights shone from the curve. Yi Qian, who didn't leave, looked at the approaching headlights. The smile in his eyes deepened. The road ahead should be cleared. Yi Qian reminded the Tibetan soldiers who didn't look back. He smiled and said to Qin Xiu, "That's good. You don't have to worry that I will say your identity by mistake." The headlights didn't hide the curve. Qin Xiu looked at it and then looked away. This was not good. Once the road was cleared, he would go to Immortal Bay, and she would have to go back to her unit. "Which unit are you in now? Is it convenient to say?" Qin Xiu, who originally wanted to ask Principal Chow, asked directly without thinking. "Thank you very much this time. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with it. Although I can't repay you with my life, I can write a thank you letter." Du Jiayu reminded him that he could use the same excuse to ask for Yi Qian's contact information. "I was sent to the village, and I'm still a student." It was normal for cadets from military academies to be assigned to the army. There would be cadets from the 3rd and 4th years, but it was not normal for a freshman to be assigned to the army. Yi Qian smiled bitterly and said, "Something happened and I was reprimanded. I'm here to experience the hardships of border soldiers." Hearing this, Qin Xiu smiled. "My uncle has been full of praises for you, saying that you are the most obedient and best student in Nan Middle School. It seems that it is not true. How can you be sent to school?" It turned out that she was a military school student. Qin Xiu smiled from the bottom of his heart. Mrs. Qin liked girls who studied the most. They did not chat for long before Yi Qian stopped. Qin Xiu was a diplomat, and a very capable one at that. If she spoke too much, she was afraid that there would be loopholes, so it was better to remain silent. With the arrival of the soldiers from the Mahjong military station, it was even more inconvenient for the group to talk to Qin Xiu after they rested in their tents. The arrival of the soldiers from the Mahjong military station was undoubtedly good news for the art troupe. Du Jiayi, who had just closed her eyes, heard the commotion and was the first to walk out of her tent. Wei Jiayue, Lu Yuan, and Ma Min came out one after another. When they saw the truck, they secretly clapped their hands. "You're finally here. I thought that I would be stuck here for a few days." "The leader is talking to the instructor, keep a low profile." Du Jiayi warned Ma Min in a low voice. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Yi Qian again, and then on Qin Xiu, who was standing in front of her. Did they really not know each other? Chapter 1824. Without giving Du Jiayi a chance to stand quietly and speculate, Instructor Gao asked her to take the lead to pack up the tents of the female soldiers, while the soldiers of the Matza military station picked up the ice shovels and began to shovel away the last layer of snow that was blocking the path from Kadataban to Matza. The snow pile became smaller and smaller, and gradually, the sound of shoveling could be heard. G3 threw away a piece of snow that was frozen at the bottom and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "There are more sounds of shoveling snow from the opposite side. It's highly likely that people from the military station are here. We can withdraw now." It was better for them not to show up too much for the secret training. At most, they would be able to clear the path in another hour. Han Zhang said softly, "If I remember correctly, we are all soldiers serving in the border area. If they really see us, they will only think that we are doing winter training." The military would always make careful arrangements for the training of a group of special forces with the country's hidden strength. They would also list out all the possible problems that might arise. Even if other troops knew about it, they would think that it was just a group of special forces in the military region undergoing winter training. G3 did not agree. They had also patrolled the secretly built satellite base with the soldiers of the Matsa military station. It was better to be cautious. Withdraw. Xia Jinyuan agreed with G3's words. It was indeed time to withdraw. Previously, he was worried because of Du Jie. Now that a few hours had passed, if anything had really happened, it would have happened long ago. If he appeared and confronted this hypocritical woman who he had not seen for almost 10 years, with her narrow-mindedness, it would be more troublesome. When he met with Little Fox, he would ask her alone. Han Zheng felt that it was a pity and silently said in his heart, I still want to meet Du Jie and talk about what happened between us back then. I really want to see her clearly angry, but she has to pretend to be magnanimous. Sigh, I really miss it. Muttering silently did not escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. He turned around and glanced at him coldly. Han Zheng immediately stood at attention and made a shut up gesture. Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan at 4:17 in the morning. The snow blocking their vision was shoveled away, and their searchlights shone directly at each other. Their eyes met and they saw each other immediately. The soldiers at the Matsa military depot, Kuti military depot, and Sonli military barracks were the first to speak. Then, the commander of the construction team stepped forward. Yi Qian moved to Xia Jinyuan's side and stood quietly by the side as he watched the J5's eloquent speech. Upon receiving Xia Jinyuan's signal, J5 took on the role of leader. Well, it wasn't really a role since he was the instructor of the Snowfield Brigade. Du Jie is a difficult person to deal with. Did you suffer any losses? That was the first thing Major Xia asked. Yi Qian sensed something and raised his eyebrows slightly. An old acquaintance. There was something wrong with the intonation of these 3 words. It seemed to have some other meaning. Major Xia, who was keenly aware of it, turned his head and glanced at her. Within a few seconds, he reacted. No wonder it sounded a little strange. It turned out to be jealousy. There was a smile in his handsome eyes. You can say that I'm an old acquaintance. About 10 years ago, when I was still a prince, I caused a ruckus. There was a hypocritical beauty snake. I had a deep grudge with her. How is it? Are you satisfied with my answer? Ahem. I guess I'm satisfied. Yi Qian felt a little uncomfortable. He had been jealous too much. There were many types of old acquaintances. Captain Xiao's tone was so cold just now, yet he did not notice it. Chapter 1825. After exchanging a few words with Xia Jinyuan, Yi Jianxian noticed that there was an inquisitive look in her direction. He couldn't help but glance over to see who it was. He said to Xia Jinyuan, I didn't lose out, but I was targeted. They belong to the category of people who don't get along with each other. I don't even want to say one more word. It's good that you didn't lose out. It doesn't matter if you're targeted. When Xia Jinyuan heard that he did not suffer any losses, the smile in his eyes deepened. He said with relief, you won't suffer any losses in her hands. I feel relieved in the future. Although he hadn't seen Du Jie for more than 10 years, this woman already had the ability to distort right and wrong. With the Du family's extreme education, it only made things worse. Xia Jinyuan wasn't worried that he would be recognized. Other than Chang'ing and Yan Zizi, who were the main scouts, the rest of his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade were all at least 185 meters tall. He wore his snow boots, a winter jacket, and a winter mask. It would be strange if Du Jie could recognize him. He didn't even recognize Du Jie from the group of female soldiers. But it really made him feel helpless. Why was Du Jie the one who was trapped? Could it be that she had done too many bad things and started to have bad luck when she reached a place without the protection of the Du family? It was fine if she was unlucky, but she even had to be rescued by Little Fox. Bad people really lived long lives. Du Jie's gaze fell on Yi Qian. She saw him standing among a group of tall and straight army soldiers. Her figure looked even more slender, as if she was being protected by the male soldiers while she was being pampered. Fortunately, she had seen reporter Qin, who was calm and composed and had the temperament of a scholar, and knew Yi Jian. Thus, she had guessed that this female soldier had some background. But now, it seemed that her first impression was right. She was just an ordinary female soldier who had some ability and was willing to be cruel to herself to climb up the ranks. If someone like her entered the capital or the military, would she try to stand out? She would be beaten back to her original state at any time. With that thought in mind, Du Jiayi's apprehension toward Qin Xiu dissipated in an instant. As she stared at him, she even lifted her chin a little. When Yi Jian looked over, she happened to see Du Jiayi, who had her chin slightly raised and did not hide her arrogance. She didn't wait for him to notice and calmly retracted her gaze. She stood side by side with Xia Jinyuan, and while waiting for J5 to speak with the station commander, she also spoke with G3 and the others in a low voice. It wasn't a formal occasion, so they could talk on their own. G3 looked at the female soldier who was almost half a head shorter than him, and there was a hint of a smile in his usually hoarse voice. "Your courage is commendable. You have guts." He looked at the carriage that had not been dragged up yet. The entire carriage was supported by the front of the carriage. Although he had made sufficient preparations, the danger inside was too great. Even if he had made sufficient preparations, there was still a possibility that he would fall off the cliff with the carriage. Yi Jian climbed down just like that. She was able to rescue everyone trapped inside by herself. It was not enough to be brave enough. She also had to be calm enough. She was getting closer and closer to the requirements to enter the Snowfield Brigade. She was getting closer and closer to meeting the requirements. Xia Jinyuan listened to his comrade and Yi Qian's conversation. His eyes were dark, but there was a deep smile in them. He was worried for her, and even more so, he was cheering for her growth. As a special forces soldier who walked on a knife's edge, she danced with death every time she carried out a mission. Courage, perseverance, calmness, and so on were all indispensable. Only then could she defeat death and return to the team with glory. Chapter 1826. Qin Xiu had also secretly glanced at Yi Qian, but he was very good at hiding himself, so Yi Qian didn't notice. As a diplomat, he had the ability to observe people from head to toe. Now that he had used this ability, Yi Qian really didn't notice. Otherwise, why would Qin Xiu be the youngest and most promising diplomat? Qin Xiu couldn't get Yi Qian's attention even after glancing at him several times. Qin Xiu couldn't help but rub his forehead and smile helplessly. Seeing that the meeting had ended, Yi Qian only focused on the tall and imposing soldiers after returning to his team. He didn't even look at Qin Xiu from the corner of his eyes. It seemed like she thought that he was just a stranger she was familiar with. Qin Xiu didn't notice that Xia Jinyuan's gaze had swept over him the moment he lowered his head. Major Xia had only glanced at him for a moment before looking away. Why did this guy who looked at Yi Qian 6 times look a little like Qin Xiu? Why was he with the arts team? Also, there was something wrong with the way he looked at Qin Xiu. It was as if he was hoping for something. Major Xia, the soldier king, was not someone to be trifled with. He had only taken a few more glances at Yi Jian, and he immediately caught her. Perhaps because Yi Qian didn't give any response, Qin Xiu didn't look at him anymore. Major Xia didn't think too much about it since he didn't see him clearly. In front of them, the station master thanked J5. Then, Instructor Gao and the leaders of the rescue team thanked them one by one. After about 10 minutes, the meeting finally ended. The female soldiers of the arts team were shivering from the cold. They hugged their winter clothes tightly and had to maintain their image, so they could only stomp their feet occasionally. When they were finally allowed to board the car, Yi Qian saw that they all heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Jiayue, who was standing by the side, looked back at Yi Qian before getting into the car. She only stepped into the car after being urged by her comrades. If Du Jiayi really did something, how should she contact Yi Qian? Should she ask her family to help her check? Come in, I'm freezing. If I stand any longer, I'm really afraid that I'll fall straight down in front of the leaders. I really want to drink some hot water, even if it's 70 degrees Celsius. Right now, I feel like my heart is cold and there's no warmth at all. I'm afraid I'll be skinned alive when I get back to the outpost. As the vehicle swayed as it drove, the female soldiers who were too cold to sleep started chatting with each other. The sky seemed to be brightening. Wei Jiayue, who was sitting at the outermost part of the carriage, pulled the curtain to a gap. There was a truck in front of them driving in the opposite direction. The female soldier whom she admired was getting further and further away from them. She could hear her comrades discussing her. They all thought that Yi Qian was the most outstanding and the bravest female soldier they had ever met. Wu Ziwei, who came from a liberal arts background, suddenly sighed. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. After some time, Lu Yuan said softly, after Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. But I don't know if there will be any Yi Qian in the future. Du Jiayi's gaze towards Yi Qian was like a brand in her heart. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. If Du Jiayi really wanted to make things difficult for Yi Qian, then, there will be no Yi Qian. I'll retire the year after next. I don't know if I'll be able to see Yi Qian again. A female soldier like her is really admirable and worthy of respect. Don't talk about retiring. It makes me uncomfortable. Chapter 1827. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi translations being discharged from the military was always a topic that soldiers didn't want to talk about. Even Wei Jiayue, who hadn't joined the conversation, couldn't help but frown. When she heard them speculating that Yi Qian was a female soldier from the border troops, Wei Jiayue interrupted them. Her comrades were chatting excitedly and said calmly, "Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. You all know why I'm saying this." The atmosphere in the car was originally quite good. Everyone had survived the disaster and met a powerful female soldier, so they were in a good mood to chat. But now, the atmosphere was cold. They looked at each other and no longer had the interest to chat. After a soft sigh, the car returned to silence. Only the heavy sound of the wheels grinding on the snow could be heard. Let's not talk about it anymore. If we really got Du Jiayi involved, no one would have a good ending. While the members of the Snowfield Brigade were chatting happily, V8 smiled and said to Yi Qian, "Captain knew that you went to save people, so he drove at a speed that made everyone tremble in fear." After driving for more than 3 hours, all of us underwent a physical and mental tempering. Our psychological endurance improved again. Qing Niao, this time we've trained our courage again. When I got out of the car, my back was sweating a few kilograms. It was all because I was scared by Q King. Listening to their cheerful voices, Yi Qian's lips were about to curl up. It was still more comfortable to be with his comrades. Even his mood was a lot better. When J5 heard this, he looked meaningfully at Major Xia, who was sitting next to Yi Qian, and said slowly, "That's for sure. Qing Niao is the only female soldier in our team. How can Q King not be anxious? If it were me, I would be anxious too." How could he not be anxious when he knew that his comrades were in danger? Any member of the Snowfield Brigade would be anxious. Otherwise, why didn't V8 remind Xia Jinyuan? And why didn't his comrades in the car remind him either? Because they all wanted to rush over as soon as possible. However, they did not know that there was another reason why Xia Jinyuan drove so fast. Only Han Zhang knew the reason. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan chased Han Zhang to another truck. Hearing that J5's tone had changed, Major Xia smiled and squeezed Yi Qian's palm lightly with his big hand. He leaned over to her ear and said in a low voice, "Now you know how anxious I was at that time. I was afraid that you would be at a disadvantage in the hands of that woman. Stay away." His breath was right next to her ears. It turned out that this part of her body was sensitive. Furthermore, she had been frozen earlier. Now that her skin was warm in the car and her sense of self-awareness had recovered, he was talking so close to her, her ears were tingling. They were sitting very close to each other. If she tilted her head and made a noise, J5 and Xia Jinyuan, who were sitting opposite them, would definitely feel that something was wrong. To put it bluntly, she was actually feeling guilty. She was feeling guilty that she was talking to Xia Jinyuan and they were unaware of it. Xia Jinyuan was a man who was both fun and a little evil. Seeing this, he raised his brows slightly. Instead of keeping a distance, he leaned closer and grabbed Yi Qian's right hand with both hands. His voice was as low as the strings of a zither. "You heartless little fox. I was so worried about you. How could you bear to reject me? You should at least give me some benefits. For example, come closer and talk to me like I'm doing right now." If she really leaned over, he would take advantage of the bumpy ride to tilt his head and let her kiss his cheek. He was prepared. Otherwise, why would he take off his windbreaker and windbreaker hat when he got into the car? His intentions were indeed good. Chapter 1828. Today, Yi Qian was no longer the prickly Yi Qian who kept everyone at a distance and was always vigilant. He was also no longer the young girl who was so flustered that she didn't know what to do when Major Xia pressed her under his body. After interacting with him for so many years and being intimate with him for so long, Yi Qian now had his own way of dealing with Major Xia's thick skin. In the past, he would have blushed and sat on pins and needles whenever he heard such words. Now that he heard this, Yi Qian only raised his eyebrows and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He said with interest, "Captain Xia, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied with the sweetness you want to taste. But if you're not satisfied with it, I'm afraid there will be more to discuss. However, at the end of the day, Captain Xia, you're worried about whether I will be taken advantage of because of an old friend. You know Du Jie first, so you know her well. Because you know her well, you're worried that she will get into a fight with me and cause me to be taken advantage of." Hearing this, Major Xia's eyelids twitched slightly. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, he heard Yi Jian's faint smile. "Actually, if Captain Xia didn't know my old friend, he wouldn't have thought that I would be at a disadvantage and wouldn't have rushed over so anxiously." Major Xia immediately sat up straight. Even if the car bumped, he still straightened his back and didn't dare to act rashly. If Commander-in-Chief Xia was here, he would definitely clap his hands and laugh heartily. He would also say to the daughter-in-law he approved of, "This is the right way to teach him a lesson. We can't let him have the chance to take advantage of us." Why did Commander-in-Chief Xia recognize Yi Qian as family Xia's daughter-in-law after only meeting a few times? The reason was simple: Yi Qian could subdue the former devil incarnate in the family. Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to say anything now. He needed to listen to what Yi Jian had to say and ponder over it before he opened his mouth. Family Xia was a little strange. There was one type of person in the family that a family Xia man didn't dare to offend, and that was his own wife. The men of the Xia family could do whatever they wanted outside, but when they were at home, they were all filial men who loved and coaxed their wives. They had no choice. They were in the army all year round. It wasn't easy for them to come home and get together with their wives. If they didn't behave well and dote on their wives, if their wives ran off with someone else, they would suffer a huge loss. Major Xia had inherited the Xia family's excellent family style very well. At this moment, he was also listening to whatever Yi Jian said seriously and did not dare to suddenly open his mouth and interrupt. It was also because he loved and respected Yi Jian from the bottom of his heart that he was willing to put down his pride. In the end, you're worried. Because you're worried. If you're not, of course, you're because I don't teet. If I didn't know him, based on my understanding of the major, he would have definitely sat high up in the stands. No matter how worried or nervous he was, he would have let me face it alone instead of rushing over in such a hurry. Major, am I right? Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to talk about giving him a taste of the sweetness and changed the topic. If he continued to talk about the sweetness, he would only have to suffer. You're absolutely right. If he didn't say yes now, when would he? If he didn't go along with his girlfriend's wishes, he would be an idiot. Without any hesitation, Xia Jinyuan immediately expressed his absolute approval. I know her first, that's why I'm worried. If I didn't know her and didn't know her, I would have waited for you at the military depot. This was the truth. There was no lie. Chapter 1829. The smile on Yi Jian's face deepened. She believed him because he would tell her the truth when it came to serious business. We're not afraid of anything. Missions of life and death are nothing. These are things we have to face. I won't step in because this is something you have to face as a special forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan was Xia Jinyuan after all. With just a few words, the smile on Yi Qian's face gradually disappeared, and she listened to him attentively. You're a soldier brought up by Uncle Chen and Uncle General. They brought you out with the hope that you can go further in the military and stand at a higher position. I, on the other hand, am taking you on a more arduous and dangerous path filled with thorns. Little fox, your life is my life. I cherish it very, very much. I can't bear to see you in any danger. The more it's like this, the more I have to let go. The more ruthless I have to be. As long as I'm not resting, I'm only your superior and not your boyfriend. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to be with you for the rest of our lives. Sweet nothings didn't need to go back and forth like, you can't leave me, I can't leave you, I love you, you love me, you're the wind, I'm the sand. And so on. Sentimental but easily forgettable sweet nothings. Words of love could be like Xia Jinyuan's, full of bloodthirst, ruthlessness, and ferocity. However, this was just the surface. Once this surface was peeled off, you would see his sincerity. He only wanted to be with you for the rest of his life, to be with you through trials and hardships, and to be able to survive through the smoke of war. If you could withstand the smoke of war, withstand the rain of bullets, and temper it with blood, then your love would be stronger than gold, and you would have no regrets in life. Yi Qian was a female soldier who didn't like to hear overly emotional confessions. After living 2 lives, she had seen too much hypocrisy. Instead, she preferred the truth. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan's words were always able to move her. Major Xia, who originally had some ulterior motives, saw her solemn expression and became even more serious. We will meet many different kinds of people in our lives. Today, let's talk about villains. I'm worried about you because the most dangerous kind of villains have appeared. You have to be careful when villains appear. Otherwise, you will become a stepping stone for them. Especially people like Du Jie, who is kind on the outside but cruel on the inside. She looks kind and generous on the outside, but secretly stabs you in the back. You have to be even more careful. I've known her for a long time. I used to be a gangster. Not many people dared to offend me because of my family background. I had a few friends who didn't want to study. One of my friend's sister was good friends with Du Jie. One time, when a good friend of his went abroad to take an exam, he accidentally lost his well-kept admission ticket. He couldn't find it even when the exam started. Du Jie. As a good friend, Du Jie was anxious. A few minutes before the exam, she went around looking for her friend's exam ticket. Du Jie also had to take the exam. She was in a different exam room. A few minutes before the exam, she was worried and worried. She comforted her friend and said that they would think of a solution together. She really did make a few calls to see if there was a solution. Everyone thought that it was worth it to have a friend like Du Jie. When Xia Jinyuan said this, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. I believe it too. I feel that this little girl is quite loyal. I even told my friends that a girl like her is better than a boy and is worth befriending. Chapter 1830. In the end, Du Jie was the one who picked up the admission test long ago. The reason was because his brother's sister had said that her dress wasn't pretty. Han Zhang had overheard this by accident. Otherwise, no one would have believed that his good friend would miss the entrance exam just because someone said that her dress was ugly. What was even more frightening was that she had been quite anxious for her good friend at the time. His friend's family had wanted to use their connections, so they didn't care about Du Jie's presence and told her all the countermeasures. Du Jie, who was anxious in front of others, took the initiative to cut off her good friend's escape route. She directly went to the examiner and told him that someone had lost their admission ticket and was looking for connections to take the exam without a permit. She pretended to help you time and time again, and cut off your escape route again and again. Only when you no longer have the strength to fight back would she stop and quickly kick you out. This kind of villain is the scariest. She has the ability to keep her composure. She can kill people without batting an eyelid. Du Jie is already so terrifying when she was in her teens. 10 years later, Du Jie will be even more difficult to deal with. Yi Qian was really dumbfounded when he heard this. Just because his good friend had said that her dress was ugly in front of others, she had kept it in her heart. She had taken action to cut off his good future. Moreover, she was only in her teens at the time. The two of them sat side by side. The lighting in the car was dim. Although Xia Jinyuan couldn't see Yi Qian's expression, he knew that he must be very surprised. When Han Zhang told him that year, he didn't believe it. Just now, Little Fox said that she didn't suffer any losses. It was clear that the two of them had met. Major Xia raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Come, tell me how you met her. With this woman's tolerance, she will definitely secretly investigate your identity when she returns from the border. We need to come up with a countermeasure first." He was not afraid that Du Jie would make any moves. He only hoped that she could make some big moves. In the end, he would definitely give advisor Du a headache. When Yi Qian heard this, she felt that something was not quite right. He seemed to be hoping that Du Jie would secretly investigate her identity. She suppressed her suspicions and told him the whole story of how she met Du Jie. I climbed onto the roof of the car to ask about the situation inside, but Du Jie was the first to speak. After everyone was rescued, when she was talking to Instructor Gao, she was implying that I climbed onto the roof of the car without caring about my own safety because I wanted to show off. I didn't argue with her before because I didn't want to waste my breath on such a person. But now that she's slapping my face so blatantly, I won't tolerate it. But later on, he didn't think that Du Jie could be Yi Ying's aunt. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, even though he didn't laugh out loud, his eyes were full of smiles. That's right. With our status, we can't take the initiative to bully them. But if they bully us, it's fine if it's just a commoner, but for people like Du Jie, there's no need to tolerate it. Even if you go against the Du family for me, it's fine. Yi Qian seemed to ask casually, but in fact, her left hand was tightly clenched. She didn't believe that the Du family didn't take action in her previous life. Just as Wei Jiue said, the Du family was a family that cared about their reputation. They wouldn't make things difficult for her openly, but secretly. Therefore, she didn't believe that the Du family in her previous life didn't know that Yi Ying was always making things difficult for her. She also didn't believe that Yi Ying was brave enough to hide her in-laws to kill her. Chapter 1831. She did not resent the Du family for not doing anything. After all, in her previous life, she was just an insignificant person to the Du family. They would not deliberately make things difficult for her. At most, they would turn a blind eye. But now, if Du Jiayi really wanted to take revenge for something that was her fault in the first place and she was merely retaliating, then she would really go against the Du family. Ying was related to the Du family, but she would directly go against the Du family. Yi Qian only now felt that the battle between her and Ying had begun. In such a cold weather, Yi Qian, who was waiting for his answer, felt his palms sweating. If he went against the Du family because of her, would he be willing? Xia Jinyuan did not answer immediately. He first took off the glove on his left hand, then the glove on Yi Qian's right hand. He then held her right hand tightly and stared at her with a heavy gaze. Why do you ask such a question? Du Jiayi's family is not simple. I'm worried. Her answer made Major Xia chuckle softly. He said somewhat arrogantly, in the capital, if a family Xia dares to claim second place, then no one dares to claim first place. Du Jiayi's family is not simple. Then let me ask you, do you think my family is simple or not? This was the real Xia Jinyuan. Arrogant, disdainful, and domineering. It was not repulsive, but natural. Yi Qian was a little lost in thought. She looked at him quietly for a long time without looking away. The two of them talked back and forth. They did not hide their conversation from their comrades in the carriage, but when Xia Jinyuan glanced at them, they all consciously looked away. Even the J5 did the same. Probably feeling that something was wrong, the J5 sitting opposite them looked over slightly. He only glanced at Yi Qian for a moment before immediately looking away. He nudged G3 with his elbow. G3 turned his head and saw the J5 winking at him. He said softly, "Why do they look like they're fighting?" He and the J5 were comrades who knew the relationship between the two of them, so it was best to sit opposite them. Hearing this, G3 glanced at Xia Jinyuan from the corner of his eye. He lowered his head and said softly, "It doesn't look like it. They're not angry. If a couple quarreled, their faces would be dark. If he quarreled with his teacher's girlfriend, it would not be like the two of them sitting opposite them." G3 judged whether the two of them were fighting or not based on experience. They're not fighting. Why do I feel like they're different? J5 was a little worried. In the past, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would ruin his future by dating an underage girl. Now, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would give Yi Jian to other troops if he was not careful. As an instructor, J5 felt that he had been worrying too much. Between the two of us, there's no need to talk about it with outsiders. You don't have to worry. Q King is a calm person. He knows what to do. G3 said a few words and stopped talking. He was a man of few words, so he only spoke a little more than K7. The J5 thought for a while. He listened to his comrades' words and did not pay attention to them. Yi Qian, who had been silent for a long time, sighed softly and said, "I'm just afraid that I'll drag you and Commander-in-Chief Xia down. Little fox, if my old man Xia heard what you said, he would scold me until I was black and blue. He would definitely say that I'm not very capable. That I'm usually very good at causing trouble. That I'm very arrogant outside. Since I'm so capable and arrogant, why can't I get my own wife? Why can't my wife treat my family Xia as her own?" Chapter 1832. Fortunately, the venue was small and there were many people around. Otherwise, with Major Xiao's thick skin, he would have hugged Yi Qian and cried about how difficult it had been for him. Major Xiao's thick skin was just as thick as his skills. As long as there was a chance, he would show Yi Qian just how thick his skin had grown. Yi Qian thought of Commander-in-Chief Xiao's past and couldn't help but chuckle. There's no such thing as dragging you down. You're my girlfriend, the love of my life. Commander-in-Chief Xia only recognizes you as his daughter-in-law. If the Du family dares to plot against you, the first person who won't let the Du family off is Old Man Xia. By the way, let me tell you something that Old Man Xia doesn't want to be mentioned. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Yi Qian immediately interrupted. She was just short of covering her ears. She was just a military school student. She really didn't have the guts to listen to the commander-in-chief's private matters. Xia Jinyuan said disapprovingly, Old Man Xia has many private matters that he doesn't want to be mentioned. Du Jiayi's mother had a lot to do with the divorce between him and his ex-wife. Back then, his ex-wife was hesitating whether to divorce or not. Old Man Xia was still trying to salvage the marriage. Mrs. Du introduced a talented man who could write a good love poem to Old Man Xia's ex-wife. Then, in order to pursue true love, his ex-wife resolutely divorced Old Man Xia and left the country. Can you stop talking? Yi Qian was already scared out of her wits. As a daughter-in-law, this was definitely not something she could listen to. No, it was something she could listen to as a military school student. No, I have to say it. Major Xia decisively refused, and the more he spoke, the brighter the light in his deep dark eyes became. Old Man Xia originally wanted to pursue her again after the divorce, but who knew that once his ex-wife went abroad, as a soldier who couldn't go abroad for personal matters, he was stunned. Mr. Xia acted like a great general and didn't blame Mrs. Du. However, Advisor Du, who was also a regiment commander at that time, reported Mr. Xia's behavior in order to compete with his ex-wife. After his ex-wife found out, she resolutely divorced him. Yi Qian really didn't want to listen, but the man beside him was talking excitedly. He was just short of clapping and talking at the same time. She didn't understand why he was so happy when his mother was gone. In short, Advisor Du Jiayi and Old Xia have been at odds with each other for decades. So, if Du Jiayi dares to plot against you, well, don't blame Old Xia for taking action. Major Xia said with a smile. He saw that his little fox was holding her forehead with her left hand, so he added, and I am really grateful to Madame Du. It was all thanks to her that I have a good life today. Old Man Xia really didn't have a good eye for choosing a wife back then. No wonder my old madam was against it. If that ex-wife of his is still in the family Xia, I doubt if I can walk the right path. After living for 2 lifetimes, Yi Qian really heard a son talk about his own mother like that for the first time. What did Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife do to make her own son treat her so coldly? About me and Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife, I'll tell you next time. I'm afraid you'll be disgusted. As for the Du family. Xia Jinyuan stopped smiling and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, as for the Du family, you don't have to worry about them. I'll protect them. If Du Jiayi dares to touch them, well, her military career will come to an end. If I can't even protect you, I don't deserve to be your boyfriend. Chapter 1833. If I can't even protect you, then I don't deserve to be your boyfriend. There was no need for him to be so affectionate. Just from his calm tone, it was clear that Xia Jinyuan valued Yi Qian greatly. Xia Jinyuan would never say who he would protect. His status and family background made him a reserved and steady man. He wouldn't make promises easily, much less agree to anything easily. He said, before he met Yi Qian, he had never said that he would protect anyone. No one had the honor of receiving a promise from this noble man. But now, he was clearly telling Yi Qian that he would protect her. Not just for a while, but for a lifetime. Because he was her boyfriend, her lover. Yi Qian felt tears welling up in her eyes when she heard this. No one had ever said such words to her in her previous life, not even words that were similar to this. In her previous life, no matter what she did, she ended up with nothing because of Yi Ying's interference. Not only did she end up with nothing, but because of Yi Ying's instructions, those who didn't dare to offend her were full of malice towards her. Thinking back to her previous life, only the security company gave her a sense of security and the medical school gave her a temporary peace. After a long time, she gently shook his strong hand and said softly, "Thank you, Captain Xia. Thank you. Thank you for saving me from being homeless in this life. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know what it's like to be pampered. Thank you. Thank you for letting me not be afraid anymore. Thank you even more. I only know what it means to be complete with you in this life." Yi Qian was a girl who was easily satisfied. Xia Jinyuan had always known that she had never made excessive demands of him. She had never thought of relying on him to solve those troublesome matters. Even when it came to the matter with Yi Jifan, she had never said that she wanted to use him to explain. She was a girl who had always relied on her own efforts to move forward. Even though she had suffered a lot in her previous life, she still maintained a sincere heart. She was kind and grateful. How could such a girl not move Xia Jinyuan? Xia Jinyuan's meeting with Yi Qian was the beginning of his happiness, and also the beginning of Yi Qian's happiness. Her sadness did not escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. It could be said that Yi Qian's every move could be instantly detected by Xia Jinyuan as long as there was a slight change in her emotions. Gently holding her hand, he said in a low voice, "The Du family has always disliked our family Xia. Ever since old man Xia became the regiment commander, they have been making things difficult for us. Therefore, Du Jia dared to do something to you. To the family Xia, it was a piece of evidence that they could use against you. Your thank you is in vain. Family Xia and Du family are not on good terms." Yi Qian was still a little worried that she was trying to coax him. He frowned slightly and asked carefully, "Are you saying this because you're afraid that I'll feel guilty? Who would dare to make things difficult for the family Xia of a military aristocratic family? This family was tough enough, right? Who would dare to offend them? Did this person not want to live long enough? If he wanted to make an enemy out of the Xia family, he would have to weigh his own abilities first." Chapter 1834. You're just a silly fox. Do you think I would make up such a big lie out of fear that you would feel guilty? Her cautious expression pierced his heart deeply. His girl had suffered a lot since she was a child. Before she met Uncle Jen and Uncle Chin, she did not receive the love and protection she deserved. Therefore, she was so afraid of losing her family and everything beautiful. She was even more afraid of implicating the people who cared about her. Clasping her fingers tightly, Xia Jinyuan said word by word in a low voice, "The matter between the two families can't be explained in a few words. If you are interested, I will tell you another day." Only then did Yi Jian believe her. Her frown visibly relaxed as she smiled. "No wonder I didn't like Du Jia the moment she opened her mouth. It's because of you." Seeing her smile, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened. Before the age of 14, no one loved her, no one protected her, and she was bullied by Yi Jifan's family everywhere. Even in such an environment, she was still able to be physically and mentally healthy. In the words of old man Xia, the daughter of a martyr must be different. She was indeed different. It was Xia Jinyuan's fortune to have met such a different girl. Therefore, he did not want to see her sad because of the past. His girl should be happy. Even if the road to the military was full of thorns, he still wanted his girl to be happy. If she was not happy, he would use his own way to help her walk out of her sadness and regain her happiness. Major Xia, who prioritized Yi Jian, gently squeezed the slender little hand in his big hand. His thin lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. "I actually don't want to accept your thank you. If I accept it, I won't be able to make any other requests. But if I don't accept it, I'm worried that you will feel uneasy." Her sadness did not escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. Therefore, he began to show his mischievous nature again. "How about this? I'll accept your thank you, and then you can give me some benefits. For example, a kiss. Speaking of sweetness, Major Xia, who had forgotten the pain after his scar healed, became energetic again. He glanced at all his comrades in the car and saw that all of them had their eyes closed. He leaned over and said, "Just once, not too much." Every time this happened, Yi Qian felt helpless. Why was it that the dignified Major Xia, who was always so proper in front of others, could only be proper in front of her for less than 5 minutes? Other than in battle, there was no one else who could be so serious the entire time. The moment she heard that bad tone, she just couldn't feel any disgust. Fortunately, the comrades who had been running around for a day and a night had already fallen asleep. Even the J5 and G3 sitting opposite had their heads leaning against each other. They hugged their rifles tightly and closed their eyes as if they were sleeping soundly. With their eyes closed, they saved Yi Qian from a lot of embarrassment. "Are you shy? Then I'll close my eyes too." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qian suddenly leaned over. She found her target and kissed him directly with her slightly cold and delicate lips. Her target, Major Xiao's thin lips. Major Xia was a little stunned when he felt her slightly cold lips. His little fox was so bold as to kiss him on the lips in front of all his comrades. And he actually had his eyes closed and wasn't looking at her properly. "How is it? The dessert tastes good, right?" Yi Qian had already sat up straight and asked him calmly, "Compared to the dessert you wanted, I think Captain Xia would like this dessert more." Although it was a light kiss, what did he mean by that? It meant that his girl was beginning to accept him completely. Chapter 1835. It wasn't just a little bit of pleasure, it made him so happy that he really wanted to do it again. But that was obviously impossible. Only Major Xia, who looked regretful, casually glanced at the J5 opposite him and said, "Since when did you suddenly attack? It was over before I could react." What a pity. The sky was already bright outside. In the hazy morning light, Yi Jian, whose eyes were curved like a painting, was smiling. Her gaze was slightly tilted as she looked over with a woman's coquettishness. "As long as Captain Xia likes it." Major Xia nodded repeatedly. He really liked it. He didn't mind doing it from time to time. He really liked her sudden attacks. She was simply a sweet bomb. Major Xia, who had kept his back straight from the beginning to the end, looked the most serious on the surface, but his hands never stopped moving. One moment, he would use his fingers to rub the back of Yi Qian's hand. The next moment, his fingers would hook tightly around Yi Qian's fingers. The next moment, he would grab Yi Qian's hand and stuff it into his pocket to warm it up with his body heat. There was no other way. He still had regrets. His heart was itching. If he didn't find something to do, his heart would feel terrible. The Tibetan route to Daban was full of twists and turns, and there were countless dangerous roads. The 2 trucks carrying dozens of special forces followed this dangerous road that had sacrificed countless engineering soldiers to reach the same destination that everyone had arrived at together. The J5 moved slightly. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. What quarrel? Their feelings were clearly sweet. Yi Qian was bold enough to kiss him directly. Their captain was stunned for at least 3 seconds. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Qian to suddenly kiss him. TSK, TSK, TSK. This sweetness made his mouth feel like it was full of sweetness. He wanted to look a little longer, but unfortunately, their captain didn't let him. A cold gaze inadvertently swept over, making him quickly close his eyes. He thought he had hidden it well. Who knew that everything was exposed? Ha ha ha, this was probably why Yi Qian was stunned when he kissed him. Even when taking a shower in the unit, he had to draw the curtains. Q King, who valued privacy very much, wouldn't let others see his girlfriend kiss him, not even his comrades. It was quiet in the car that was filled with friendliness. Everyone's body was swaying along with the bumpy road. Sometimes they were leaning forward, sometimes they were leaning backward, sometimes they were shaking left and right. In such a dynamic environment, all the Special Forces soldiers in the car, including Yi Jian, were sleeping soundly. It was amazing. Occasionally, the back of a member's head would suddenly hit the hard surface of the hard car. With one eye half open and the other closed, they didn't even need to rub the back of their head and went back to sleep. At night, they met up with the remaining members of the Storm Commandos and began to complete all the tasks in the altitude training. Qin Xiao and the rest arrived at the outpost at Xinxian Bay around 2 in the afternoon the next day. When they arrived at the outpost that was close to the sky, he and another translator, who rarely spoke or showed up, got out of the car and went into the camp arranged by the outpost. They never came out again. The sky above the outpost was very blue. There were no trees or grass. Under the white snow, there were brown gravel. Because the oxygen content in the air was less than half that of flat ground, but the ultraviolet intensity was half that of flat ground, it was extremely difficult to plant trees in Xinxian Bay. The arrival of the art group made the outpost lively. Red lanterns were hung up even before the spring festival. Although the water was only 70 degrees, it was a temperature they could hold in their hands. Chapter 1836. Singing, dancing, and skits were all performances that the art troupe could perform. There were still 10 minutes before the 2-hour performance ended, but the soldiers in the outpost were still reluctant to leave. Du Jiayi suggested to Instructor Gao and the leader in charge of the construction to see if they could increase the interaction between the soldiers and the art troupe. Company Commander Feng of the outpost looked at the time and saw that there was still a familiar figure who had not returned. He agreed readily. When the soldiers and the art troupe sang together and the atmosphere reached its peak, Company Commander Feng quietly stood up and left. Not back yet. He walked directly to the platoon leader who was standing guard on behalf of the soldiers tonight and whispered, "If he doesn't return in half an hour, quickly send soldiers out to receive him. If something were to happen to a diplomat and a specialist of a certain heavy and powerful weapon right under his nose, he would be a sinner of the country. The place he went to has to avoid being noticed, so it will be a little slow. If he doesn't return in half an hour, I will immediately send someone to receive him." The platoon leader nodded lightly with his windbreaker mask covered in white frost. He looked around the barracks vigilantly and said, "Half an hour ago, a soldier reported to me that the female soldier with the rank of captain in the art troupe asked him which outpost a military officer named Xia Jinyuan was at. He graduated from the National Science and Technology University." Graduates from the National Science and Technology University all had military ranks, so he was definitely not an ordinary soldier. When Company Commander Feng heard this, his eagle-like eyes shone brightly. Although he did not know who Xia Jinyuan was, it was a little abnormal for him to come to the outpost to ask about a military officer who graduated from the National Science and Technology University who might be assigned to the border. What was even more abnormal was that if it was a normal person, he could have asked him directly and not a normal soldier. As a sentry at the border, any military officer's alertness was definitely not ordinary. Only the female soldier with the surname Du is a captain in the art troupe. Ask the soldiers to keep an eye on her and not let her wander around. Company Commander Feng no longer had a smile on his face. He became very serious. "If she asks the soldiers again, ask the soldiers to bring her to see me." As he spoke, a few small black dots moved faintly. The platoon leader immediately looked through his binoculars. "Company Commander, the political commissar is back. Keep an eye on the inside. I'll go pick them up." Compared to the performance of the art troupe, Company Commander Feng naturally placed more importance on the commissioner who came for the border defense, as well as the diplomat who was also a translator. The translator accompanying Qin Xiao was not a translator, but a missile specialist who carried an important object with him. The satellite launch base at the northwest border of the entire frontier had entered the final phase of testing. At the same time, there was also the construction of a national defense base. The snowy mountains in the northwest of the frigid winter border were sealed off, but it was also the best time for some national defense to be launched. Qin Xiu accompanied the commissioner here and was in charge of completing the exchange between the commissioner and an important figure of a certain country that purchased our country's missiles. Exchanges between countries that could appear on TV could be widely publicized. Exchanges that could not be released could only be considered core exchanges that were completed in secret. Qin Xiu, who was protected all the way back, saw the national flag fluttering in the wind in front of him. Although he could only see the outline of the flag, Qin Xiu still felt a sense of security, as if everything had finally been arranged. As a citizen, only in his own country could he truly feel a sense of belonging and security. Qin Xiu, who had finally completed his mission, declined Company Commander Feng's invitation to watch the art troupe's performance. Du Jiayi was present, so he did not go. He did not want to be recognized. Chapter 1837. As for Mrs. Qin's advice, Qin Xiu chose to forget about it. The commissioner didn't go to watch the performance either. He returned to the barracks with Qin Xiu, closed the door, and rested. Their mission was complete. They could finally have a good night's sleep. Qin Xiu lay on the bed and didn't fall asleep immediately. Although his body was very tired, so tired that he couldn't even open his eyes, the image of Qin Yan, who was full of spiritual energy, still appeared in his mind. She was an interesting girl. She didn't resemble any of the girls he had seen before. The real socialites in Beijing were all capable, but compared to Yi Qian, they were still a bit lacking. His first impression of Yi Qian was her unforgettable face. The sunlight shone through the clouds and through the glass, scattering light on the girl sitting by the window. As he waited, he inadvertently looked up. The girl bathed in the sunlight had delicate skin. When she looked back, her watery eyes seemed to gather the purest spiritual energy in the world. She was attractive at first sight. She was very beautiful. At the time, he thought so. Moreover, he used the pillars as a cover to blatantly admire her smile. At the time, he didn't hide his bad nature at all. Her youthful face, youthful figure, bright smile. Later, when he saw her again, he recognized her at first glance. A second-year high school student could accompany a leader overseas. Which socialite in Beijing had such an honor? If he wanted to pursue Yi Qian, he would have to tell his rigid Mrs. Qin. Only if she agreed could he succeed. Otherwise, with Mrs. Qin's feudal mindset, she wouldn't accept a daughter-in-law with an ordinary background. Thinking of this, Qin Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. He was really daydreaming. Daughter-in-law. With Yi Qian's talent, she had the right to choose a daughter-in-law, not her. However, Mrs. Qin and the Qin family had to pass before he could pursue Yi Qian. Regardless of whether he could win her heart in the future, he didn't want her to be humiliated because of her family. Suddenly, the faint sound of a woman's voice came from outside the window. Qin Xiu, who was resting with his eyes closed, didn't stay for long, but when the voice came from outside the window, he inadvertently heard it. Company Commander, is there really no soldier named Xia Jinyuan in our outpost? But why did I hear that he was serving in the most remote outpost in the border? Are you afraid that I'll disturb him, so you purposely said that you don't know him? Or did he serve here before and was transferred away? It was Du Jiayi's voice. She was asking about Xia Jinyuan's whereabouts. You're wrong, there's no doubt that he's in the outpost. The most remote outpost in the border. There are many outposts. There are many outposts. Of course, you have to be sure that he is assigned to the northwest outpost of the border. Company Commander Feng smiled as he looked at the captain of the Arts and Crafts Regiment who had come to look for him after the ceremony ended. His dark purple face had a faint smile as he patiently explained, a military academy graduate from the National University of Science and Technology has a military rank. If he was really assigned to our outpost, as the company commander, how could I not know? Captain Du, I can tell you with certainty that there hasn't been a single officer named Xia Jinyuan assigned to our outpost in the past few years. He was quite stubborn, insisting on getting the answer he wanted. But how was he supposed to answer when there was no one here? Chapter 1838. Du Jie finally believed that he wasn't lying to her. It seemed that he wasn't at this outpost, but at another outpost. She immediately put on a dignified smile and said, "I'm sorry, Captain. Xia Jinyuan and I are old friends. He never contacted his mother after he joined the military. I was only looking for his whereabouts because his mother asked me to. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time." Company Commander Feng had already learned about the situation from Instructor Gao and knew that there was no problem with Du Jia's identity. He smiled brightly and said, "It's not a problem at all. It's a pity that I couldn't help you." Company Commander Feng had a good impression of the staff officer's daughter, who was polite and didn't put on airs at all. He was very willing to help her. "How about this, Captain Du, you write a letter, and I'll ask around at each outpost. If there's any news, I'll send a letter to Barracks 30 Li. What do you think?" When Qin Xiu heard Du Jia's overjoyed reply, his lips curled into a smile. That's for the best. She was so anxious to find Xia Jinyuan. It seemed that the daughter of the Du family liked Xia Jinyuan. The two families had a dead knot, and Xia Jinyuan was a strong-willed person. Du Jia would probably be frustrated. Of course, that wasn't his main concern. His main concern was that he could explain to Mrs. Qin that the daughter-in-law she liked already had someone in her heart. As her son, he wouldn't be the bad guy and ruin Du Jia's plans. With the Qin family's traditions, they didn't want rumors to spread about the daughter-in-law they liked. The first person to object wouldn't be Mrs. Qin, but the old master, who was enjoying his old age. The Qin family had always been strict. In the early years of the war, the Qin family went abroad to avoid trouble. After they returned, the old master Qin restrained the younger generation of the family from doing anything rash in order to prevent them from ruining the foundation of the Qin family. When it came to the grandchildren's generation, the Qin family was considered stable. However, the old master Qin couldn't help but feel a little angry when it came to history. Therefore, even if the Qin family returned to its prosperous state before the war, the family's traditions were still strict. The slightest deviation would anger the old master Qin. If one of the grandchildren married a woman who had a bad reputation before she got married, the old master Qin would remove his name to correct the family's traditions. The conversation outside gradually quieted down. Qin Xiu heard Du Jia ask, "How are reporter Qin and his colleagues?" Only then did he know that Company Commander Feng and the others' excuse. He didn't know if he would tell Du Jia the truth or not. As a company commander of the outpost, he couldn't possibly make such a big mistake. The sound of footsteps and conversation gradually faded away until the surroundings were quiet again. Qin Xiu, who was lying flat on the bed, closed his eyes again. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had probably solved another worry, so he fell asleep after a while. The charcoal stove emitted a certain aura. Smelling the unpleasant smell, Qin Xiu slept until dawn. The next day, Qin Xiu began to do what he was supposed to do as a reporter. He interviewed the company commander, platoon leader, and comrades. Then, he followed the company commander up to the high-altitude outpost. It took Qin Xiu 2 days to finish. During this time, Du Jia made excuses several times to come and read his manuscript, but she was rejected. In the end, Du Jia's face was livid. She didn't calm down even when they returned to the 30-mile camp together. Xia Jinyuan, who was about 300 kilometers away from the 30-mile camp, found out that Du Jia was asking about his whereabouts on the 4th day after Qin Xiu and the others returned to Beijing. At the same time, she also inquired about which army Yi Qian belonged to, what the number of the army was, and other information about his identity. Chapter 1839. In response to her inquiry, the leader of Camp 30 Li said, "This is what a soldier should do and also a soldier's duty. You don't need to repay me to avoid ruining the atmosphere." His words directly blocked Du Jiayi's words, making it impossible for her to ask other leaders. She had no choice but to return to the Nongguang military region with regret. When Xia Jinyuan found out that Du Jiayi had asked about him while asking about Yi Qian, his eyes suddenly sharpened. "She found out that I was serving at the border." She didn't know that he was training at the border, but she found out that he had been serving there since he graduated from the National University of Science and Technology. On the third year of Yi Qian, he had entered the Snowfield Brigade and received a mission to protect the construction of a satellite base in the border. His comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, such as J5, G3, Z7, and so on, had accompanied him. Because of some unknown reasons, this group of comrades had to travel to the border of a certain country to meet with the military there. In addition, the two sides had to exchange information. Only a few of them, who only had military ranks and no military information, had information about their military service at the border. Previously, Han Zhang had said that he still remembered that he belonged to the border army, which was why he had served in the army. It was understandable for her to ask about Yi Qian, but it was incomprehensible for her to ask about Xia Jinyuan's whereabouts. What's more, she was actually asking about him at the border. It was obvious that she was very certain that he was serving at the border. The only way to find out that he was serving at the border was by using his identity to protect the construction of the satellite base. The Major General had already investigated this matter thoroughly, so he said, "The border is at the level of the Deputy Military Region. This is Staff Officer Du's hometown. It's not difficult for Du Jiayi to find out if she wants to. She's really something. Just because it used to be his hometown, she can casually reveal the location of a soldier's military service." Xia Jinyuan's face immediately darkened. There was a strong sense of hostility between his handsome brows. "You've stretched your hand too far. Be careful not to get stomped." The Major General was shocked when he heard this. Du Jiayi had directly investigated Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan from the system and triggered the warning system. The head of the military's top-secret department immediately reported to him. In less than half a day, he had investigated the entire matter, including how Du Jiayi knew about it. There was obvious hostility in Xia Jinyuan's voice. Major General Lu knew a thing or two about the Xia and Du families. Because he knew about it, he had to settle it properly, in case Xia Jinyuan brought it up without knowing it, which would give Staff Officer Du another chance to go against the family Xia. He then said, "All of your information is now classified as top secret. Your identities are not in the entire system. Therefore, there is no leak of information about the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Furthermore, even the fake identities you used to enter the satellite base were classified as top secret. Even Advisor Du did not have the authority to investigate them." Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice, "I trust the military on the confidentiality aspect. Please tell me how she found out that I was serving at the border." "She found out that you were serving at the border from Staff Officer Du then. She didn't ask Staff Officer Du personally, but..." The Major General paused for a rare moment. When he spoke again, even his tone was much softer. "It was the Commander-in-Chief's ex-wife who asked Staff Officer Du. Staff Officer Du said that he knew you were serving at the border a few years ago, but he didn't know anything else." Chapter 1840. Du Jiayi knew that you might be serving at the border. This was what the Commander-in-Chief's ex-wife told her and asked her to find out. When she left 2 letters. One was in the hands of Company Commander Feng at the outpost, and the other was left at Camp 30 miles. Wasn't Madame Xiao the Commander-in-Chief's ex-wife? Why would Madame Xiao, who had brought her son along when she was having an affair, suddenly want to find out about him? He didn't tell Mr. Xia about her affair, which was considered repaying her for giving birth to him. When you went to the border to ensure the construction of the base, you went there as an ordinary officer. Staff Officer Du was the one who approved you, so it's normal for him to know. Moreover, he only said that you were serving at the border, but he didn't say anything about the army or other details. You should calm down a little. Major General Liu didn't want him to lose his mind, especially when the Commander-in-Chief's ex-wife, Madame Xiao, was involved. In this family, the person who didn't want to contact Madame Xiao the most was Xia Jinyuan. It was already unbelievable that Du Jiayi wanted to find out where he was serving, but in the end, it was actually Madame Xiao who asked her to do it. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sun didn't rise in the west and set in the east today. You don't have to give me the letter. Just destroy it. As for the anger in my heart, to be honest, I'm not angry at all. He originally wanted to find out what Du Jiayi's motive was, but now it was completely unnecessary. Didn't Madame Xiao see her as her biological daughter? Madame Xiao asked her biological daughter to do something, so her biological daughter had no choice but to accept it. Xia Jinyuan, who contacted Major General Liu through the ground navigation system, smiled faintly and said, since she was asked by Madame Xiao, it doesn't matter much. However, you still need to keep an eye on Yi Qian. She can't find out Yi Qian's information just because she wants to. Moreover, her information is classified as top secret along with yours. If anyone searches for Yi Qian's information in the system, the military's confidential department will immediately know and contact me. Yi Qian hasn't joined the army yet, so she can't find anything even if she wanted to. The Major General was not worried that Yi Qian's information would be investigated, nor was he worried that someone would find out about Xia Jinyuan. Instead, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would do something irrational because of Ms. Xiao's interference. The Snowfield Brigade did not belong to any army. In some cases, every member of the Snowfield Brigade was an unregistered citizen without any information about their identity. They had enjoyed all the privileges of our country's soldiers when they were alive, but if they died, they might not be able to enjoy the glory that a soldier should have. Only the Major General of the Army had access to the information of everyone in the Snowfield Brigade. Even Commander-in-Chief Xia did not have the authority to do so. However, Xia Jinyuan wanted the Major General to be careful, so he told him about the friction between Yi Qian and Du Jia. It's not that I'm overly worried, but Du Jia is a vicious and merciless person. Major General, you still need to inform the school. With Xia Jinyuan's reminder, the Major General frowned and said coldly, she's so narrow-minded. She repaid kindness with ingratitude. If she dares to do anything to Yi Qian, she won't be able to wear her military uniform for long. Yi Qian was the focus of the military's training. She was not at fault for rescuing Yi Qian, but she used her family's power to harm Yi Qian just because he replied to her. The military was not the Du family's military. It was also not a place where the Du family could cover the sky with one hand. With the Major General's nod, Xia Jinyuan felt a lot more relieved. Then, he listened to the Major General talk about the meeting between the Snowfield Brigade and the Storm Commandos. He picked out the main points of the meeting and told him about it. The military has decided to train 2 special forces teams, sea, land, and air. Chapter 1841. The Snowfield Brigade is already one, and the Storm Commandos will be the 2nd special forces of our country. In the future, no local troops will be involved in the training of these 2 forces. This decision was made because, with the development of the internet, all kinds of eavesdropping and stealing methods were directly related to high technology. In addition, China's self-developed high-tech weapons were unveiled during the Great Celebration, and all the developed countries had already turned their attention to them. Since the Great Celebration until now, the various countries had already caught countless spies who had tried to get close to the troops and bribe military personnel. The Snowfield Brigade was not only the top special forces of our country, but also the most mysterious special forces of our country. In the future, as the country's military strength increased, this mysterious special forces would receive more and more difficult missions. Therefore, the Snowfield Brigade would also usher in a brand new reform. We will discuss the reform proposal you proposed 3 years ago again in the meeting. We agree that the Snowfield Brigade will be divided into 2 teams, and we will use Chinese and English as a substitute for each other. We agree that each team will have 2 combat commanders, but you still have to be the overall commander. Regarding the reform of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan had already mentioned it to the military in the form of a document 3 years ago. However, because the changes were too big, the military did not make any moves. After the great celebration, the spies in the country suddenly became rampant, and there were even a few cases of intelligence leaks. The military immediately attached importance to the reform plan proposed by Q King. One of the reports mentioned that in the future, the stolen intelligence would mainly be high technology. The Snowfield Brigade would have to cut off cooperation with the local troops, which was a big disadvantage. They would have to exist in an absolutely confidential form and become a true independent force, a true secret special forces. Whenever the Snowfield Brigade arranged for training in the country, if they needed the cooperation of the local troops, the military would directly give the order to the person in charge of the local troops. They would not mention the number or the name of the person, but would only report the number to the person in charge of the local troops. No one would know what kind of troop had trained here before, and no one would know what kind of troop they had cooperated with before. It was like a ghost troop that suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. Just like the training this time, there was still the cooperation of the local troops, which was precisely what Xia Jinyuan could not accept the most. In the end, he ran into Yi Qian's junior high school classmate. Even though he wasn't sure if that boy was Yi Qian, it still made him suspicious. After the confrontation, he immediately reported it to the military. With this incident, coupled with the increasingly rampant illegal activities, the military finally agreed to Xia Jinyuan's reform policy. 3 years ago, Xia Jinyuan had already seen it. 3 years later, he had even focused on analyzing the reserves of special forces in various developed countries. He had also clearly pointed out that there were too few special forces in China for tri-terrain combat and that they had to be nurtured. The Storm Commando team was originally an amphibious frogman assault team, but because of Xia Jinyuan's document, they directly became a reserve amphibious assault team, and all their training programs would be improved. Li Jinyan was a little stunned when he learned that they had become a reserve amphibious assault team. He immediately asked the Navy commander, "Why did you suddenly make such a decision? There was no news at all before this." He didn't receive any news at all. When it was first established, it was positioned as an amphibious unit. How did it become a reserve tri-terrain unit without him knowing anything? It made him feel that it was too rushed. Chapter 1842. He also didn't know how the storm commandos he led had suddenly become a preparatory, tri-amphibious special forces. Indeed, Demon Kingly was a major who could withstand the storm and the test of surprises. He didn't panic or be surprised. He only asked calmly. Naturally, he had to ask clearly. It was impossible for him to lead his men into a tri-amphibious special forces in a daze. Not only was this irresponsible to himself, but it was also irresponsible to all his team members. It can't be considered sudden. The military already had a plan 3 years ago. The meeting ended at around 2:00 in the morning last night. The Navy commander had been waiting for Li Jinyan to call to report on the progress of the training. He was very happy in his heart, and his tone was rather calm. He didn't show it. "I didn't expect to choose the Storm Commandos led by you in the end. After all, our team hasn't even been established for 2 years." The military decided to put another tri-amphibious team on the agenda after the celebration. They chose from several special forces in various military regions, and in the end, they chose the Storm Commandos led by you. Jinyan, your ability is obvious to all. Although I'm surprised, I also think that this is the responsibility you should bear. You have to shoulder this responsibility that has been given to you. I'll hand the storm commandos over to you. I hope that you can achieve something. Chase after your goal, and one day, you will truly surpass that SEAL team in the West. As a member of the Navy, Lee Jinyan had set the Western SEAL team as his goal from the very beginning. He had led all his team members to train day and night. In less than a year, he had submitted an outstanding result to the Navy and the military. The SEAL team was the top tri-amphibious force in a certain Western country. If the Storm Commandos could surpass it one day, it would definitely be something that would shock the entire world. However, Lee Jinyan knew how big it was to achieve this goal. However, no matter how big it was, he would not give up. If he couldn't do it, he believed that the captain of the Storm Commandos could do it. As long as he didn't give up, hope would always exist. After listening quietly, Lee Jinyan's eyes darkened. When he looked at the blue sky, he was even more determined. He said calmly, "Okay." Only the word "good" meant that he already knew, and that he would definitely shoulder the responsibility given to him by the country. No excuses, no concessions, no hesitation, and no timidity. As a Marine, Lee Jinyan knew his mission and responsibilities. He was a soldier. In the face of challenges, he would be calm and collected. He would never allow himself to panic. Instead, he would challenge and win. He would never admit defeat and sacrifice himself. He was already prepared to welcome a brand new future. Although Lee Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan had completely different personalities, their beliefs and perseverance were the same. One could see the brave and fearless spirit of modern soldiers from their figures. Xia Jinyuan didn't tell Yi Qian about how Du Jia had left the border to gather information about her after the Highland training ended. She didn't want to distract Yi Qian during the most dangerous individual combat training on the Highland. Take the hiding in the snow training as an example. If a person directly hid in the snow without moving for a few hours, they would be like a popsicle. He really couldn't bear to let someone like Du Jia distract Yi Qian. She not only gathered information about you in the border, but also about me. Now that the Major General is keeping a close eye on her, she hasn't made any moves yet after returning to the Nongguang military district. Chapter 1843. Xia Jinyuan didn't hide anything. He even told Yi Qian everything that Du Jia had asked about him. I reminded the Major General. Now that the Major General is helping us keep an eye on her, if she dares to do anything, she won't be the only one who will suffer. Staff Officer Du will suffer too. Ask about Captain Xia. Why is she asking about you? This was Yi Qian's main concern. Even his tone was much colder. Why would she come to the border to ask about you? Where did she get the news that you're in the border? Is it from her father's place? Captain Xia didn't show up that night. If she knew that he was in the border, it would be a very serious matter. It was an important matter regarding Captain Xia's safety in the country. Xia Jinyuan had already seen Yi Qian's sharp senses. Now that she had grasped the main point and asked directly, he wasn't surprised at all. He gently brushed off the frost that had gathered on her eyebrows and explained, "She didn't know that I was training here. Do you still remember that year when we fought together in the snowy highlands? I was on a mission at that time. For some reason, I became an ordinary platoon leader in the border. The border was where Staff Officer Du had worked his way up. At that time, he only knew that I graduated from the National University of Science and Technology and was serving in the border. Madame Xiao found out from Staff Officer Du that I was serving in the border, so she asked Du Jia to ask about me. As for why she asked about me, I don't want to know. It couldn't be anything good. Moreover, he didn't want to have anything to do with Madame Xiao." Yi Qian was relieved. He was afraid that she knew that Captain Xia was training in the border, so she directly asked about him. She also noticed that his tone was especially cold when he mentioned Madame Xiao, even with a hint of disgust. Yi Qian knew who Madame Xiao was. Although she didn't know why he had such an expression, she was definitely on his side. Just ignore her. It's not worth getting angry over someone you don't like, she advised him with some heartache. During this period of time, he had been planning the training. Sometimes, he didn't even have time to give her homework at night. If you're tired, don't let someone you don't like affect your mood. Xia Jinyuan wasn't someone who would get angry over Madame Xiao. He just simply discussed. Affect his mood. She really didn't have that right. As it was a private matter between the two of them, they chose a place where no one else was around. After glancing around to make sure there were no comrades around, Xia Jinyuan suddenly bent down and gave Yi Qian a quick peck on the cheek. His thin lips curved into a wanton smile as he said, "You guessed wrong. You should be punished. Your Captain Xia is not someone who is easily affected by others. Of course, this little fox in front of me is an exception. Just a small look or a small action from her can make my mood fluctuate." Indeed, it didn't affect his mood at all. It could be seen from his indecent behavior. Yi Qian, who had just been kissed, glared at him. There was no anger in her eyes, only coquettishness. "You're getting more and more mischievous. Status. Mind your own status. I pay a lot of attention to my identity. I don't dare to forget it at all times, but I do need to relax occasionally, especially now that it's rest time." Major Xia had always known how to strike a balance between work and rest. They had left the highlands at night. Now, it was equivalent to taking half a day off to wait for the helicopter from the aviation team to arrive. He could take advantage of the rest time to have some sweetness. It could help him sweep away the stress of the past half a month. The two of them didn't leave alone for too long. Just as Yi Qian said, they still had to pay attention to their status. In addition, Li Jinyan came looking for them, so Yi Qian left first and seized the time to revise her homework. Returning to school would be the midterm exams, so she had to hurry. Chapter 1844. It was bitterly cold in the northwest of Xinjiang, but the sun was shining brightly in Nongguang. The lowest temperature today was only 8 degrees Celsius. Compared to the dozens of degrees below zero in Xinjiang, Nongguang was as warm as spring. Yi Zhifan, who was in a suit for the first time, was in a sharp contrast with the soldiers in dark green uniforms. Seeing that the door of the office building was guarded by heavily armed soldiers, Yi Zhifan could not help but swallow his saliva. He had been an officer for nearly 20 years, and this was the first time he had interacted with a senior officer in the army. He put his left hand into his pocket and touched the cold jade pendant. A trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Yes, uneasiness. The reason why he could talk to the young master of the Du family was because he received a call from the mysterious man again. It had been more than 10 years since he received a call from the mysterious man. When he received the call again, the disguised voice did not change much. Probably because he was older, the voice was not as impetuous as it used to be. When the voice came from the phone, he almost thought that he was going to take back the jade pendant, because he didn't let Yi Jian become useless at all. Instead, he watched her go further and further away and stand higher and higher. Even he, a dignified bureau chief, couldn't do anything about it. So he was afraid. He was afraid that the owner of the jade pendant, who had sent him to his official career, would take back everything he had and leave him with nothing. But he did not expect that the mysterious man, who he had not contacted for more than 10 years, would say, "Try to send Ying to the army. He will provide the opportunity." Sending Ying to the army. This was what he had been dreaming of. He followed the order and went to Nongguang to save the young master of the Du family, who was attacked by the mafia during dinner. He was the commander of a brigade in the Nongguang military region. He had racked his brains in the Nan province but still could not do it. But in less than 4 days, he had done it easily in Nongguang. Although he had been stabbed in the back, it was worth it. It was really worth it. Commander, Bureau Chief Yi is here. The guard knocked on the door and told him the purpose of his visit. There was no immediate answer. Just when Yi Jifan was feeling a little uneasy, the half-closed door suddenly opened. A soldier in his early 30s with a medium build opened the door personally. His eyes fell directly on Yi Jifan, and he laughed loudly. "Bureau Chief Yi, I have been waiting for you. Please, have a seat." This was Chief of Staff Du's eldest son, Du Kaiwei, 33 years old. He was the commander of a brigade in Nongguang military region. His enthusiasm suddenly made Yi Jifan's heart, but when he saw Commander Du smile. "Director Yi, you should have time to have a meal with me after we're done with work." Of course. And I. Director Yi had blocked the knife for him. If he hadn't blocked it, the knife would have landed on Du Kaiwei's neck, and his head would have fallen to the ground on the spot. Just because of this, he could not neglect it. Yi Jifan smiled very elegantly. Facing the warm hospitality, he was still calm. He did not show how happy he was. Chapter 1845. Before Yi Jifan went to Nangguang for the business trip, he had already roughly learned about the Du family situation. Although it was not a real prominent family, it was still quite rich. Chief of Staff Du's family was relatively simple. There was an elder brother who was the second most powerful person in Nangguang province. His children had already joined the army. Although Chu Yunqing didn't know what they were doing, with an elder brother who was the second most powerful person in Nangguang province, it shouldn't be too bad. Chief of Staff Du was the second son. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Commander Du was the eldest son. He was only 33 years old. He also had a younger sister who was a member of the Standing Committee of Jiang Province. This Mrs. Du was in her early 40s, she only had 1 daughter, and she was still studying abroad. But the most noteworthy one was Chief of Staff Du's wife, Mrs. Li. It could be said that the reason why the Du family could become what it was today was largely because of Mrs. Li. She was a very knowledgeable and decisive woman who relied on her family's connections to raise the Du family, which was originally just a peasant family, to its current status. Yi Jifan deliberately learned about Mrs. Li when she was young and what had happened in recent years. He knew that her status in the Du family was quite high, and everyone in the Du family respected her very much. Chief of Staff Du also listened to her every word. Mrs. Li was in charge of everything in the Du family, and she never asked about it. However, it was also understandable that a woman who relied on her family's connections to raise her husband's family to its current status would treat her like an ancestor. This commander in front of Chu Yunqing also respected his mother very much. It was because of this Madame Li that Yi Jifan had no choice but to be cautious. Facing Du Kaiwei's warm hospitality, Yi Jifan, who purposely learned about it before coming here, took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Commander Du, you are too polite. The thing you told me last time, I have thought about it again and again. My daughter is studying abroad in France. If she suddenly drops out of school and joins the army, once she stops studying, it will be very difficult for her to pick it up again. She just turned 19 years old a few days ago. I'm afraid that she won't be able to handle the hardships if she joins the army at such a young age." It was not that he didn't want to bring Yingying back to Nangguang province, but with Mrs. Li, a powerful woman who didn't like other people forcing her to help him, he needed to know what she wanted. In the Du family, only when Mrs. Li nodded her head would things go smoothly. Moreover, he didn't believe that Mrs. Li didn't know that he saved Du Kaiwei. He even suspected that it was Madame Li who suggested to let Yingying join the army. She wanted to test him. If he had really met Du Kaiwei by chance, it would have been fine. However, he had been arranged step by step by someone else. The Du family was not an ordinary family, so he felt a little uneasy. He had to be careful at every step. Du Kaiwei's eyes flickered when he heard this. It was a little strange that he had actually refused. Du Kaiwei gently placed the teacup in his hand back on the solid wooden coffee table. He rested one arm on the back of the sofa and spread his legs slightly. He sat casually and had a domineering aura. He couldn't help but smile and ask, "Director Yi, you don't believe me, right?" According to his investigation, in order to send his daughter to the army, Director Yi had put in a lot of effort and tried to establish a relationship with the Southern Province military region. Unfortunately, he failed every time. In his opinion, the biggest failure of Director Yi was that he married a wife who was as stupid as a pig. It would be strange if Director Yi could establish a relationship with the Southern Province military region after offending a national treasure like that. Du Kaiwei did investigate Yi Jifan's affairs. When he learned that the person who saved him was the director of the construction bureau of the Southern Province, he was a little relieved. He originally suspected that it was a trap. Chapter 1846. She also found out that Yi Jifan's political achievements were excellent, but he didn't have any connections with the military. She wanted to build a relationship with the military, but he was always rejected. So she completely believed that saving him was not a trap. But Mrs. Li was right, no matter what the result of the investigation was, seeing was believing. After he finished speaking, Du Kaiwei, who had been very polite the whole time, stared at him without blinking, patiently waiting for him to answer his question. "Commander Du, this is not a matter of whether I believe you or not. I just don't want my daughter to stop studying. Also, my daughter is still young and naughty. She made a big mistake in the college entrance examination, so she can't take the college entrance examination for the next 5 years." Yi Jifan said very slowly. He told Commander Du the truth about Yi Ying's situation. He didn't believe that Commander Du didn't send someone to investigate these things. Since he couldn't hide it, he might as well tell him everything. At least, he could leave a good impression. "At that time, I thought that I couldn't let my daughter go to the military. Since she can't take the college entrance examination, then she should go to the military. But I didn't know, sigh, because of some things in my family, my daughter also fainted in junior high school. When she went to the People's Hospital for a checkup, they found out that she had a heart problem. All these reasons made it even more impossible for her to go to the military. Although I wanted to, I had no choice but to accept the fact. After thinking for a while, I finally decided to send my daughter to study abroad." Yi Jifan let out a long sigh and said, "It's all because I didn't teach her well when she was young. Fortunately, she is not a bad girl. Otherwise, I would have a headache." After he told Commander Du the truth, the smile in Commander Du's eyes deepened. What he said was not different from his investigation. It was reasonable that Director Yi didn't want to talk about his family's problems. If she has a heart problem, she can go for a more detailed checkup. Other things are not important. It's just my daughter's little mind. Du Kaiwei had a little sister who was even more troublesome, so he didn't think that Yi Ying's things were out of line. "Director Yi, you can think about it carefully. You don't need to answer me in a hurry. Director Yi is now in a high position, I can't help you with other things. Only if your daughter goes to the military, I can say something. Also, when my family found out that it was Director Yi who saved me, my parents really wanted to come to Southern Province to thank Director Yi in person. Unfortunately, both my parents were busy and couldn't get away. They could only wait for an opportunity to express their gratitude to Director Yi." When Yi Jifan heard this, he knew that he had made the right move. The Du family was indeed trying to rope him in. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Fortunately, he knew about Madame Li's past, so he did not rush to agree. When the Du family was investigating Yi Jifan had already investigated the Du family. However, he had always been cautious. When he found out that Madame Li was actually in charge of the Du family, he hurriedly investigated Madame Li's character. As a result, he found out that Madam Lee had done something back then, which made him break out in a cold sweat. The old madam of the Du family had a cousin who had once lent half a liter of rice to the Du family during their most difficult time. About 10 years ago, that cousin saw that the Du family had become rich. He had not visited the Du family for a long time, so he took this opportunity to visit the Du family. He wanted to help his grandson, who had not been admitted to a good university, get in through the back door. Mrs. Lee immediately agreed and sent her grandson to university. As a result, he was directly assigned to the most remote place after graduation. Chapter 1847. The cousin tried to get in through the back door again, but was rejected by Madam Lee. She said, "I've already repaid the debt of half a liter of rice." "Cousin, are you trying to force me to repay your debt?" "I'm sorry, but I won't fall for that." It wasn't easy to investigate this incident, and it came from Staff Officer Du's hometown. If he didn't know, he would have brought his daughter's information to them. Taking things slowly was Yi Jifan's role as an officer. He was never aggressive and never took risks. With someone supporting him from behind, he just needed to walk steadily. He knew that as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, Yi Jifan was so cautious that he wouldn't take action immediately. No matter how much he wanted to send Ying to the army, he would stay calm. Because of his cautiousness, he avoided the minefield again and didn't let the Du family notice anything suspicious. With Du Kaiwei's words, Yi Jifan left Nangguang with a smile on his face. So what if Qin Dongfeng was capable? So what if Uncle Zhen was respected by so many soldiers when he was alive? He didn't care about Commander Liu and political commissar Yan. With the Du family's position in the army, he wouldn't give up on what he wanted for his daughter. Yi Jifan didn't mention to Sun Dongxing that he had a relationship with the Du family. Before the matter was settled, it was enough for him to keep it to himself. He didn't even want to mention Ying for the time being. Xia Jinyuan only found out that Yi Jifan had a relationship with the Du family at around 3:00 in the afternoon after the training in the mountains ended. Yi Qian said that he didn't want him to get involved, but as Yi Jifan's position increased, he couldn't really let his guard down. Since he wasn't in Nangguang, he naturally had to ask someone to keep an eye on him. If there were any big movements, he would know immediately. The person on the phone with him was none other than Xia Yiwei. The person who asked him to keep an eye on Yi Jifan was naturally her, the secretary of the southern province. About 40 days ago, Yi Jifan saved the life of Du Kaiwei, who had been at odds with his elder brother since he was young. He returned to Nangguang, and about half a month ago, he made another trip to Nangguang. His accompanying secretary inadvertently mentioned that Director Yi had gone to the Nangguang military district, so I guessed that he did indeed have dealings with the Du family. Yi Jifan actually saved Du Kaiwei's life. Xia Jinyuan furrowed his brows. How could things be so coincidental? Little Fox had just started a feud with Du Jiayi when Yi Jifan had already made friends with the Du family. Have you investigated who wants Du Kaiwei's life? Yes, Du Kaiwei led soldiers to cooperate with the relevant police to clear out a drug manufacturing village in Nangguang. When he showed up, he was seen by someone. The villagers cooperated to pay for his life. Xia Yiwei explained very clearly and also investigated very clearly. The person who helped her investigate was none other than Ho Zi, who was still showering in the bathroom. Sundays in the depths of winter were suitable for lying lazily in bed. Xia Yiwei rested her head on a soft, white pillow and looked at the falling snow outside the window. Her voice was charming but sharp as she said, "This time, it's really all connected. Our family Xia and the Du family have always been at odds. Who knew that my sister-in-law would come into conflict with Du Jiayi in advance, and in the end, Xia Yiwei described the network of relationships one by one. It was really complicated. In one sentence, she concluded, "It's really fate that my sister-in-law and our family Xia are fated. I'm also fated to be with your family Xia." A familiar male voice suddenly came through the phone. Xia Jinyuan did not even frown and said, "Help me ask Brother Z about the progress in France." Chapter 1848. The other side of the phone suddenly went silent, as if someone had covered it. After dozens of seconds of silence, Ho Zi, who had eaten her fill, lazily opened her mouth and said, "I can't delay the matter you asked me to do." "Don't worry, everything is fine." Ho Zi, whose shoulder was pressed against the phone, stuffed Xia Wei, who was trying to snatch the phone back, into the blanket and said coldly, "Both of them have the surname Yi, but your Xiao Yi is much more interesting. She's like that woman in France who pretends to be aloof and flaunts her relationship with Ying. I just need to move my hands and she'll take the bait. She'll be busy now." Xia Jinyuan did not ask about the process, nor did he ask how Ho Zi was going to deal with it. When he found out that Ying was studying in France, he immediately contacted Ho Zi. Originally, he wanted to ask for his help to destroy Ying in France, but when he remembered that Ho Zi had blown up the underground gun warehouse in his villa in Mount Dalong, Xia Jinyuan changed his mind and asked Ho Zi to help lead Ying to the bad path. Xia Jinyuan knew that Ho Zi must have countless ways to lead Ying to the bad path. As long as Ying took the bait, she would suffer. France was Ho Zi's second hometown, and he knew a few people from all walks of life. Ho Zi, who had always done things appropriately, knew what to do and what not to do. "Thank you, Brother Z. I'll treat you to a drink when I go to Nan Province." "You're welcome. I've been quitting drinking and smoking recently. Your sister has cut off all forms of entertainment that are harmful to the liver and lungs. If you want to treat me to a drink, I don't mind, but your sister does." Ho Zi used the blanket to wrap Xia Wei, who was struggling to get out of the blanket. His flirtatious peach blossom eyes smiled as he looked at his beloved woman who was blushing. He held the phone in one hand and the blanket in the other to prevent her from jumping up and making a fuss. He had been an underground lover for most of his life. It was time for him to become an official lover. Xia Wei's face was sullen, and her eyes were filled with anger. "Ho Zi, if you don't let go, I'll make you pack up and leave right now. Let go of me, do you hear me?" Xia Jinyuan heard her words clearly. The two of them had been entangled with each other for so many years and had gone through so many times, but they had never really cut off all ties. It was impossible for the two of them to break up. Ho Zi had hardened his heart and cut off his underworld ways. It took him 2 years to clear his name. He knew that Xia Wei would not be able to dump Ho Zi and marry another man. Seeing that the two of them had reconciled, Xia Jinyuan did not say much. He only said one more thing before hanging up the phone, "Brother Z, old madam has been waiting for my sister to get married and have children. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll definitely let old madam get what she wants. I'm hanging up first. I'm still a little scared of your sister's temper. Last night, she wanted me to kneel on 2 bowls. Now, she's so scared that she wants me to kneel on cactus. Ho Zi, shut up. Give me the phone." Xia Wei, who was wrapped up like a cocoon, roared. Just by listening to her voice, one could tell that Secretary Xia was not as intellectual and dignified as she usually was. Xia Jinyuan was not interested in eavesdropping on other people's private matters. He was about to hang up, but when he heard that Xia Wei still had something to say to him, he moved the phone away from his ear. He did not want to overhear the fun between the two of them. "Yes, yes, yes. Baby, are you going through menopause? Why is your temper getting worse?" Ho Zi was a gangster and did not mind talking dirty. Now that he had finally won the heart of his beloved woman, he coaxed her and approached her step by step, making it impossible for her to leave him. Chapter 1849. Xia Wei, who struggled out of the blanket, was choked by the word menopause. If it weren't for the fact that she had something to discuss with Xia Jinyuan, Xia Wei would have rushed into the bathroom and poured a glass of cold water on his face. Since she had something important to discuss, she only gave him a cold stare. Her snow-white arm came out of the blanket, revealing the kiss marks on the inside of her arm, adding to the ambiguous atmosphere. Old 6, tell Xiao Yi to be careful. We've been investigating the person behind Yi Jifan for several years, but we haven't been able to find any clues. If they can still guarantee his promotion, the water here is not ordinary. She could see how much old 6 cared about Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yi was indeed not bad. It was old 6's blessing to be able to marry her. She only hoped that the two of them could be safe and sound and not have any twists and turns. I tried to ask the governor, but I didn't get anything. Yi Jifan's resume was clean, and his political achievements were excellent. It could be said that he could achieve some political achievements no matter what position he was in. It was as if he was born to be an official. The more he was like this, the more suspicious it was. Xia Yiwei treated Yi Qian as her family. Otherwise, she would have completely ignored him. After several years, she still couldn't find any information. It was clear that the person behind Yi Jifan was extraordinarily powerful. Xia Jinyuan had always known that the person behind Yi Jifan was extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, with Yi Jifan's seemingly good political achievements that didn't bring any benefits to the people, it was impossible for him to be promoted so quickly. Now that he had connections with the Du family, it gave family Xia a chance. Hearing this, she said calmly, "Continue to help me keep an eye on him. If you can't find any loopholes in him, his daughter will become his loophole." With Ho Zi's methods, Yi Jifan's daughter must be living a prosperous life in France. As if thinking of something, his eyes darkened and he said, "Sister, ask his secretary to find an opportunity to ask if he still has the intention of sending his daughter to the military. If there was, then Du Kaiwei would definitely arrange for Yi Ying, who had heart problems, to enter the army. Her reputation in the country was ruined, and she had a bad record abroad. Regiment Commander Du, if you really want to repay that stab, then please arrange for Director Ye's daughter to join the army." Xia Yiwei was the secretary of the leader of the southern province. It was much more convenient for her to keep an eye on Yi Jifan. Moreover, Yi Jifan's secretary was friends with Xia Yiwei. It was not suspicious for her to ask some non-work-related questions. Tell 6th brother that he doesn't need to worry about France. Just focus on his own things. I'm not capable of handling the matters in the army, but I can still contribute to the matters outside. Ho Zi, who was about to get dressed, leaned over and kissed Xia Yiwei on the cheek, leaving the two siblings alone. He had to go downstairs to prepare lunch for his wife. If he didn't prepare lunch now, dinner would be ready. Xia Jinyuan didn't talk for a long time. He had just finished the training, so he was actually a bit tired. When he took out his phone and saw Xia Yiwei had sent him a few text messages, "Call me back as soon as you see me." In front of him, Yi Qian was still standing quietly in the same place. There was a smile in his dark eyes. He slightly moved his ankle that he sprained last night, and then strode straight towards Yi Qian. Everyone was wearing a jungle combat uniform. The paint on their faces was smeared with sweat, making them look even more unrecognizable. There were still a few comrades who hadn't come back yet. While waiting, they didn't forget to exchange their training experience and tactics with each other. Diving for a long time requires you to finish it in one go. You can't stop at will in case of insufficient oxygen. However, for a long-distance march in the mountains, we must strike a balance between work and rest. When we need to run, we must increase our speed. When we need to rest, we must stop. Only then can we maintain our stamina and keep our body excited. J5 was talking to a few members of the Storm Commandos. Yi Jian stood beside and listened carefully. Chapter 1850. Every member of the Snowfield Brigade was very outstanding. Their tactical experience and training were accumulated over a long period of time. After more than 40 days of joint training, Yi Qian was amazed by the abilities of each of them. The T-6 soldiers had delicate baby faces, but once they held a sniper rifle, they could directly complete an accurate sniper shot with a golden hook hanging upside down from a tree. The Longhawks and Sparrowhawks were the scouts of the team. As long as the prey was targeted by them, it would be impossible for them to escape from their sight. Moreover, they could complete the reconnaissance in the shortest time possible. Yi Qian always felt that she was full of energy from head to toe when she trained and fought with them. Because they were all role models for her to learn from on her way to the military. Fighting with a group of role models, she would never relax or think about slacking off. She would always be spurred on. The Navy's main mission is anti-reconnaissance, anti-landing, beach raiding, and so on. The military skills and abilities you all have are incomparable to other branches of the military. Previously, you focused on naval combat, so you were limited. In the future, you will move toward a more large-scale tri-service systematic combat. With the ability of the Devil King, I'm guessing that within 3 years, you will be a very terrifying naval special forces. Brothers of the Storm Team, I'm looking forward to the establishment of the 2nd Tri-Service Special Forces. Your predecessor was the military's Emergency Mobile Combat Force in the 1990s. In case of an emergency, you can be directly commanded by the General Staff Department. With such a powerful predecessor, there should be a tri-amphibious special knife-wielding unit. Now that everything is finally settled, I'm looking forward to our next joint training. When the time comes, we can learn from each other again. I'm sure it will be very enjoyable. Just as J5 finished speaking, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the distance making a phone call, walking towards him. He smiled at him, then looked away and focused his attention on J5 again. Why did J5 say that he was looking forward to it? It had to be from the beginning of the 1990s when someone in Tai provoked our country, causing our entire army to be in a state of readiness for war from the second half of 1995. From 1995 to 1996, danger appeared again, and there was a transfer of troops from the south to the north. They only cared about one side and did not care about the other. It also made the military and the highest leaders in the Great Hall more aware of the lack of amphibious forces in our country. It wasn't until 1998 that the Nongguang Military District sent a division to be reorganized into another strong force of the Navy that the transfer of soldiers from the south to the north was resolved. After that, the military requested the Navy to launch amphibious operations. When the time was right, they immediately issued the order and ordered the establishment of a special amphibious frogmen force. They were now known as the Amphibious Frogmen Combat Unit. It had been less than 2 years since it was established the year before last, and now it was changed to amphibious. Such a big reform would make any soldier who knew about it happy. What did this mean? This shows that the growth of our country's national strength and military strength, as well as the conditions for war reserves, are maturing day by day. As a Special Forces soldier who guarded every inch of the country's land, how could he not be excited? Only when the country is strong can the people be strong. Only when the country is strong can the people be at peace. When they talked about the reform, Xia Jinyuan came over and made the atmosphere of the discussion more technical and academic. Wearing the jungle combat uniform, they were very clear that our country's current national defense technology and military equipment construction had entered a stage of rapid development. They needed to move forward with the times, and they could not be complacent and end up as useless chess pieces and retire with regret. When the devil came, the discussion reached an unprecedented level of excitement. Yi Qian, who was still a military school student, had his eyes shining, and his little face was faintly red with excitement. Chapter 1851. There will be big moves next. We are the Navy of South Island. Facing the complicated geographical environment of the sea in South Island, all navies must have amphibious capabilities. So the next move is to have the Navy engage in a full-scale amphibious operation to meet the current needs and future needs. This was Li Jinyan's speech. After hearing it, Yi Qian gave him and Xia Jinyuan many thumbs up in her heart. Although she didn't care about military affairs in her previous life, she had seen on TV that our army had held several large-scale exercises at sea in the next 10 years, which was the full-scale amphibious operation that Li Jinyan was talking about now. The future hadn't come yet, but they had already realized and prepared for it. Yi Qian could already hear the ups and downs of her excitement. The blood in her body flowed faster, and she was so excited that small beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. How lucky she was to be able to fight side by side with them. When we move from mechanization to digitalization, there will definitely be a full-scale 3-army drill. Those who sail on the sea, fly in the sky, and run on the ground will all gather. Brothers, when we meet again at that time, how delightful it will be. How delightful, how delightful. As a female soldier, Yi Qian was even more ambitious when she heard this, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Life was like a white steed passing through a crack, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared between heaven and earth. In her previous life, she died an ordinary and cowardly death, so in this life, she must not waste her time. She must live a vigorous life. Those insidious villains were nothing. They spent their lives calculating, but they didn't know that they miscalculated their own lives. Whether it was Yi Ying or Du Jie, their world didn't have magnificent scenery, only darkness like a trench. Yi Qian's world was vast and boundless, and the army was her life stage. She would dance the most beautiful dance and live the most brilliant life. Come on, stack one. Stack one for the many times we will train and exercise together in the future. When the time comes, no one can be left out. In the depths of the dense forest, dozens of big hands were stacked. As there were too many people, some of the brothers stepped on another brother's knee and sat directly on his comrade's shoulder. To the special forces, this kind of stacking was a piece of cake. 22 Army Special Forces soldiers and 22 Navy Special Forces soldiers formed 2 teams. Their outstretched hands were stacked on top of one another. Because they were all wearing camouflage suits for jungle combat, there were also strips of lucky camouflage on the outside. From afar, they looked like 2 big trees with vines growing out of them. It was a spectacular sight. Qing Niao, our bridge is yours. Let's go. The comrade sitting on the top floor shouted. Yi Qian, who was the last to reach the top, jumped and ran. The comrade on the second floor reached out and firmly grabbed her outstretched hand. With a lift, Yi Qian agilely climbed to the second floor, then quickly climbed to the third floor. She stood in the middle like a flagpole between the 2 teams. She stretched out her arms and placed her hands on top of the large hands of her comrades. 1, 2, 3, for our next meeting in the future, all the best. Come on. Come on. All her comrades shouted together. Their voices weren't loud, but they were so uniform that it was as if one person was saying it. Although their voices were low, their momentum was great, like the low chime of a morning bell that reverberated in the depths of the valley. This was the friendship of a comrade, a friendship that went through life and death, and entrusted their backs to each other. Although they didn't make a sound, it was as deep as the sea and as vast as the sky. Chapter 1852. The promise of not one less was their promise to each other, as well as to themselves. However, they were special forces soldiers who walked on a knife's edge. Perhaps one day, they would fall off the knife and the cold gleam of the knife would pierce through their hearts. That would be an eternity. K7 chewed on this promise and committed it to memory. Looking at his comrades hugging each other and saying goodbye, he felt a slight warmth in his cold heart. Some people said that he was too cold and inhumane, and that it would be best for him to be reformed in the army. Perhaps he would be able to cover his face with his heart by going through life and death situations with the soldiers. He didn't say no, and a week later, someone sent him to the army. How many years had it been? It had been 8 years since he graduated from medical school when he was 19 years old, and now he was 27 years old. It had been so many years, but he had never thought of leaving the army. He had never thought of going home. The figure in front of him was so lively, so loyal, so why should he leave? This was his comrade. His comrade who had gone through life and death with him. After folding his arms, K7 stood far away. Looking at his comrades hugging each other, there was a smile in his eyes. Then, there was a smile on his pale face. In the end, his lips, which were rarely curved, were raised high. He walked very quickly, as if he was chasing after something. When he walked in front of a member of the Storm Commandos, he suddenly reached out and hugged him tightly. "See you next time, brother." It was the most common farewell hug, but the Snowfield Brigade members who saw it looked as if they had discovered a new continent. They stared at K7, who had never hugged his comrades before. The one who was hugged was Whale. He didn't know about K7's personal situation and habits, so he hugged him back and said, of course, of course." When he let go, the big smile on his face really blinded the eyes of his teammates in the Snowfield Brigade. His bad habit was gone. He could even hug his comrade. Fuck. When did it get better? Why didn't they know? Yi Qian didn't know either, but he noticed that Xia Jinyuan and the others' expressions were a little strange, so he asked softly, "Why are you guys so shocked when K7 hugged Whale? Isn't that normal?" "It's not normal." K7, who graduated from medical school at the age of 19, never hugged anyone. It was the same in the army before, and it was the same in the Snowfield Brigade. He has a psychological trauma, so everything is normal except for hugging, Xia Jinyuan explained in a low voice with a smile. He took this step, which means that he has overcome his psychological trauma. Hearing that, Yi Qian thought about it carefully and realized that K7 had never hugged his comrades before. Then, he saw him hug his comrades from Storm Commandos one by one. Yi Qian was very happy. Overcoming psychological trauma was not an easy task. "Qing Niao, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to meet again after this farewell. You're a female soldier and the female soldier I admire the most." The great Whale walked over. He couldn't give the female soldier a solid hug, so he just hugged her lightly before letting go. He looked at her with his bright eyes and smiled gently but reluctantly. "Our team is also your team. You are welcome to come and train with us often. The Demon King will also be very happy to have you here." Xia Jinyuan heard the first part of the sentence very well, but the last part made him raise his eyebrows. Why did it sound like there was another layer of meaning? Yi Qian answered seriously, "You guys still have a lot of skills that I haven't learned yet. As long as there are arrangements, I will definitely return to the team." "Ha ha ha, sure, we'll all be waiting for you." Whale's laughter became louder. Chapter 1853. At this moment, they were all looking forward to meeting each other again. They could train together again. The sea, the mountains, the highlands, the Gobi Desert. They had been through all these together. If there was a chance, they would do it again. Big Whale did not know about the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. Now that the training was over, there were no rules between them. Seeing that she agreed readily, he raised his voice and shouted at Li Jinyan, "Captain, do you really like Yi Qian to come over?" His voice was loud and penetrating. With Big Whale as the center point, it spread in all directions. Basically, the members of both teams could hear him clearly. Big Shark, who knew a little about the situation, raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. "Big Whale, you're trying to steal Qing Niao away in front of Q King. You're really bold." When the members of the Storm Commandos heard this, they immediately laughed and continued to tease him. "Of course our captain likes her. Big Whale, do you still need to ask? Look at how well they complete their cooperative training every time. Look at how good their chemistry is. How much do you like her to be able to cooperate so well?" Meanwhile, Major Xiao finally understood that these water ghosts had the same thoughts. They were trying to matchmake his little fox and the Devil King. When the members of the Snowfield Brigade heard this, they could not take it lying down. "Brother, you're not being very nice. This is a female soldier in our team. One moment you were reluctant to let her go, and now you want to steal the beauty of our team. Brother, let's have a good chat. Who was the loudest just now? I can't tell that you guys have such thoughts. Let's go, let's find a quieter place to have a good chat." The people who said this were the members of the Snowfield Brigade who were unaware of the situation. The few who knew, such as G3, J5, Z7, and the scout, young Sparrow Hawk, were already looking at their Q King sympathetically. How pitiful. His girlfriend was stolen from him, but Q King could not do anything about it. Z7 was different from the others. He loved to watch the drama unfold. At this moment, he was enjoying the change in Q King's expression. That's right, he was enjoying it because he was jealous that Q King could see his girlfriend every day. How could Xia Jinyuan not know what his bad friend was like? He glanced at him, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Yi Qian. After a few seconds, he looked at Han Zhang again. This time, his gaze was somewhat provocative. His thin lips curled up slightly. Even his smile was so provocative. That smile really made one's heart itch. It was as if she was directly telling Han Zhang, "Don't think that you can see a good show from me just because of this. Give up." He must have suffered a huge blow. It's a little abnormal. After being provoked, Z7 muttered to himself. Then, his gaze landed on Yi Qian. Q King was so calm and could even reply to them with a provocative look. Could it be that he was not angry because of Yi Qian? Because Yi Qian would do something to make him happy, so he did not mind? Not angry at all. Z7 knew Xia Jinyuan well. After sorting out his thoughts, he immediately put on a straight face and pretended that he had not seen anything. J5 immediately walked over and said in a low voice, "Calm down. They don't know about your relationship with Qing Miao. It's okay if they don't know. Don't get angry. Maintain your composure. Don't make things unpleasant." As a man, watching his girlfriend being paired with another outstanding man, as a man, he felt very embarrassed and aggrieved. Chapter 1854. It was indeed embarrassing to encounter such a situation, but Major Xia Jinyuan was not an ordinary person. Nothing that could make him feel awkward had ever happened before. If his girlfriend was to be mixed up with another man, it would depend on whether that man was interested or not. Li Jinyan did not have feelings for Yi Qian. Since he knew that, why should he jump out? Of course, the most important point was that his girlfriend did not have feelings for another man. All in all, there was no need for him to jump out. He would only feel awkward if he jumped out. He would make everyone feel awkward and Little Fox would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. It did not matter if he was embarrassed. He was a thick-skinned man after all. However, this matter had to be resolved properly. He did not want to make things difficult for Little Fox. As for himself, he was not angry. Other than feeling a little stifled, he was also a little worried. He was worried about when his identity would become open and above board. However, he still had to put on an act. He had to let Little Fox know how aggrieved he was as a boyfriend who could not be exposed to the public. When he heard this, he said, "Don't worry. I still have some manners. The ignorant are innocent. When they find out one day, I will find a way to talk to them about the past. We'll talk about it in the future. Bear with it for now," J5 said and felt like laughing. You have to understand that the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. What's more, Qing Niao is extraordinary. Her talent and appearance are top-notch. The hormones in a man's body will cause trouble, and he will more or less have some fantasies about her. Cough, do you want to take a breather now? Major Xia felt that his comrade was too good at backstabbing him. He had not thought of anything else, but his comrade had thought of everything. What did he mean by, more or less fantasize about being with her? You're not here to comfort me so you can stab me a few times, right? Major Xia stared expressionlessly at his comrade who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fantasize about being with her. If you said, fantasize about being with a girlfriend like Qing Niao, I might be able to accept it. When J5 heard this, he laughed and patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder. He laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. I'm honest. I'm not lying. Please forgive me. An honest man can't go against his conscience and lie. It was good that she was not angry. He was really worried that a dispute would arise because of this. After laughing, J5 said seriously, but this also shows that as long as the two of you don't let the public know about your relationship, something like this will happen again. Q King, in my opinion, if you want to solve this problem, you should just ban the jokes between comrades. It doesn't matter to us guys. We're thick-skinned and flirty. She's a female soldier. If such jokes are made frequently, not only will it affect her mood, but it will also ruin her reputation. Yes, I'll make a statement after they leave. Xia Jinyuan, who had the same intention, nodded lightly. His gaze had already landed on Yi Qian. She still had to solve this problem herself. Due to his status, he had to wait for Demon Kingly to make a statement first before he could stand up. Although the two teams trained together, they were two different teams after all. They had their own captains, so Li Jinyan had to be the one to stand up for the Storm Commandos. Xia Jinyuan, who was born in a military family, knew how to get along with his colleagues. He would not let himself make the mistake of overstepping his authority. Major Xia was also someone who would not let himself be taken advantage of. Since he wanted to let Yi Qian know that he was upset, his expression in the blink of an eye was so pretentious that even J5 silently distanced himself. As expected of a soldier king, he really knew how to act. Chapter 1855. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not realize what Big Whale meant at first. It was only when she heard their banter that she realized what Big Whale was implying. She was not embarrassed. They were just joking, and no one took it seriously. She did not take it to heart, but what about her boyfriend? Yi Qian, who understood what was going on, immediately went to look at her boyfriend. When she turned her head, she saw her boyfriend, Major Xia, looking at her with an extremely resentful gaze. When he saw her looking at him, he even sighed heavily, looking like a resentful husband in his boudoir. Yi Qian felt her scalp go numb. Captain Xia, you are really not suitable to be a resentful husband. She still needed to comfort him. If she put herself in his shoes and someone else used him to make fun of other women, she would also feel uncomfortable. Although she did not have any experience in love, she knew that love was about mutual respect, putting each other in the heart, and always being considerate of each other. Moreover, although the members of the Storm Commandos were joking, this kind of joke should be prohibited. She did not like this. You guys are really bold. You even dare to make fun of your own captain. Your captain is not just anyone, he is the Demon King. I can already foresee that when you guys return, you won't be able to escape from dozens of nautical miles of armed swimming. As soon as Yi Qian finished speaking, all the members of the Storm Commandos immediately looked over. It can't be, right? It was just a joke. With one look, the bolder members were so scared that their hearts trembled. Their Demon King captain already had a cold face, but now he was so cold that his face was expressionless. Everyone knew that the expressionless Demon King was the scariest. Xia Jinyuan was already laughing. Dozens of nautical miles of armed swimming was not an easy task. sighed. They only knew about Little Fox's abilities and character, but they did not know that Little Fox did not like to make such jokes, especially when it came to relationships. Li Jinyan's expression had already become extremely cold. He was a little lawless. There should be a limit to making fun of others. He walked to Big Whale's side coldly. Big Whale knew that he was in trouble. He lowered his head and immediately admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, Captain. I was wrong." He had to admit his mistake immediately. Moreover, his attitude must be sincere. None of the members of the Storm Commandos saw this and immediately grabbed the neck of the comrade who had made a joke. "We're in trouble because of your foul mouths. I still had a few days off when I went back, but now, it's all gone." Just as he finished speaking, the Demon King said coldly, "I originally planned to give you 3 days off to rest. Now it seems that there's no need for that. Go back and challenge the 30 nautical miles of armed swimming." He couldn't say too much, but the punishment was very clear. Whoever dared to make such a joke again would be severely punished. All the members of the Storm Commandos stood straight and accepted their punishment without any objections. Xia Jinyuan walked to his side and fought side by side. His handsome face, which was always smiling, now looked just like the Demon King beside him, cold, sinister, and sharp as a sword. You can joke around, but remember that there's a limit to it. Normally, us men can sit together and chat. We're men and have thick skin, so it doesn't matter. Qing Niao can also take a joke, but you've all made the most basic mistake. Xia Jinyuan's words were not only for the water ghosts, but also for all the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade. You've all forgotten that Qing Niao is a female soldier. You've forgotten that although we're comrades, there's still a difference between men and women. Chapter 1856. I hope that we won't hear jokes like today's in the future. I also hope that everyone can give Qing Niao some face and not make her feel too awkward. After all, she's the only female soldier in our team. With the two captains' statements, the soldiers from both teams realized that they shouldn't have acted this way. They only wanted to keep Qing Niao in their team, but they didn't consider whether Qing Niao would accept it or not. De Jing was the first to apologize, and Yi Qian gladly accepted it. After today's incident, Yi Qian knew that there wouldn't be anyone from both teams who would make fun of him and the Demon King in the future. There wouldn't be any more problems like this either. Yi Qian was very satisfied with the outcome. The helicopter was already in position, and the signal to prepare to board came through the wireless communicator. It was time for the two teams to part ways. The handsome and cold Li Jinyan walked to Yi Qian's side, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. "You'll have your exams when you get back. Do well, don't worry." There was no need to mention anything else. She was going to join the Snowfield Brigade for amphibious warfare, and she still needed to improve her naval combat skills. The chances of her returning to the Storm Commandos training were still very high. Yi Qian saluted this outstanding commander. "Demon King, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to join the Storm Commandos and experience your devilish training. It's good that you're not afraid. If you're afraid, you won't come." Yi Qian replied quickly. "If you're afraid, you won't come." What a big tone. After carefully studying her brows for a while and confirming that she was really not afraid, Li Jinyan's cold smile gradually spread into his eyes. It was like a warm spring breeze, adding color to his handsome face. This kind of female soldier was really admirable and breathtaking. It was as if they were influenced by her inside, so such female soldiers still exist. Li Jinyan nodded slightly, and finally said a word of praise. "You're very good. You've never disappointed anyone. Never letting anyone down. It didn't mean that you only did a good job, but if you did it better than expected, then you would never let anyone down." In the end, Li Jinyan also gently hugged the female soldier who used to be in his team. He hugged her slender but unbending body into his arms. The softness that belonged to a girl softened his calm heart. Work hard. Don't bury your talent. I'm looking forward to your participation in the overseas tournament. With such a female soldier, the male soldiers would feel proud. The helicopter that would pick up the storm commandos would arrive in half an hour. Li Jinyan looked at the time and pointed at the rifle on Yi Qian's back. Before we leave, we need to confirm one last thing. We want to see how you shoot with our own eyes. This matter started when they entered the mountainous area and entered the search shooting competition as well as the accurate shooting with 100 bullets within a time limit of 300 meters competition. When Yi Jian's shooting data came out, she was 0.003 seconds faster than Devil King Li. This meant that when Li Jinyan finished his first shot, Yi Qian had already finished his second shot. For the 300-meter limited shooting, I realized that you don't need to aim at the target in advance to be able to shoot accurately. When Commander Dong got your data, he couldn't wait to come over personally to watch you finish. We're even more curious and want you to teach us. When it came to training, Li Jinyan spoke more than usual. After Yi Qian heard this, he took the rifle from his back. Sure, no problem at all. There are still 14 blanks here. After I finish firing 14 rounds, you should be able to find out the reason. Chapter 1857. The members of the Snowfield Brigade who had been on missions with Yi Qian knew that she had skills that normal people couldn't learn. Even though they knew, they were all very interested when they heard Yi Qian say that she was going to shoot 14 blanks. She wasn't going to choose a target and then complete it. Instead, she was going to choose a target that needed to be hit. For example, 4 meters away, 7 o'clock, second tree, bird's nest. Or, 5 meters from the ground, a tree branch. Next, as long as the Snowfield Brigade announced the target, once Yi Qian's line of sight locked onto them, just like what Li Jinyan had seen before, she didn't need to aim. She just loaded the gun and pulled the trigger to complete the shot. Bang bang bang, continuous gunshots rang out. The water ghosts of the storm commandos saw Yi Qian shoot as if she was aiming at a huge monster. She didn't need to aim at all and just completed the shot. After the 14 blanks were fired, the water ghosts were shocked into silence. What kind of shooting technique was this? Were they a bunch of unqualified Special Forces soldiers? With 14 bullets, it would take some time for each bullet to aim and fire. Qing Niao was just shooting blindly. Bang bang bang. After a series of shots, she was done. The target was done, and so were the bullets. You really didn't have any aiming movements. How did you do it? Li Jinyan had a vague feeling that Yi Qian's shooting technique wasn't something that they could easily learn. Without any aiming movements, a 100% hit rate. Qing Niao, how did you do it? I have this gun in my heart. My eyes see the target, and the gun in my heart is already aiming. From the moment I raised the gun and pulled the trigger, the gun in my heart was alive. I could already feel the bullet eject from the magazine, the cartridge case jump out, and the bullet hit the target through the barrel. It was the same explanation as before. Yi Qian answered truthfully. As for whether they believed it or not, it was up to them. An inconceivable explanation, a visible fact. Even Li Jinyan, who had always been calm about everything, found it hard to accept in an instant. She had this gun in her heart. But it wasn't this gun that completed the shooting in the mountains. Raising the question again, for the first time, the calm Lieutenant Commander Guanlai was a little anxious. Yi Qian smiled. Yes, as long as it's a gun that I'm familiar with, I'll always have that gun in my heart. Li Jinyan got another inconceivable answer, but he knew that this was the correct answer. After a long while, he slowly said, I think we won't be able to learn it. In the past, we all wanted to learn and tried, but in the end, we gave up. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, because no one can have this gun in their heart when they get it. Only she can do that. Thinking about it, Yi Qian was groomed as a Special Forces member of the Snowfield Brigade, so the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade would definitely be the first to know about it. Since they were familiar with the battlefield, they would naturally want to learn as well. Unfortunately, no one could do it. Indeed, we can't do it. I know that without even trying. Li Jinyan got an unbelievable answer. He smiled helplessly and said, Commander Dong told me that since Qing Niao can't become a Marine, then we should learn her shooting skills. After a slight pause, he added, when I go back and report this, Commander Dong will be secretly upset for a while. After listening to her explanation, the shock on the faces of the water ghosts didn't disappear for a long time. They tried to think about it in their hearts and even raised the rifles in their hands. In the end, their first action was still to aim. Chapter 1858. Have a gun in their hearts. Yes, they all had a gun in their hearts, but this gun was dead, not alive. Unlike what Qing Niao said, the gun in her heart could still be aimed and fired. They couldn't learn this ability. Li Jinyan, who originally wanted to ask about how to quickly change the magazine, felt that it was unnecessary. He was afraid that he would get another unbelievable answer. However, Yi Qian said, because I have this gun in my heart, I know how many bullets have been fired and how many bullets are left in the magazine. When there are 3 to 4 bullets left in the magazine, I can change the magazine with one hand. During the process of changing the magazine, all 3 to 4 bullets have been fired, and I can just remove the old magazine and reload it with a new one. I don't need to wait for the tracer to appear or pay attention to the warning of the magazine. She explained the last question in his heart. Li Jinyan nodded lightly. I understand. It's all based on the fact that you have a living gun in your heart. As he spoke, he looked at Xia Jinyuan and lowered his voice slightly. Fortunately, you joined the army and didn't get buried. Fortunately, she was a Chinese soldier and one of them. If such an enemy appeared on the battlefield, they would tremble without thinking about it. Yi Qian nodded and said, you can say that. Previously, the Navy commander also told me that I also wanted all my comrades to learn how to shoot. However, Q King and the others have all tried, and they didn't achieve the expected effect. Because we can't do it, we'll never be able to achieve it. Xia Jinyuan said helplessly. At that time, he was very interested and thought that he might be able to do it too. However, it turned out that he was thinking too much. The water ghosts of the storm commandos touched their faces. Alright, it was time for them to wake up. Don't think about learning Qing Niao's shooting skills. Before they saw it for themselves, they were all delusional. Outside the dense forest, the faint rumbling sound of propellers could be heard. It pulled the water ghosts back from their shock and they looked up at the sky. The helicopter to take them back to South Island had arrived. After receiving all the explanations, Li Jinyan smiled at the female soldier who had once again surprised him. He turned around and faced the water ghosts behind him. His cold voice rang out with extreme harshness, everyone, assemble. Li Jinyan, who turned around with a smile, was the cold and seemingly ruthless young lieutenant commander. It turned out that the 22 members of the Storm Commandos had gathered within a minute, and the last seat in the front row was empty. This used to be Yi Qian's seat. Without Yi Qian, their original number was reduced to 21. The empty space reminded them that the female soldier Qing Niao would not return to the South Island with them. Their resolute gazes fell upon Yi Qian. Even if they were reluctant to part, they still had to bid farewell. Attention, salute. As Xia Jinyuan's commanding voice sounded, all his comrades straightened their backs like steel plates, raised their right hands neatly, and saluted the departing figure. The green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again. Sigh, if Qing Niao was in our team, she might be sitting opposite me now. Daxia, who had boarded the plane, looked at the empty seat opposite him, and his reluctance to part with her was evident in his words. When the other commandos who came in with him heard this, they did not say anything. They only sighed and looked at the empty seat opposite them. If Qing Niao were to board the plane, she might be on the same plane as them. Chapter 1859. Soon, the empty seat was taken by a comrade who boarded the plane. Sea Anemone looked at Daxia, who was staring at him with a strange expression. "What are you looking at?" "You're sitting in Qing Niao's seat." Sea Anemone turned to look at the cabin door. He remained silent until the door closed. "She didn't board the plane, and she won't board the plane. Qing Niao isn't a soldier in our team. She can't board the plane with us. Also, we did something stupid just now. Q King scared me when he said that. We didn't consider Qing Niao's position. She's a female soldier who deserves our respect. We won't say anything like that again. You can't learn her shooting skills even if you want to. She can shoot accurately without aiming." I was a little shocked when I first heard her say that. It's not that she didn't aim, but she already did it in her heart. She also said that as long as it's a gun she's familiar with, that gun will live in her heart. Daxia, whose eyes were full of admiration, still found it unbelievable. From this point alone, it shows that she's more familiar with guns and ammunition than we are. I suspect that she's very familiar with all the known types of guns from all over the world. His words made the water ghosts who boarded the plane gasp. If that's the case, how terrifying is that? It's already terrifying. If it gets scarier. I'm just glad that she's a soldier from our side and not an enemy. Daxia sighed. His words were full of admiration for Yi Qian. Female soldier Yi Qian is rare, rare. That's true. Fortunately, she's a soldier from our side. We can rest assured. We can rest assured. We'll have to worry about the enemies she faces in her missions in the future. Why isn't she a female soldier from our team? Wishful thinking. That's impossible. The water ghosts said one after another. Their admiration for Yi Qian could be seen from their expressions. Female soldier Yi Qian, codenamed Qing Niao, was a female soldier who was braver than the male soldiers. She had incredible shooting skills. The more he interacted with her, the more he was attracted to her unyielding spirit. The more he was attracted to her, the more he could discover each of her strengths. In the end, he would be convinced by her and admire her. This was probably the so-called charisma. Li Jinyan was the last to board the plane. When he reached the cabin door, he turned around and saluted all the members of the Snowfield Brigade who had saluted him. He then nimbly retracted his right hand and turned around to board the plane. When there was a reunion, there would be a separation, and when there was a separation, there would be a reunion. There would be a day when the brothers of the two teams would meet again. The members of the Snowfield Brigade raised their heads and watched the two helicopters pick up the storm commandos until they could no longer see the fuselages of the helicopters. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing at the front, turned around and faced all his comrades. He reorganized the team and gave them instructions on what to do next. First, everyone should submit a training report and a combat report. We can discuss in groups and submit one report. Second, we need to write down the suggestions for the exoskeleton power equipment we're going to wear in the Gobi Desert, as well as the problems we found when using it. The equipment experts are still waiting for our feedback. Marching and fighting were not a problem, but the report was a pain in the ass for this group of Special Forces soldiers who were trained in science and engineering. Everyone, including Xia Jinyuan, did not want to write it. Yi Qian looked at them and wanted to laugh. You're the one who said you wanted to write a report, but now you look like you don't want to. You'll affect the rest of the team when they write their reports. Chapter 1860. I was influenced by the veterans. It was my first year in the team. Do you know what the first thing the J5 said to me was? He said, "Finally, someone who can write a report. And from then on, I don't want to write anymore." The tired Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes as he spoke. They didn't leave in a helicopter like the water ghosts. Instead, they left in a truck, arrived at the military airport, and flew back to the base. This time, they didn't alert the local troops when they entered the mountain for training. They only used 4 trucks from the local troops and prepared enough fuel to drive the trucks into the mountain. Now, they naturally had to drive the trucks to leave. Yi Qian, who was driving, saw this and said softly, "Stop talking. Go to sleep." Xia Jinyuan, who was both physically and mentally exhausted, was already silent. His head was tilted to the side of the window. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and he had already fallen asleep. Yi Qian quickly sized him up. When he saw the obvious fatigue between his brows, his heart ached. The car was driven very steadily. Xia Jinyuan didn't wake up even when K7 came to take over. "Drive in a flat area. He's quite tired," Yi Qian whispered as he handed over the car keys. "Let him have a good sleep." K7 smiled and made an "okay" gesture. After Yi Qian got into the car, he glanced at Q King, who was sleeping soundly, and chuckled. "If you and Yi Qian can really develop a relationship, it's not bad." He didn't care that the sleeping person couldn't hear him. After he finished speaking, he started the car. After Yi Qian arrived at the airport, she flew to the city where the university was located. She followed Xia Jinyuan and took a direct flight to Beijing. Principal Chen was still in the hospital. She wanted to visit this person who still cared about her at the brink of death. She didn't allow Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan to inform him. When the plane arrived at Beijing's airport, it was already past 2 in the morning. When they arrived at the military hospital, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Yi Qian, who did not even have time to wash up, got out of the car in his jungle combat uniform. He did not walk but instead ran towards the lobby. After taking a look at the hospital's map, he ran through the lobby and headed towards the sanatorium. Xia Jinyuan ran with her while contacting the sanatorium. Visiting Principal Chen was not something that could be done at will. The guards had to be ordered to let them in. Even though the Southern Province People's Hospital found out that it was indeed the nurse's mistake, the military did not let down their guard because of this. A world-class sniper had almost died due to a medical accident, so the Southern Province People's Hospital should be punished. Yi Qian ran all the way. It took her less than 5 minutes to get out of the car and reach Headmaster Chen's ward. The old squad leader is already resting. After recuperation, he slept quite well this week. His meals are also up to standard. All his bodily functions are up to standard for discharge. He can be discharged after another half a month of treatment. The guard already knew that the female soldier in front of him was the squad leader's only relative. He didn't even need Yi Qian to ask before he told her everything. The squad leader wanted to leave the hospital half a month ago, but was stopped by the commander-in-chief. After that, the squad leader never mentioned it again. But what? Through the glass in the ward, Yi Qian looked at Principal Chen, whose arm was still hooked up to an 4 drip. His face was much thinner than before. Yi Qian did not realize that she had already shed a lot of tears. The guard paused for a moment before she felt the saltiness of the tears in her mouth. The guard quickly looked at the teary female soldier and lowered his voice. The squad leader agreed, but one night, he wanted to sneak out. After he was discovered, the commander-in-chief sent 6 guards to keep an eye on him. This was indeed Uncle Chen's style. Yi Qian smiled with tears in her eyes. Chapter 1861. There was only one light in the room, and it quietly shone a warm light in the corner. The layout of a normal intensive care unit did not have as many terrifying instruments as the intensive care unit. A few green potted plants on the windowsill added a touch of gentleness to the snowy white room. Yi Qian did not go directly into the room. Instead, she chose to stand outside and watch quietly. Uncle Chen's sleep had not been very good. If she went in, she would wake him up. Yi Qian looked away and lowered her head to wipe away her tears. She thanked the responsible guards. Thank you very much for your hard work during this period. You and your comrades can go back to your room to rest. I'll keep watch here. It's our duty to take care of the old squad leader. You don't have to be so polite. The guard was also very young. He was about 23 or 24 years old. He was a little embarrassed by Yi Qian's politeness. He said shyly, "We have 3 shifts. Our comrades in the morning shift will arrive on time at 7 o'clock. The 2 of us can go back to rest then. There's no need to rest. The 3 of us can keep watch. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me. My comrades and I have always been here when the old squad leader was admitted to the hospital. We know more about the old squad leader's condition than the comrades in the morning shift. It was her duty to not leave her post at will. It was her fault. The normal intensive care unit arranged was very humane. It was similar to a bedroom and a living room. The only difference was that the living room was smaller, but family members could rest while keeping watch. There used to be a foldable bed, but it had been moved out and replaced with 2 round stools made of steel without backs. Although there were high stools, it was obvious that they were just for decoration. The guards had never sat on them before. The plastic packaging on the stools was in good condition. There were no traces of friction at all. Yi Qian moved the plastic stools out and began to ask Principal Qin about his condition during his stay. Another guard stood outside the corridor. The first day he was transferred from Nan province was indeed dangerous. All of his organs showed signs of failure. The first thing we did when we received the old squad leader was to send him to the emergency room. Yi Qian's heart clenched as soon as he heard the beginning of the story. His hands on his knees clenched into fists. His life could be in danger at any time due to organ failure. While she was gone, her family was experiencing life and death. The old squad leader's will to live is very tenacious. He survived 2 big risks. The experts later said that it was a miracle that he survived. After surviving the most dangerous week, the old squad leader will be able to speak a few words to us. Previously, when the old squad leader woke up during the day, he would only open his eyes slightly and would not be able to say a single word. Yi Qian's eyes reddened again, but he did not cry. This was because Uncle Qin had once said, "As a soldier, I would rather bleed than cry." She didn't want Uncle Qin to see her crying when he woke up. In this life, she could not disappoint those who wished her well. Although it was said that people lived for themselves, she understood that living for yourself meant being responsible for yourself. However, you still needed to take care of your family and live for those who wished you well. The old squad leader survived the most dangerous week. His organs were damaged. There was still a possibility of complications, but the risk was low. To be on the safe side, he stayed in the intensive care unit for another week before the experts confirmed that he could be transferred to normal intensive care. Chapter 1862. The guard was a male soldier with a sharp tongue. During the 1 month that Principal Qin had been in the military hospital, he finished speaking in less than 10 sentences. Even so, Yi Qian's nails dug into his palms as he listened. How was it just 1 week of resuscitation? It was clearly 2 weeks of resuscitation. If the wrong medicine was used during the foredrip, the serious cases would go into shock and die on the spot. Uncle Qin discovered the wrong medicine within 3 minutes of the foredrip and fell into a coma. What if the foredrip lasted for another 3 minutes? Even though Principal Qin had made it through safely, Yi Qian's body trembled uncontrollably whenever he thought about it. Yi Qian clenched his fists even tighter to control his trembling body. He didn't show it on his face as he gently closed his eyes. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thank goodness nothing happened to Uncle Chin. Otherwise, she didn't know what kind of destructive things she would have done. Grandpa Jen had already left her and Uncle Chin was the only family she had left. She only hoped that Uncle Chin would be healthy and live a long life. Outside, Xia Jinyuan had already obtained the detailed medical records of Principal Chen's hospitalization. He also received the results of the investigation by the Southern Province Police and the punishment by the Southern Province People's Hospital. The nurse was chatting and accidentally injected the intravenous medicine from a heart patient into Uncle Chen's foredrip. The side effects of this medicine were vasodilatory headache, arterial spasm, respiratory paralysis, and death by asphyxia. Because Uncle Chen's medicine was not mixed with this medicine, even though it was discovered in time, there were still serious side effects. If the guards from the military hadn't discovered it in time, at this very moment, his little fox would have lost her last family member. Xia Jinyuan didn't go in immediately. Instead, he called Commander-in-Chief Xiao's personal cell phone. He needed to clarify the situation. Commander-in-Chief Xia was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone at 3:40 a.m. When he saw who was calling, he answered the call and asked, "Are you at the airport or the hospital?" "Hospital. I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Dad." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing by the window in the corridor, glanced around and said in a low voice, "Dad, I just received 2 investigation reports. The military suspects that Uncle Chin may have been murdered." "Did the military find something?" When he received the investigation report from the Southern Province Police and the military, he found out that the first thing the military thought of when something happened to Uncle Chin was murder. Only then did he realize that although Uncle Chin had been sacrificed for more than 10 years, he was still in danger. Otherwise, the army would not have immediately thought of murder and not medical malpractice. Commander-in-Chief Xia put on a coat and got out of bed. He walked to the desk in the bedroom and sat down. Yes, that's what the military suspected at first, but after investigation, it was determined that it was a medical accident. What? Do you still have questions? Dad, my main point is that the military suspects murder. Is there any movement abroad? I've seen Uncle Chen's information. There's an organization abroad that hasn't given up looking for Uncle Chen. Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice as he looked around to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. His gaze was as cold as a sword as he slowly and naturally glanced around. Has Uncle Chen's whereabouts been exposed? No, you're thinking too much. Chen Dongfeng's whereabouts have not been exposed yet. While the Southern Province Police are investigating, the military is also investigating. There's no movement abroad. Commander-in-Chief Xiao's tone was a little serious. He was sitting by the desk in his pajamas. The light from the desk lamp illuminated a corner. He warned his son, "It's fine as long as you know about this organization. I don't want to hear it from you again before the military mentions it. You need to keep Xiao Ye's side a secret. This is the military's idea and Chen Dongfeng's personal idea." Chapter 1863. Xia Jinyuan was relieved. But no matter what kind of accident it was, little Fox would not let it go so easily. She could not let it go. As her boyfriend, he naturally supported her in her investigation. "Okay, I got it. Dad, get some rest. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." "Come back tomorrow." Commander-in-Chief Xia did not think he needed him to take the time to come back to see him, but he said seriously, "You don't have to come back. If you bring little Yi back, I'll welcome you. Then you should go to the military." "Sorry to disturb you." Major Xia smiled and said goodbye, then took the initiative to hang up the phone. He couldn't meet Old Man Xia alone. Whenever they met, Old Man Xia would always mock him. It was the type of person who would feel uncomfortable if he didn't mock him. Fortunately, he was mature now and did not argue with him. Otherwise, the father and son would have a fight. Xia Jinyuan stared at the phone for a few seconds and said softly, "Old man, I'll keep a close eye on your daughter-in-law." Commander-in-Chief Xiao listened to the rapid beeping sound and could not help but smile and shake his head. "Little brat, you should spend more time with your girlfriend. Don't follow in my footsteps." All parents in the world were pitiful. The dignified commander-in-chief was also like an ordinary parent, deeply caring for the devil incarnate's son that he spoke of. Knowing that it had nothing to do with a foreign organization, Xia Jinyuan's footsteps became lighter. However, it did not mean that he did not have any other questions. On the contrary, he had a lot of questions. Xia Jinyuan, who was chatting with the guard outside the door, began to ask a few questions. The content of his questions was different from Yi Qian's. He mainly asked if anyone had come to visit and if anyone from the southern province had come to inquire. Other than Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan, no one else from the southern province had the opportunity to visit. He only asked if anyone had come to inquire about the situation. The People's Hospital of the southern province has sent people here many times. The military has issued a strict order not to leak any information about the squad leader. The General Military Hospital strictly followed the order and did not release any information. The people from the People's Hospital of the southern province still do not know about the squad leader's situation. Other than the People's Hospital of the southern province, only Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan from the southern province visited him once half a month ago. In other words, there were no other suspicious people in southern province. Then, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes as he read the report. His eyes were dark and unfathomable. This was what Uncle Qin had said to cooperate with the military's investigation. The military had asked him if anyone had come to the Southern Province People's Hospital while he was hospitalized, if he had any conflicts with anyone, or if anyone had come uninvited, and so on. The rest of the answers were fine. Only the part about Yi Jifan made him feel a little strange. He couldn't tell what was strange about it, but he couldn't tell what was wrong with it. However, he didn't know why he felt strange when Uncle Qin said, "I don't have any personal grudges with Director Yi." It didn't mean much, but it could be understood as, personal grudges existed. Since that was the case, then Uncle Chen's next sentence, "If an official knows the law, I don't think he needs to do something that will ruin his career. My case is actually just an ordinary medical accident." I don't think could be used as a way of saying, I don't think he is sure of himself and has a certain degree of suspicion. Little Fox had been insulted and framed by Yi Jifan and his family. She almost couldn't attend high school normally. During the college entrance examination, Yi Jifan had used underhanded means to frame Little Fox. As a family member, Uncle Qin already hated Yi Jifan to the core. How could he say, "I don't have any personal grudges with him"? Chapter 1864. And the last sentence, "My matter is actually just a normal medical matter," made him feel strange. It was as if he was intentionally trying to absolve Yi Jifan. That's right. That was why he felt so strange. Uncle Chen's words made him feel as if he was intentionally trying to absolve Yi Jifan, but at the same time, he was angry. That's why he said things like, "It doesn't really matter," and "I think," which contradicted what he said at the end. Did Uncle Chen think that there was something wrong with Yi Jifan? Or could it be that he sensed something? How could Yi Jifan have the guts to harm Uncle Qin? Why would he harm Uncle Qin? What would require him to do so? What could Yi Jifan gain by harming Uncle Qin? Was he not afraid of being exposed and losing his official position in the end? Yi Jifan was a smart and cautious official. Even when Little Fox had such a bad relationship with his family, he did not do anything irrational. Even when Yin got into trouble during the college entrance exams, he did not do anything irrational. How could such a person suddenly harm Uncle Qin? For a moment, Xia Jinyuan was unable to make sense of Principal Chen's statement about cooperating with the military's investigation. He originally planned to show Little Fox the military's investigation report, but he decided to wait and listen to Uncle Chen's explanation first. Yi Qian did not ask for too long. She got up and looked at the sleeping Principal Chen through the glass. Her chapped lips were tightly pressed together, and her gaze was like that of a child who was afraid of losing something. It was as if she was afraid that if she blinked, everything would disappear. How could she not be afraid? In her previous life, Yi Qian longed for family and love, but even until her death, she was alone. In this life, she got what she wanted and made up for the regrets of her previous life. Uncle Jen had already passed away, and Yi Qian was most worried about Principal Chen. In addition, she knew the identity of Principal Chen, so she was even more afraid of losing her last family member. She was really scared, really scared. Even if she was a strong-willed soldier, she was still afraid of losing her family. If you keep watching like this, you'll wake up Uncle Chen even if you don't go in. Xia Jinyuan gently pushed open the door and walked in. He pulled Yi Qian away and told her not to keep looking at him. Seeing her looking at him like that, the sadness in her background made him feel as if there was something stuck in his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. Her sadness made his heart ache the most. He really wanted to ask her why she would occasionally feel the sadness of the twilight. It was like a thick ink that couldn't be dissolved, isolating the entire world. He couldn't help but feel flustered. He had to ask. He had to ask. Uncle Chen was still lying in the hospital. If he asked her now, she would definitely say that she was worried about Uncle Chen. It's all in the past. Little Fox, Uncle Chen is still fine. Why are you sad? You should be happy. Xia Jinyuan patted her shoulder and said to the guard, "The two of us will keep watch here. We'll trouble you if we need anything." Yes. The guard saluted, opened the door, and left. Yi Qian, who was pulled back to reality, knew that something was wrong with her. She lowered her head and took a deep breath before turning around. Captain Xia was right. If she continued watching, Uncle Chen would definitely wake up. She turned around and saw the folder in his hand. Her eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. She asked in a low voice, "Did you get everything?" "Yes, they're all here. You can take a look first." After entering the hospital, he went straight to get the backup of the medical records and the investigation report from the Southern Province Police. Yi Qian went straight to the recuperation building. Looking at Yi Qian, who looked normal and didn't look sad at all, Xia Jinyuan looked at her with pity and said gently, "Sit down and watch. If you're tired, lean against the wall and rest for a while." Chapter 1865. The two guards stood outside and he placed two round stools against the wall. When Yi Qian sat down, he lifted her legs and placed them on his thighs. His slender fingers massaged her with moderate strength. "I took a look at him just now. Uncle Chen's condition is recovering well. He can be discharged in a week." The medical record was written in great detail, including the daily changes in Principal Chen's condition. The previous week, when he was in critical condition, the doctor kept watch over him. There was a detailed record every half an hour. After hearing from the guards, Yi Qian felt much calmer after reading the medical record. When she saw the suggestion written on the last page, Yi Qian smiled. "Yes, he can be discharged. I calculated the time. I'll be able to pick up Uncle Chen after my exams. 2 days earlier than you. The exams in military academies are slightly longer than those in normal high schools." She smiled. Xia Jinyuan also felt very happy. After he's discharged, Uncle Chen can't return to Nan province for the time being. Why don't I arrange for Uncle Chen to live in the government's family compound? Then I'll transfer 2 guards to take care of Uncle Chen's daily life. Since it concerned Principal Chen's daily life, Yi Qian nodded without hesitation. As long as Uncle Chen is willing, I have no objections. However, Although she didn't hesitate, Yi Qian frowned when she thought about Principal Chen's status. She thought for a while before continuing, with Uncle Chen's status, it doesn't seem appropriate for him to live in a crowded place, especially in a government agency's family compound. Do you think they'll recognize Uncle Chen? What she said made sense. Xia Jinyuan fell silent for a moment. When Uncle Chen wakes up, we'll ask him for his opinion. Also, let's take a look at the military's arrangements. Yi Qian flipped to the Nan Province Police Investigation Report. As soon as her gaze landed on it, the smile on her beautiful face disappeared. Her indifferent expression suddenly became sharp. The results of the investigation were, the nurse made mistakes in her work, and murder was ruled out. The word murder was like 2 bullets hitting her heart with a bang. Her brain and nerves immediately caused a thick fog of blood to appear before her eyes. She looked up and stared at Xia Jinyuan with her red eyes. She asked angrily, "Murder? Why did the military suspect murder at first?" At that time, Captain Xia had told him that Uncle Chen's accident was due to a problem with his foredrip. He did not mention that it was suspected of being a murder. "Like you, I only found out after receiving the 2 reports." The military first suspected murder, then asked the Southern Province Police to investigate thoroughly. After 20 days of investigation, the Southern Province Police concluded that it was indeed a medical accident and ruled out murder. The military also concluded the investigation and confirmed that it was a medical accident and not a murder. Yi Qian looked at him as she spoke in a low voice. She flipped to the military investigation report. Her side profile was thin and sharp, and her chin was tense the whole time. When she saw the military's question about Yi Jifan, Xia Jinyuan clearly felt that her entire body's hostility had suddenly multiplied. He could see a strong murderous intent on her face. "Calm down and read slowly," Xia Jinyuan calmly reminded her. His hands kept massaging her tense thighs and calves. After finishing the mountain training, everyone's legs were so sore that every step they took hurt their muscles. When Yi Qian rushed to the hospital and jumped out of the car, the muscles in her legs went out of control. She staggered a few steps before stabilizing herself and not falling. She was a girl who could endure. No matter how tough or tiring it was, she could grit her teeth and endure it. Chapter 1866. She was so good at controlling herself that it made him a little worried. He was afraid that if he held back too much, he would end up hurting her. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he would help her loosen her muscles and bones and check if there were any bone injuries. There was an old saying in the army, recruits are more trustworthy, veterans are more sick, and there are more problems that are neither old nor new. The phrase, veterans are more sick, meant that after being in the army for a long time, they would have problems all over their bodies, especially their knees. If they didn't take good care of them, they would be plagued with illnesses and it would affect their future battles. He increased the strength of his massage, and Yi Jianjian felt the pain. The red in her eyes that were staring at him gradually faded, and she slowly regained her calm. Yi Jifan's mother has been recuperating at the People's Hospital of Nan Province. Uncle Chen had gastric bleeding and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan were running up and down with their men, so it was inevitable that they would run into Yi Jifan. The report contained a conversation between Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan. Yi Jifan did run into them by accident. The military also questioned Uncle Chen privately. Uncle Chen said that it had nothing to do with Yi Jifan. "Yi Qian, even if you're angry now, it's useless. Sometimes, things are just so coincidental that it seems like a case of murder." Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian coldly. Even his voice was cold. "The things in the report have already been investigated. What's there to be angry about? Yi Jifan only came to visit Uncle Chen once. How could you lose control of your emotions so easily? If he really had bad intentions, he would be happier if you lost control of your emotions." You can only handle things calmly. Anger will only make things worse. Yi Qian, you need to calm down right now. With that said, Xia Jinyuan took the file without hesitation. You need to calm down right now. Get some sleep and wait for Uncle Chen to wake up. Yi Qian knew that he was in a bad mood, so he didn't refute Xia Jinyuan's words. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. Okay, I'll rest for a while. I'll look at it after I calm down. I'll ask the guards to bring a folding bed over. You can rest here. In her current situation, it was better not to look at it anymore. If she also noticed the strangeness of Uncle Chen's words, her emotions would only fluctuate even more. It seemed that Yi Jifan's influence on Yi Qian was still quite big, even bigger than Yi Ying's appearance. The guard brought the foldable bed over, not forgetting to bring 2 quilts that reeked of disinfectant. Let's each take half a side. There was only one folding bed. Yi Qian, who was hugging the quilt, suggested, I'll sleep on this side, and you can sleep on the other side. Let's rest together. It was tiring enough to accompany her. She couldn't let him suffer. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan gestured to the small foldable bed. I'm afraid that if I lie down, the foot of the bed will break. I don't choose a place to sleep. You should rest. Last week, her period had just ended. She had to train twice in a row and didn't rest in bed for a single day. It was said that girls must pay attention to keeping warm once a month, otherwise there would be endless trouble. She had run in the rain and rolled in the snow for 2 months in a row. Now that she was back and had a place to sleep, how could he let her suffer? She was afraid that he would suffer, and he was afraid that she would suffer. In the end, the Major's domineering personality kicked in. He carried Yi Qian and placed him directly on the long table. You're so dishonest. You have to insist on arguing with me. Don't you know that I'm actually more stubborn than anyone else? Who can argue with me? Don't move, don't talk. Uncle Chen is still sleeping inside. The domineering Major was in high spirits. He bent down and personally took off Yi Qian's military boots and jacket. Chapter 1867. Yi Qian really couldn't move. If she moved, the long table she was sitting on would creak. Not only was she afraid of waking Uncle Chen up, she was also afraid of alerting the 2 guards standing outside. After taking off his jacket, Yi Qian hurriedly covered his belt with her hands. You can't take off your pants. It'll make it easier for me to get up in the morning. She felt a little unnatural, afraid that he would really take off her pants. No, I'm not thinking of taking them off. Seeing her unnatural expression, Xia Jinyuan lowered his head to hold back his laughter and carried her to the foldable bed. Go to sleep. Have a good night's sleep. We can still sleep for 3 hours after the shift changes at 7. We've overworked our brains during this period of time, so we need to rest well. It won't be too late to think about things when we wake up. Faced with the determined Major, Yi Qian lay down in bed and got up on her elbows. She still asked worriedly, how are you going to sleep? Get the guards to bring another layer of blankets and sleep on the floor. Xia Jinyuan hugged the blankets and put his feet on the long table. He leaned against the corner of the wall that was warmed by the heater and raised his eyebrows. This is good. The heater is facing us, so we don't have to worry about catching a cold. It was still winter in the capital, so the hospital was still using central heating. Yi Qian watched him close his eyes, as if he was too tired to say another word. Only then did she lay back down gently on the bed. She was a person who could calm down quickly. She was no longer as angry as she was before. She snuggled a little deeper into the bed, only her short black hair was visible, so he couldn't tell if she had closed her eyes or fallen asleep. Xia Jinyuan quietly opened his eyes and saw that she was lying motionless under the blankets. Only then did he relax and close his eyes again. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, and he soon fell asleep. The shift changed at 7 o'clock. Xia Jinyuan only slept for 2 hours before opening his eyes. Sleeping in this position was not comfortable at all. 2 hours was his limit. His legs were long and slender to begin with, so when he put them down, they were like a bridge. When he put them down, his legs were numb and didn't feel like his own legs at all. He only gently put on his military boots when his blood flow returned to normal. 2 hours of deep sleep had swept away most of the fatigue in his body. He stood up and looked into the room. He met the eyes of Principal Chin, who had just woken up less than 10 minutes ago. The two of you are too good at tormenting people. Why didn't you go to the hotel next door to rest? Can you sleep well if you sleep outside? Principal Chen lectured a little unhappily. After more than 40 days of high-intensity training, you should have a good rest when you come back. How can you mess around? During the emergency treatment, the military was afraid that something would happen to him, so they told him that Yi Qian was training with Xia Jinyuan and asked him to persevere and wait for Yi Qian to return. Although he didn't know where the training was, if it could make Yi Qian neglect his studies, it must be a very important and high-intensity special training. He did not feel sorry for Yi Qian during training. Soldiers did not have the right to think that training was tiring. He would only feel sorry when training was over. He would feel sorry for not having a good rest. How can I be at ease if I don't see you? Also, don't you know Yi Qian? If she doesn't come to see you, even if I tie her up and take her to the hotel, she will still find a way to escape. Xia Jinyuan poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him. Have a glass of water first. The guard said that Uncle Chin didn't like to be served by others. It was as if he was a good-for-nothing who could only be taken care of. Xia Jinyuan kept that in mind and did not dare to feed him water. Uncle Chin, she hasn't woken up yet. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you a few questions. I need you to answer them for me. Since this was a serious matter, Xia Jinyuan asked directly, I want to know if you have any scruples about Yi Zhifan. Chapter 1868. Xia Jinyuan's words really gave Principal Chen a fright. He thought that Xia Jinyuan had found something. No, it was impossible to find anything. If the military couldn't find anything, how could he have the time to investigate in the middle of training? Therefore, he didn't find anything. He just had his suspicions. Principal Chen's body was injured, and his brain wasn't as fast as it used to be. He lowered his head and took a sip of warm water. He asked calmly, Why do you ask? Uncle Chen, take a look at this. Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid past Principal Chen's face. He took out a page of the report that he hadn't shown to Yi Qian. This is one of the military's investigation reports. It's also the military's investigation into whether there's anything wrong with Yi Zhifan. They want to confirm what you said. If he had only had his suspicions before, then Uncle Chen's act of drinking water just now confirmed his suspicions. Uncle Chen must have some misgivings about Yi Zhifan. In other words, he also suspected that there was something fishy going on this time. It might have something to do with Yi Zhifan. Principal Chen glanced at the single piece of A4 paper on top of the quilt. He put the glass of water aside and picked up the report. He unhurriedly opened it. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Principal Chen opened the A4 paper that Xia Jinyuan had folded for convenience. Although he looked calm on the surface, he wasn't calm on the inside. He casually glanced at it and sneered. There's nothing wrong with what you said. There's nothing false about cooperating with the military's investigation. Xia Jinyuan did not expect to get anything out of Principal Chen immediately. He was not in a hurry, but the color in his eyes darkened a little. He said slowly and elegantly, You told the military that you and Director Yi Zhifan did not have much of a personal grudge. This can be understood as a personal grudge. No matter how big or small it is, you and Yi Zhifan have a personal grudge. In the end, you said, I don't think there's a need for him to do something that would ruin his career. Uncle Chen, I don't think, is a term of uncertainty and suspicion. It means that you've already suspected Yizhifan. Principal Chen, who was listening quietly, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a well-concealed surprise. Even the military didn't suspect him, but he actually suspected him from a few words. As expected of the Weapon King, this kind of sensitivity, this kind of intelligence, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Principal Chen was also a king among the snipers. If he didn't make a move, the people around him naturally wouldn't be able to tell. When the two generations of Weapon Kings met face to face, Xia Jinyuan knew that the veteran king was still better. This was because the veteran king had fooled the military investigators and made the military think that Yizhifan really had nothing to do with the incident. If he didn't know how much Uncle Chen loved Yi Qian and how much he hated Yizhifan's family, he would also have been fooled by Uncle Chen like the military. In the end, you said, my incident was actually just a normal medical accident. It seemed more like you were deliberately trying to cover up the truth and defend Yizhifan. Uncle Chen, at first, I didn't quite understand why you said such contradictory things, but when you drank the water just now, it made me certain that you were indeed suspecting Yizhifan. Although he spoke slowly, there were no pauses in between. This meant that he didn't give Principal Chen a chance to interrupt him midway. He controlled the entire rhythm of the conversation in his own hands. Uncle Chen, I just want to know why you did this. Is it because of Yi Qian? If it's because of her, you should have told me. Chapter 1869. Because. Xia Jinyuan paused. His dark eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Principal Chen. Because, like you, I only want Yi Qian to be safe and sound. I can't bear to see her get hurt because of Yizhifan. Principal Chen was very sure of this. He had seen how much the young major in front of him protected Yi Qian over the years. When old uncle was still alive, he once said, in this world, only Major Xia is worthy of our Yi girl. The worthy that old uncle was talking about was not a good match, in terms of family background. He was referring to Major Xia's love and care for Yi Qian. Yi Qian could rely on him for the rest of his life. If something were to happen to Yi Qian, this young major would be the only person that Yi girl could trust. Even if they could not become husband and wife in the future, Xia Jinyuan was still a man worthy of Yi girl's trust. That's right. I do suspect that Yizhifan had something to do with me giving the wrong medicine. However, it's only a suspicion. I don't have any evidence. After thinking for less than 2 minutes, Principal Chen stopped beating around the bush with Xia Jinyuan. Principal Chen, who had walked through the gates of hell countless times, had a cold expression on his thin face. He said calmly, go and see if Yi girl has woken up. It's a long story. There are some things that I can't let Yi girl know for the time being. Xia Jinyuan could read the seriousness on Principal Chen's serious face. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he quickly got up. After confirming that Yi Qian had not woken up, he returned. Almost 50 days ago, Martyr Sun Shuoqing's former comrade came to Shuku village to look for me. He told me about Martyr Sun Shuoqing's past in the army. Taking advantage of the fact that Yi Qian was still unconscious, Principal Chen sped up his narration. He started from Chief Kai's visit to Shuku village, to Chief Kai's suspicions, and how there were people who wanted to harm Martyr Sun Shuoqing. Chief Kai suspects that Martyr Sun Shuoqing's sacrifice was actually due to an assassination attempt, and it's very likely that it was done by someone close to her. Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was getting colder and colder. He couldn't help holding his breath as he listened to the conversation. His eyes were fixed on the small glass window in the ward. When Yi Qian woke up, the first thing he would do was stand at the glass window and look into the ward. This way, he could immediately interrupt the conversation. Even after Bureau Chief Kai retired from the army, he still couldn't find any clues. That was until he accidentally met Yi Qian, who bore a striking resemblance to martyr Sun Xueqing in Tongzhou. Tongzhou. Wasn't that a mission to clear out the cultists? He even carried out this mission with Yi Qian. At that time, Chief Kai was busy and couldn't talk to Yi Qian in detail. Before he left, he told Yi Qian that if she wanted to know about martyr Sun Xueqing's past, she could contact him at any time. After that, Yi Qian didn't contact him. Because of Yi Qian's appearance, Chief Kai recalled the past and returned to his own army, which was the army that martyr Sun Xueqing was in when she was alive. Chief Kai couldn't accept this. The army had information on all of them, but there was no information on martyr Sun Xueqing, who sacrificed herself for the country. There wasn't even a single word about her. Yi Qian's mother was an outstanding female soldier when she was alive. She was also one of the first batch of female soldiers to officially join the female special forces. She had made countless contributions to the country and was personally received by the president during the commendation ceremony. She was one of the first batch of female soldiers who had made countless contributions to the country and had the highest honor. In the end, the army that she was in when she was alive didn't even have a single word about her. Her contributions to the army were erased just like that. It was equivalent to erasing martyr Sun Xueqing's entire being. Chapter 1870. What did this mean? This meant that it was a covert denial of the existence of such a martyr, denial of this person, denial of all this person's contributions. It made everyone forget her, completely erasing her from everyone's memories. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan, who was also a soldier, was furious. How dare they? That's right, they are indeed brave. When this matter was brought up again, Principal Qin was also angry. No soldier could accept this fact. This was an insult to a soldier. If martyr Sun Xueqing had made a big mistake, it would be fine. But she didn't. She was a soldier who sacrificed herself for the country. How could she be treated so unfairly? After martyr Sun Xueqing passed away, the army sent her belongings back. Among her belongings was a very precious hornless dragon, a jade pendant. When this jade pendant landed in Yi Jifan's hands, it became a protective talisman for his meteoric rise as an official. Xia Jinyuan immediately frowned. Uncle Chen, I don't quite understand what you're saying. How could a piece of jade become a protective talisman for his meteoric rise? First of all, Yi Jifan was able to become an official because he was protected by martyr Sun Xueqing. The government made him a village official so that he could take good care of Sun Xueqing. Later, the village official became an official in the town and gradually became an official in the city. Uncle Jen said that with the protection of the jade pendant, Yi Jifan would rise higher and higher in the ranks, but he would also fall even more miserably. The young major's brows were already furrowed. It was obvious that he didn't believe it. Principal Chen sighed and said seriously, I didn't quite believe it at the time, but I knew that Uncle Jen wouldn't say such things for no reason. Also, he said that the jade pendant wasn't something good and told Yi Jifan not to take it back. Although I didn't believe it, I still took it to heart. It wasn't until I was hospitalized with gastric bleeding that Yi Jifan approached me in the name of returning martyr Sun Xueqing's relic to the little girl. I suddenly thought of the jade pendant, what Chief Kai said, and what Uncle Jen said. Thinking of this, Principal Chen said, martyr Sun Xueqing used her own life to get an official position for Director Yi so that her daughter could be taken care of. In the end, Director Yi got the benefits but forgot the kindness. As he said these words, he had been paying attention to Yi Jifan's expression. He saw that his face had suddenly turned cold, and a deep viciousness had flitted across it. He knew that Yi Jifan had become suspicious. He suspected that he knew something. His expression told me that the benefit of the jade pendant was to protect his promotion. Uncle was right. I was still waiting for him to come again and deliver martyr Sun Xueqing's relic, but something happened to me at around 11 that night. After saying so much, Principal Chen drank all the water in the cup. I warned Yijifan, and something happened. I was lying when I said that I didn't suspect him. But everything needs evidence. The military and the Southern Province Police did their best to investigate. Even the doctors and nurses in the hospital who knew that I was hospitalized were investigated. There was no evidence that pointed to Yijifan wanting to murder me. Major Xia, if you were me, you wouldn't insist that Yijifan has a problem. I know that there is a high possibility that he has a problem, but I have no evidence. Moreover, if he really did do it, his actions made me happy. What does this mean? It means that the jade pendant is important. Chapter 1871. Headmaster Chen, who was originally angry because of Yi Jian's mother's incident, sneered coldly. His actions are a sign of guilt. It also shows that there is someone behind the jade pendant who is secretly supporting him. Just now, I said that Chief Kai of the Tongzhou police station suspected that martyr Sun Xueqing was sacrificed. He also said that he erased all of her deeds in the army. Major Xia, with your intelligence, you should know why I didn't directly say that I was actually suspecting Yijifan. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was already cold, answered in a deep voice, because you wanted to help Yi Qian lure out the murderer who killed his mother. Because at this point, you know that the murderer's identity is definitely not simple. Because he has the ability to protect Yijifan from a village official to a provincial official. At the mention of Yijifan, the young major's dark eyes rippled. I investigated Yijifan a long time ago and found that there was someone behind him, but I didn't find anything. This also shows that this person's identity is not simple and is very well hidden. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Yijifan has already connected with my family Xia's enemy, the Du family. The Du family's chief of staff Du has been at odds with my father since he was young. Chief of staff. Principal Chen's expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, the General Staff Department? Yes, the General Staff Department, but he's a deputy. Xia Jinyuan nodded. His thin lips pressed together and the coldness in his eyes deepened. It's quite surprising that he has connections with the Du family. The eldest son of Chief of Staff Du Kaiwei, is the commander of a brigade in the Nongguang military region. After participating in a drug production cleanup operation in the village, he was targeted. One time, he went out for dinner and was suddenly attacked with a knife. He was coincidentally saved by Yijifan, who was eating with him. It's said that if Yijifan hadn't blocked the knife, it would have directly cut Du Kaiwei's neck and killed him on the spot. Now that you've heard about this jade pendant, even I have my suspicions. Such a big coincidence, is it a coincidence? Or was it arranged by someone? It's such a coincidence that I saved the eldest son of Chief of Staff Du, who doesn't get along with my family Xia. Even the experienced Principal Chen couldn't help but gasp. You mean, the person behind the jade pendant knows that the Du family and family Xia don't get along, so they deliberately let Yijifan get close to the Du family. Well, it turns out that I didn't think about it. It was you who mentioned the jade pendant that made me suspicious. When Yi Qian was adopted by Yijifan's family, they didn't beat her or scold her. They raised a smart girl into a good-for-nothing. Uncle Chen, what does this mean? This means that someone instigated Yijifan to raise Yi Qian into a cripple. He purposely got that comrade of martyr Sun Xueqing to tell Chief Kai that Yi Qian had died after falling into the water. That person didn't want others to know about Yi Qian's existence. But that person had some misgivings and had no choice but to keep Yi Qian alive. But he was very unwilling. Even if he kept Yi Qian alive, he only wanted to see a good-for-nothing like Yi Qian. That's why he instigated Yijifan to turn Yijifan into a cripple. Xia Jinyuan was terrifying. His logical thinking and analytical skills were as rigorous as a net. As long as he caught everything in his net, as long as he could string everything together, he wouldn't miss anything. It was just a combination of what Headmaster Chen and Chief Kai had said, combined with Yijifan's various guesses, one after another, popping out from his mouth. It wasn't a whimsical thought, but a logical and well-founded one after another, cutting into the facts and analyzing them one by one. Chapter 1872. Xia Jinyuan's analysis was like a clap of thunder, one after another. Principal Qin was originally leaning against the headboard of the bed, but after Xia Jinyuan's in-depth analysis, he couldn't help but sit up straight. Although he was thin, his expression was still firm. The more he listened, the more serious his expression became. Major Xia, who was born in a military family, and whose elders and brothers were either in politics or the military, was definitely more politically sensitive than a retired soldier like him. Every word he said would not be shot without aim, and his speculations would not be made carelessly. On the contrary, Headmaster Chen felt his back drenched in cold sweat after hearing his speculation. He and Uncle Jen had both made a mistake. Uncle Jen and I have both made a very serious mistake. Principal Chen, who had a serious expression, punched the bed with one hand and said in annoyance, "All this time, Uncle Jen and I have only thought that Yi Jifan's family treated Yi Qian this way because they didn't want the little Yi girl to be too outstanding and overshadow Yi Ying. That's why Sun Dongqing always made things difficult for the little Yi girl. She either hit or scolded her because she was afraid that the little Yi girl would steal Yi Ying's limelight." It wasn't just Principal Qin and Uncle Jen who thought this way, but everyone in the village thought this way. Sun Dongqing couldn't bear to see other people doing better than her, and other people's children being stronger than her own, so she would definitely do this. They all thought this way and never thought about it in other ways. I heard from Uncle Jen that not long after Sun Xueqing was buried, old Madame Yi started spreading rumors in the village. She said that her eldest son and eldest daughter-in-law died early because of the little Yi girl. Whoever wants to take in the little Yi girl, beware of bad luck. With just one sentence, she convicted Yi Qian, causing everyone in the village to avoid Yi Qian like the plague, afraid that they would be tainted with bad luck. Xia Jinyuan had never heard of this part of Yi Qian's past. When he heard it, every word turned into fine steel needles that pierced his heart. It pierced his heart until it hurt, causing his handsome face to twist into a vicious expression. How old was Little Fox? He was only 2 or 3 years old. That was a time when farming was a big collective and there was no guarantee of livelihood. It was a time when news was blocked. No matter if they were in trouble or sick, the first thing they would do was to pray to the gods and Buddha. There was a rumor that the little fox was a jinx. The Yi family was really vicious. When Xia Jinyuan heard the pain in her heart, she sneered softly and said, "From the looks of it, old Madame Yi is paving the way for Yi Jifan to adopt Yi Qian. He's a jinx to his parents. Even if the village wants to adopt Yi Qian for the sake of the pension, they're scared by the fact that he's a jinx. A jinx in his life. To treat the little fox so cruelly and viciously, it was only right that he cursed them until they had nothing left." Principal Chen only knew about Yi Qian's past from Uncle General. Knowing all this, he felt even more pity for Yi Qian, and his heart ached for this little girl. Principal Chen looked at the middle-aged major, who was so angry that his handsome face was filled with anger, and felt gratified. Although Commander-in-Chief Xia's only son was the son of God, he was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness, and had the demeanor of a gentleman. If one day he was no longer around, with Major Xia taking care of him, Principal Chen would be able to answer to Uncle Jen, at that time, who knew why the Yi family did this. When old Madame Yi lost her son, everyone sympathized with her. After she lost her beloved daughter-in-law, the rumor that the little girl was a jinx was much more credible than the usual gossip. Chapter 1873. Yi Jifan, who happened to be the village official, was furious because of this. He said that old Madame Yi was too foolish and that Yi Qian wouldn't be able to live in the village in the future. Uncle Jen was still in the army at that time. By the time he returned, everything had been settled. Yi Jifan didn't care that his family would be cursed by Yi Qian and went with Sun Dongqing to bring Yi Qian back. To the villagers, it was a happy ending. They didn't have to worry that Yi Qian would be arranged to stay at their house for a while. Not long after, old Madam Yi and old man Yi left Shuku village together and went to the coastal city with their daughter and son-in-law. The reason they left was that Yi Qian's life was too tough and would be a curse to her. The villagers more or less believed in fate and didn't suspect anything. Even when Sun Dongqing treated Yi Qian badly, the villagers didn't say anything. Yi Qian's life was too tough. Sun Dongqing raised her well. It was normal for a child to be beaten and scolded. If a child was disobedient, wouldn't they also be beaten and scolded? But who knew that not only did Sun Dongqing beat and scolded Yi Qian, sometimes she also didn't give Yi Qian food to eat. Other than dressing similarly to Ying, who knew what she did when she closed the door. Principal Chen recalled the expression on his uncle's face when he talked about these things. Every wrinkle on his weathered face was filled with deep guilt. It was a deep guilt towards Yi Qian. Even though Xia Jinyuan knew that Yi Qian's childhood wasn't smooth sailing, he never thought that it would be so tragic. Suppressing his anger, he closed his eyes gently and suppressed the surging anger in his heart. He said to Principal Chen, "Uncle Chen, tell me more about Yi Qian's childhood. I'll see if there are any other suspicious points." He wanted to know everything about her. He didn't participate in her past, but he wanted to know everything. He wanted to know how painful it was for her back then so that he could dote on her more in the future. He wanted to make up for all the pain she had suffered. He wanted to take responsibility for the rest of his life. Little Ye's childhood, sigh. Before he could say anything, Principal Chen's long sigh turned into a sharp thorn that pierced straight into his heart after entering his ears. It hurt so much that he had to clench his fists tightly to suppress his anger. At least in the eyes of the villagers, Yi Zhifan is living a good life. Every time he comes back, the first thing he says is, "Yi Qian, come out and see what delicious food I brought for you." After a long time, the neighbors started to feel that Yi Zhifan had not let big brother and sister-in-law down. He wasn't afraid of being jinxed by bringing his niece, Yi Qian, into his home. "Every time I come back from the army, I'll ask about little Yi. Naturally, what I hear is that little Yi is doing well. She has food, clothes, and even goes to school." Later on, little Yi grew up a little. Everyone in the village knows that little Yi is naughty. She likes to get into trouble and likes to lie. Sometimes, Ying has to apologize on her behalf. When she was in 4th or 5th grade, she almost froze to death in the snow. Luckily, Uncle Jen found her and brought her home. Unfortunately, little Yi at that time wasn't the little Yi now. She didn't accept any help from me at all. Every time I went to look for her, I would be scolded by Sun Dongqing. After looking for her a few times, I gave up. Just like that, little Yi lived in Yi Zhifan's house. On the surface, everyone thought that she was living a good life. Scolding, beating, and framing became a common occurrence in the family. If she didn't say anything, no one would know. Chapter 1874. Under such circumstances, none of the villagers would stand up for Yi Qian. Even though the villagers were down-to-earth and narrow-minded and did not stir up trouble, in the face of Sun Dongqing's scolding and beating of Yi Qian, they believed that as long as Yi Qian had food to eat, a place to stay, and a place to go to school, that would be enough. It was normal for them to be scolded and beaten for being naughty. Faced with Yi Qian's tragic past, Xia Jinyuan clenched his fists several times before he asked in a low and hoarse voice, "Did Yi Zhifan ever scold or beat Yi Qian?" No, it was always Sun Dongqing who stepped in, so it was not convenient for Uncle Jen to stand up for Yi Qian sometimes. When he saw that she was unwilling to come back, he just assumed that Yi Qian was doing well, so he gave up on bringing her back. Principal Chen sighed as he talked about Yi Qian's childhood. It wasn't until the second day of Chinese New Year that Yi Qian came to her senses and resolutely left the Yi family to look for Uncle General. You know what happened after that. That was when Yi Qian's bitter days finally came to an end. As for her past, if Uncle Jen hadn't asked about it, I wouldn't have known that she was living such a bitter life. Uncle Jen blamed himself and kept telling me that he blamed himself for not persevering and leaving the child in a wolf's den. After hearing about Yi Qian's childhood, Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes were slightly red, was silent for a long time before he said in a hoarse voice, Yi Qian almost froze to death outside in the 4th or 5th year of Chinese New Year. What was the cause? On the eve of Chinese New Year, Yi Qian did something wrong and angered old Madame Ye's one-eyed son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, who kicked him. Old Madame Yi also thought that Yi Qian was a jinx to her and was an unlucky person, so she ordered Sun Yaozu to throw Yi Qian, who was pretending to be unconscious, to the edge of the field. Just like that, Sun Yaozu's name was engraved in Xia Jinyuan's heart. He would settle the score with him and old Madame Yi. Life had given his little fox so many trials and tribulations, but she had never bowed her head and admitted defeat. Once she woke up, it was as if she had been reborn from the ashes. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, she had persevered and walked on with gratitude. Principal Chen told Xia Jinyuan everything he knew. Xia Jinyuan not only felt distressed, but also found all kinds of suspicious points while digesting all the past events. Yi Zhifan never hit or scolded Yi Qian. He never asked Yi Qian what trouble he got into or what lies he told. He also never cared about Yi Qian's studies. Even when Sun Dongqing hit or scolded Yi Qian, he didn't ask. It wasn't until the incident on the 2nd day of Chinese New Year when Yi Qian was forced to drop out of school that Yi Zhifan stood up for the first time. He said that Yi Qian got into trouble because of him as her uncle. In order to prevent her from continuing to affect the school, he asked Yi Qian to drop out of school and go home. This was the only time Yi Zhifan came to school for Yi Qian. It was for no other reason than to ask Yi Qian to drop out of school. After connecting the previous analysis with Yi Qian's childhood, Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. He said in a low voice, Yi Zhifan didn't get involved in Yi Qian's matters because he wanted to protect himself. If anything happened, he could push all the blame to Sun Dongqing. The incident on the 2nd day of Chinese New Year made Yi Zhifan think that the time was right. He could directly ruin Yi Qian's studies and make her drop out of school because of her reputation. As the mayor, he didn't use his power for personal gain, which showed that he was a fair person. Uncle Chen, you still have to hide our conversation from Yi Qian. I need to investigate a few more things. I'll let you know if I have any leads. Chapter 1875. What he could be sure of now was that firstly, someone had indeed killed Sun Xueqing. Second, this person was no ordinary person. He already had a certain amount of power back then. To be able to support Yi Zhifan all the way to the top, he must be even more powerful now. Third, why did this person kill martyr Sun Xueqing? Why did he want to cripple Yi Qian? What was the big secret behind all of this? He actually involved the next generation and caused Yi Qian to suffer so much. Fourth, did old Madame Yi and Yi Zhifan know anything? Fifth, why did Sun Yaozu want to kill Yi Qian, a child? Sixth, Yi Zhifan was now in contact with the Du family. Was this person the one who pulled the strings? Was it so that Yi Zhifan could contact the Du family to deal with the family Xia and Yi Qian? Everything needed to be investigated, and he had to start from the death of martyr Sun Xueqing. He had to use this as a breakthrough point to slowly tear apart the case. At the same time, he would tell old man Xia everything and have him pay attention to the Du family's recent movements. He would see if he could find any clues about the person behind the hornless dragon jade pendant. What do you want to investigate? Principal Chen's expression immediately darkened. No matter what you're investigating, it's very dangerous. There are too many things to investigate, Uncle Chen. I don't understand why someone would want to make things difficult for Yi Qian. I don't understand why they would want to cripple Yi Qian. The matter was too complicated. Even the intelligent and meticulous Xia Jinyuan couldn't straighten everything out in one go. Seeing Principal Chen's expression suddenly turn cold and worried that he would act rashly, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I won't investigate rashly. That's good. But you've always been steady, so I'm not worried. Although Principal Chin said this, the courage on his face slowly disappeared into his eyes. He glanced at the young major who was wholeheartedly concerned about Yi Qing Tang and sighed softly. It seemed that he still had something to say, but was hesitating whether to say it or not. Xia Jinyuan poured a glass of warm water for Principal Chen and himself. Holding the glass, he stared at Principal Chen's thin face. His clear and dark eyes held a faint smile as he looked into Principal Chen's eyes. You don't have to worry about anything when it comes to me. Yi Qian isn't just my girlfriend, she's also my comrade. In the future, she'll be the love of my life. Uncle Chen, before he passed away, he told me to take good care of Yi Qian, to protect my wife like a real man, to protect her, to love her. I promised Uncle that I'd use my entire life to treat Yi Qian well. His last words moved Principal Chin. He knew that Xia Jinyuan could tell that he was hesitating because of Yi Qian. If you want to say it, you can say it now. If you're still hesitant or have any misgivings, you can say it the next time we meet. I'll listen. Xia Jinyuan had always been very patient when it came to Yi Qian. He could tell that Principal Chin was in a difficult position, so he didn't press him. He only smiled and said, whatever happened to her in the past or in the future, I'll accept it unconditionally. Principal Chin, who was already moved, laughed. Major Xia, that night at the snowy highlands, you played mind games with me. Now you're much more skilled at it. You can say what I want to hear the moment you open your mouth. Actually, Yi Qian herself isn't too clear about this. She only knows that her father isn't old Madame Ye's biological son, but she doesn't know that her father isn't Yi Xinfan. Chapter 1876. What did he mean? Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Principal Chin. I need you to explain it more clearly. I can't explain it clearly. Uncle Zhen only told me that Yi Xinfan's father isn't Yi Xinfan. If you have time, go back to Shuka village. Chief Kai sent over a diary written by martyr Sun Xueqing. I didn't read it, and neither did Chief Kai. Maybe there's an answer in it. Xia Jinyuan nodded. He definitely had to get the diary. He would take Yi Qian with him. If you want to investigate Yi Xinfan's mother, I can give you the contact of a person. Before Principal Chin could finish his sentence, Xia Jinyuan suddenly stood up. Principal Chin realized something and immediately turned to look at the door of the ward. He saw Yi Qian. Yi Qian seemed to have not woken up yet. She stared at Headmaster Chin, who was leaning against the bed, with her dark eyes. Her look made Headmaster Chin very worried. He turned his head and quickly asked Xia Jinyuan, this girl, did she hear anything? Don't worry. Just as Xia Jinyuan was speaking, Yi Qian seemed to wake up. The moment the door was pushed open, a figure rushed to the bedside like lightning. Ayaya, you little girl. My old bones are about to be crushed by you. Principal Chin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Yi Qian hugged him tightly. This girl rushed over in such a hurry and still managed to avoid his hand that was holding the syringe. Sigh, he had made her worry. It was not that Yi Qian had not woken up, but she was so surprised that she was stunned. She hugged Headmaster Chen's shoulders with both hands and did not want to let go. She said in a muffled voice, "You're so skinny that only your bones are left. At that time, you promised me that you would take good care of yourself, but now, you see. Uncle Chen, you went back on your words." She didn't cry because she knew that her family didn't like to see her cry. She didn't feel sad because she was afraid that her emotions would affect Principal Chin. It's good to be thinner. Thinner people are more energetic and healthy when they get older. You, on the other hand, have lost a lot of weight. You've lost so much weight that there isn't much flesh on your face. Principal Chin gently patted Yi Qian, who was trembling slightly. This child was so obedient that it made one's heart ache. She knew that he didn't like her and would cry at the slightest thing, but she had been holding it in, afraid that she would make him unhappy. He couldn't understand why someone would want to make things difficult for such a well-behaved and obedient child, who had no parents. Xia Jinyuan moved a chair to the side of the ward, put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and asked her to sit down. Uncle Qin just woke up. Stay here and chat with him. I'll go get breakfast. His original plan was to return to the military base after sending Yi Qian back to school, but now he had to change his plan. He had to go to Shuka village first, so Yi Qian could only go back to school alone. The 4-day break was a little rushed. If he went to Shuka village, he wouldn't be able to go to the National University of Science and Technology of China. Xia Jinyuan, who had rebooked his plane ticket, came up with a bowl of plain porridge. He happened to see the doctor doing his rounds. After the doctor finished writing the medical record, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to understand these medications. I almost thought that you were a military doctor." He then said to Principal Qin, "Your child is really smart. She can even teach herself medicine." Yi Qian was changing Principal Chen's foredrip. She had inserted too many needles recently, and there were countless needle holes on Principal Chen's arms. There were also many bruises left behind from the needles. The nurse came over and inserted 2 needles, but there was no blood flow back. Yi Qian disinfected her hands and asked the nurse to go to the side. She then inserted the needles into Principal Chen's arms with familiarity. This made the doctors around her think that she was a military doctor. Chapter 1877. Xia Jinyuan suddenly remembered that night in Fujian town, the soldier who was chasing after the gang leader was shot. At that time, it was Yi Jian who assisted the military doctor to complete the operation. When the military doctor was cleaning the gunshot wound, Yi Qian would be able to prepare the necessary surgical tools and pass them to the military doctor accurately. At that time, he thought that the military doctor had told Yi Qian in advance, but now it seemed that she probably knew it herself. Why did she know it? How old was she at that time? She wasn't even a third-year middle school student. How did she know it? Who taught her? Did the military doctor teach her at that time? If he had taught her, with her memory and comprehension, she would have been able to remember it. Suppressing his surprise, he heard Principal Chen laugh and say, "She's smart. She likes to flip through all kinds of books and knows how to use her own hands. She just looks familiar. How can she compare to a nurse who graduated from a professional college? Besides, they also need to learn some simple emergency measures. If they don't know anything, then it'll be troublesome." Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. She was indeed eager to learn. As long as she thought it was useful, she would take the initiative to learn. Things like bandaging and inserting needles were basic emergency measures that they had to learn on the battlefield. It was normal that she would insert needles into Uncle Qin. Our nurses also need to learn more. She's not a professional and can insert needles on the first try. You guys need to learn more, the doctor said humorously to the 2 nurses. Although he was joking, he was also lecturing them. The 2 nurses nodded and humbly listened to the lecture. Just now, the 2 of them were indeed a little embarrassed. They had each inserted needles twice without success, but the female soldier from the army succeeded on the first try. They were so familiar with her that they thought she was the accompanying military doctor in the army. Yi Qian, who was wearing the jungle combat training uniform of the field forces, was easily misunderstood by them. After adjusting the speed of the drip, Yi Qian stood up straight and said with a smile, "I was a little impatient. Please forgive me, Professor. This child sure knows how to be polite." The doctor saw that Yi Qian was very polite and mature. He smiled and said, "Then you have to take good care of the old class leader. He can eat some meat now, but it should be light. He can't eat spicy food." The military was extremely meticulous when it came to living arrangements. Previously, there were caretakers to take care of him, especially when it came to food. Every day, there would be nutritious meals, and there would be a list of what to eat and what nutrients to add. This was something that Principal Chin, who was used to living a rough life, could not get used to. Last week, after he was allowed to eat some meat and fish, he was determined not to be given any more preferential treatment. He even asked the military and the hospital to withdraw the caregivers and stop giving them such special treatment. The guards asked for instructions from their superiors. Only after obtaining the military's approval did they inform the hospital to withdraw the special treatment according to Principal Chen's wishes. Only then did Principal Chen feel much better. Uncle Chen, listen carefully. In the future, you have to quit drinking alcohol and spicy food. Although there were no caretakers, Yi Qian could supervise him better. Hearing this, Yi Qian immediately asked the doctor what he could and could not eat. He asked so carefully that Principal Chen could only feel helpless. When the doctor left, he even joked, "Looks like your nemesis is here. Our nurses will have an easier time in the future." The old class leader was very cooperative in other aspects, but he was not cooperative when it came to his daily life. He was afraid that the hospital would give him special treatment. Every time the caretakers delivered food, they would explain it in detail. Sometimes, they would even ask the nurses. This caused everyone in the department to collectively tell them that the food was from the cafeteria every day. Chapter 1878. To Principal Chen, the food in the cafeteria was more than enough. He did not need to be served like an empress dowager. To him, the food in the cafeteria was more delicious and appetizing. Abstaining from alcohol and spicy food is not a problem. Just don't arrange for any caregivers. I already feel that it's too troublesome to arrange 3 shifts of guards to watch over me. I feel like I'm going to become a useless person if you arrange for more. Principal Chen, who was drinking millet porridge, said earnestly, "You've already caused a lot of trouble for the military. You can't be so meticulous about everything. Little Yi, remember not to make any requests." "Uncle Chen, I'm just seriously ill. I'm not crippled. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Don't treat me like a useless person. I don't like to be served like this." Yi Qian knew Principal Chen's temper. He had the same temperament as Uncle General. If the military needed them, they would be duty-bound to join the military. But when they returned to their daily lives, they would have to solve any problems on their own. They would never trouble the military. Uncle Chen was a strong-willed person and was once a world-class sniper. How could he accept a life of being taken care of everywhere? This kind of life might be good for others, but for Uncle Chen, it was denying his ability to continue contributing to the military. This was what Uncle Chen could not accept the most. Hearing this, Yi Qian smiled and said, "I'll remember what you said. I won't make any requests to the military." "But when you say return to the military, do you mean your second military service?" Otherwise, Uncle Chen would not say that he would return to the military directly. Instead, he would say that he would visit the military occasionally. Return to the military directly. Xia Jinyuan, who was putting a steamed bun on Yi Qian's plate, could not help but look over. "If you stay in the military all the time, you can. You'll be happier too." According to China's military service law, retired soldiers could not return to the military in principle. However, if the military specially recruited them, they could still return to the military. However, they were not considered veterans. They were only specially recruited. It was like a university inviting an old expert to teach a class. "Yes, I'm re-employed as a special recruit, so I can't be considered an official soldier. But when I return to the army, there will be no one at home. If you want to go home." Principal Chen hesitated. He was worried that when Yi Qian returned to the village, the house would be too empty and cold. "Uncle Chen, I think it's pretty good. In the future, as my training and studies become more intense, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return to the village often. When I enter the army, it will be even more difficult for me to return. I think it's good that you've been specially hired to return to the army. Yi Qian interrupted him somewhat anxiously. She knew what Principal Chin was thinking, but to put it bluntly, she really didn't have much affection for Shuka village. It was probably because she had been hurt too badly by the rumors and slanders in the village in her previous life, and it was also probably because she had weak feelings for other people other than her family. So much so that even though she had lived 2 lives, she could not bear to part with the village that had raised her. If Uncle Chen was specially hired to stay in the army in the future, that would be perfect. In the future, during the holidays, she could directly return to the army to look for Uncle Chen. She could also train with the soldiers during the holidays. Yi Qian only needed to think about this kind of life for a moment, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It seems like you really want me to return to the army. All right, as long as you don't have any objections, then I've decided. In the future, I'll stay at the sniper base in the southern province. Shuku village. Yi girl, I'm afraid I won't be returning to the village in the future. Chapter 1879. Principal Chen was not a local resident of Shuku village. Being far away from his hometown, he was used to traveling around the world and was less homesick than others. He had been the principal of Fujian Town Middle School for more than 10 years, and even his house was arranged by the school. If you don't want to go back, then so be it. I'll go wherever you go in the future. Yi Qian spoke so quickly and confidently that Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He coughed lightly and waited for her gaze to fall on him before he said calmly, I heard that the sniper training base in southern province is very convenient to get to the airport. If you're free, you can actually come to Beijing for a short stay. My dad and grandparents will be very happy to have you here. I called my dad in the wee hours of the morning and told him that I planned to go back in the afternoon to visit him. Who knew that he would tell me directly that I didn't need to go back alone and that he would be happy to bring you back? Yi Qian, who was chewing on a steamed bun, blushed a little. She stuttered, Who told you to tell the commander-in-chief that I was coming to Beijing? You deserve to be despised. Was it a bad idea not to go? But going didn't seem right either. Yi Qian had a headache. She was most afraid of this kind of thing. It's time to pay him a visit. During this period of time, as long as Commander Xia has time, he will take the time to visit me in the hospital. He will send people to take care of things in the hospital. Little Yi, you will go with Major Xia to visit the commander-in-chief in the afternoon. Principal Chin was naturally happy to see that the relationship between the parent and the representative was stable. As he spoke, he signaled Xia Jinyuan with his eyes. The major, who was well liked for his work, immediately said, Then we'll listen to Uncle Chin. We'll go home together in the afternoon. Yi Qian was so scared that she didn't even chew the steamed bun in her mouth and swallowed it. She didn't want to go back to Captain Xiao's house now. She didn't want to go at all. Principal Chen glanced at the way she swallowed the steamed bun in fright. Before she could catch her breath, he quickly nodded. Go earlier. Don't come back too early. I need to catch up on my sleep in the afternoon. Commander-in-Chief Xiao liked Yi Wanwan very much. Every time he came back, he couldn't help but talk about her. His words implied that he wanted Yi Wanwan to visit his home. But this girl was thin-skinned. She definitely wouldn't agree if Major Xia invited her to his house. It was only possible if he opened his mouth. Then I'll call my dad now and tell him. It just so happens that it's Sunday today. If he's free, he usually plays chess and fish with his old comrades. It's easy to arrange the time. All right, then call the commander-in-chief. I have something to discuss with little Yi. Without needing Yi Qian to say anything, Principal Chen made the decision and instructed Major Xia, who had wanted to bring her home for a long time, to quickly make the arrangements so that Yi Qian wouldn't have a chance to recover from his shock. Yi Qian couldn't get a word in edgewise. By the time he caught his breath, everything had already been decided. Seeing Xia Jinyuan get up, she rushed over and tried to grab his arm. Don't, Little Yi, look at this medicine. Isn't it a little too fast? Why do I feel a swelling pain in my arm? She wanted to stop him, but she had to see if Principal Chin would agree. Yi Qian immediately withdrew his hand and turned off the drip. He asked anxiously, other than the swelling pain, do you feel anything else? Does your heart beat faster? Do you feel any pressure when you breathe? Has something similar happened in the past? Today's medicine was the same as a few days ago. However, with the same medicine, she didn't feel any discomfort at first, but later on, she felt uncomfortable. Similar situations had happened before. Yi Qian was a little nervous. Chapter 1880. Xia Jinyuan had already stood up gracefully and left the ward to call Commander-in-Chief Xia. Principal Chen, who was pretending to be unwell, saw that Xia Jinyuan had already left the ward. He instructed Yi Qian to sit down and said earnestly, "Why are you panicking? Sit down and finish your breakfast." Yi Qian, who knew that Principal Chen had done it on purpose, heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Uncle Chen, I can't stand being scared like that." He did not give up and turned to look outside. He quickly calculated in his mind. Don't look anymore. It was my idea and my intention. Headmaster Chen's face was full of smiles. Relationships that don't aim for marriage are all hooligans. He had to keep an eye on them. So far, the Commander-in-Chief's son was indeed impeccable. Yi Qian did not have any other long-term plans. He only wanted to bring Yi Qian home. Not bad, not bad. Yi Qian was a dependable and responsible man. Even though Principal Chen had always been satisfied with Xia Jinyuan, he still had to observe him. He was quite satisfied with Yi Qian's performance today. Yi Qian had lost her appetite for breakfast. At this moment, her heart was filled with anxiety. Uncle Chen, I'm not prepared at all. It's too rash of me to visit you all of a sudden. I was also afraid that I would be rude. You know that I really don't know much about relationships. There are some things that I don't dare to face. What should I do if I were to be rude? Yi Qian was very anxious and nervous. She did not have her usual calmness. Her little face was so tense that even the expression in her eyes was very unnatural. Seeing this, Principal Chen could not help but sigh softly. They had taught Yi Qian how to be strong, independent and work hard, but they had not taught her how to deal with complicated relationships. Fortunately, Major Xia saw through Yi Qian's resistance to the outside world and had a deep conversation with him. After that, Yi Qian did not stay in a narrow circle. Major Xia personally led her. In about half a year, Yi Qian was able to get along well with the sergeants in the army. It was the same in school. She was no longer alone and had a few good friends. The little girl in the past had grown up day by day. Now, she was a female soldier who could shoulder responsibilities. In a few years, she would be at the age to talk about marriage. Looking at her fearful and uneasy appearance, Headmaster Chen gently patted her arm and said earnestly, "Girl, don't be too nervous. Don't be afraid of being rude. In Uncle Chen's eyes, you have always been an honest, trustworthy, and well-mannered child. How can you think that you will be rude? Even if you do something wrong, don't you have Major Xia? With him around, what are you afraid of? Or are you saying that you don't want to go because you've never considered that your relationship with Major Xia will last a long time?" No, I just wasn't prepared. She had lived for 2 lifetimes before encountering something like this, so there was always a sense of fear in her heart. She did not have the confidence and was afraid that she would not do a good job. Do you think that if I suddenly go over, Commander-in-Chief Xia will think that I'm not very sensible? The more she spoke, the more nervous she became. Seeing that she was about to twist her fingers into pieces, Principal Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so worried? You are not afraid of anything. Why are you afraid of going to the Commander-in-Chief's house? Besides, this time you are going there to thank the Commander-in-Chief for taking care of me. How can it be rude? If you come and don't go, it will be rude. Chapter 1881. The Commander-in-Chief is also looking forward to you going, which shows how satisfied he is with you. Little girl, although you are still young and Uncle Chin has never been married before and doesn't know how to get along with marriage, Uncle Chin is here to tell you that marriage is definitely not a matter between you and Major Xia, but an important matter between two families. If the Commander-in-Chief's family is satisfied with you, then that is a true marriage. If he is not satisfied, no matter how good Major Xia is to you, Uncle Chin will never agree to let you be with him. Go over today and thank the Commander-in-Chief for taking care of me. Tell him that I, Chen Dongfeng, have nothing else but to train a few more excellent snipers and not let the troops down. With this heart-to-heart talk, Yi Qian suddenly felt a lot less burdened. Meeting the parents was a very cautious thing. Although she knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia was satisfied with her, she was still afraid that her relationship with Du Jiayi would implicate the Commander-in-Chief. After all, Du Jiayi's father was Chief of Staff Du of the General Staff Department and was not on good terms with the Commander-in-Chief. If Chief of Staff Du knew about her relationship with Captain Xia and wanted to help his daughter, would he go against the Commander-in-Chief again? Wei Jiayue had said that Chief of Staff Du and his wife, Madame Li, were very protective. Don't feel burdened. Uncle Chen believes that you will do well. If the Commander-in-Chief asks you to stay for dinner, don't refuse, okay? It is not easy for Major Xia to come back to the capital. If you refuse to eat, he will definitely come with you. You want to spend more time with me, but you have to think from Major Xia's point of view. Who doesn't want to spend more time with their family? Especially since both of you are soldiers and you spend very little time at home. What you do is so dangerous. Your family will only be relieved if they see that you are safe. Girl, no matter how nervous you are, you have to go. There were no flowery words or grand principles. Headmaster Chen's words were simple and easy to understand principles of how to deal with people. Yi Qian nodded gently. Okay, I know. It was better not to think about it in her heart. She really couldn't just think that she didn't want to go and not think that if she didn't go, Captain Xia would most likely not go home. Didn't he just say that Commander-in-Chief Xia had said, if he goes home alone, then don't come back either? Although he was very nervous, he didn't care anymore. He gritted his teeth and went ahead. Yi Qian gritted his teeth as he made his way to the entrance of the courtyard. The guard checked their IDs and confirmed that their identities were correct. He saluted the two people in the car and immediately let them go. When the car window was rolled up, Yi Qian immediately raised his hand to rub his face, trying to loosen his stiff apple muscles. I'm so nervous, so nervous. I'm even more nervous than the first time I used a gun to kill a target. She rubbed her face, pouted her cheeks, tugged at the corner of her clothes, adjusted her hat. She looked extremely nervous. Xia Jinyuan tried hard to hold back his laughter. He was afraid that his laughter would provoke this little ancestor, so he directly opened the car door and rolled on the ground. He didn't even wait for Xia Jinyuan to stop the car before he left. Is there really only the Commander-in-Chief at home? Was there really no one else? Are there any other leaders? Captain Xia, you have to tell me the truth too. Don't make me confused. Then, before Xia Jinyuan could answer, she said again, if I do anything wrong later, quickly give me a look. I can understand what you mean. If I do something stupid, don't just sit there. You must stand out. Is my bow tie crooked? Is my collar flat? Oh, are my epaulets loose? Chapter 1882. There was no one else who could be this nervous. Without Xia Jinyuan saying anything, Yi Qian, who had been talking to himself, began to tidy up the military academy's winter uniform, afraid that it would be rude. She had spent a long time tidying up the winter uniform in the hospital. Her epaulets, collar, bow tie, and belt were all neatly arranged. Because the clothes had been in her bag all this time and had not been worn before, she had even borrowed an iron from the caregiver to iron them to the point that there were no creases at all. She had already checked them carefully, yet she was still afraid of being rude. It was obvious that she was extremely nervous. After entering the courtyard, Xia Jinyuan slowed down the car. He smiled and looked at her gently. His slender fingers nimbly maneuvered the steering wheel to turn to the left. Everything is fine. There's nothing rude about it. Little fox, you're too nervous. Relax. My dad isn't some evil spirit. Why are you so nervous? Besides, you've already met my dad. It's not like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. My dad was very happy when he heard that you were here. The good news came so suddenly that he wondered if I was deliberately teasing him. He only believed me after confirming it with me. You said you were nervous. Maybe my dad is even more nervous than you are. Yi Qian, who was so nervous that he could not sit still, laughed when he heard this. How can you say that? Why would the commander-in-chief be nervous? After being teased by him, Yi Qian finally felt that he was no longer as nervous as when the car drove into the courtyard. He patted his chest and continued to take deep breaths. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. If you retract your head, you'll be stabbed. Just grit your teeth and you'll get through it. Xia Jinyuan's forehead twitched when he heard that. He was even distracted from driving. My house is not an execution ground. You won't be stabbed. Don't you usually have psychological training? Why isn't it working now? It's two completely different concepts. Yi Qian glared at him and continued to take deep breaths. Those psychological training are either for combat or for captives. How can it compare to this? Why can't we compare? You're so nervous right now. You're even more scared than going into battle with a spear. Little fox, you have to calm down. Why don't you just imagine my father as a heinous bad guy, and you as a spy whose main purpose is to gain the bad guy's trust so that it'll be easier for our army to infiltrate and steal the enemy's intelligence so that we can win the battle. Faced with Yi Qian's nervousness, Major Xia tried to hold back his laughter as he came up with one bad idea after another. Most of them were based on slandering his old man so that Yi Qian could relax a little. Yi Qian finally understood how Commander-in-Chief Xia and Captain Xia got along. You insult me, I insult you. As long as there was an opportunity, they would roll up their sleeves and fight it out. The first time they met, the Commander-in-Chief had said that he often fought with Captain Xia back then. It seemed like it was true. There was no lie at all. This way of getting along with each other might seem like they didn't have much feelings for each other, but in fact, the relationship between father and son was quite close. They got along like brothers and were on the same level. It was a very relaxed way of getting along with each other. Yi Qian said somewhat enviously, "You have a very strong father-son relationship with the commander-in-chief." Faced with the sudden praise, the thick-skinned Major Xia actually felt a little uncomfortable. The old man and I used to fight a lot in the past. We didn't like each other. The father-son relationship you mentioned probably came from fighting. But the children in our courtyard are all similar. Take Han Zhang for example. He used to scheme with me about whether to steal his father's gun. Let's make them anxious. Chapter 1883. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to talk about his dark history, but when he saw the excitement in Yi Qian's eyes and how she didn't look as nervous as before, Major Xia was still willing to use his dark history to make her happy. A man who was willing to coax you with a dark history that he didn't want to talk about was usually your Mr. Right, because he was willing to share the rest of his life with you, only hoping that you could completely walk into his world. Although I'm a gangster, I can't steal a gun. But since Han Zhang mentioned it, I didn't want to dampen his spirits, so I immediately nodded and agreed. Guess what I did after that? You also stole the Commander-in-Chief's gun. Xia Jinyuan laughed. Silly fox, how can a gun be stolen so easily? The current gun control law is not a modified version. There were strict regulations back then. Although I'm a gangster, I know that if a soldier loses his gun, he will be fired. Although I don't get along with old man Xia, I won't steal his gun. Then what bad things did you do? Yi Qian really liked hearing about it. Hearing about his childhood made her feel like he was making up for her missing childhood. I don't think it's a bad thing. Han Zhang gets angry every time I mention it. When I went back, I thought about it and was afraid that Han Zhang would really steal the gun, so I ran back to the Han family and told Uncle Han. When Han Zhang came back from his calligraphy class, he was greeted with a whip. Han Zhang was beaten until he cried out in pain. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was as clear as spring water and was filled with the flavor of sunshine. Han Zhang must be angry. He couldn't make up his mind and specially came to ask you. It wasn't easy for him to make up his mind, but you betrayed him right after he made up his mind. He was beaten up until he cried out in pain before he even did anything bad. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. After Han Zhang was beaten up, he said that it was worth it to be beaten up for doing something bad. He didn't even have time to do anything before he was beaten up. It was a big loss. Speaking of the past, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but want to laugh. He had done so many horrible things that he couldn't even finish recounting them in 3 days and 3 nights. Uncle Han beat Han Zhang up and even brought some fruits over to thank him. When my dad heard that, he felt that Han Zhang didn't have the guts to do that. I was probably part of it. When Uncle Han took a step forward, I would be beaten until I cried out in pain. Ever since this incident, I've understood one thing. Before doing something bad and snitching on others, you have to consider whether you're important enough. Although Uncle Han came to thank me, he also exposed my involvement. In the future, if you want to do bad things, you must remember that you can't leave a tail behind. You must not casually snitch on others. You must hide yourself well. You must hide your achievements and reputation. Yi Qian was laughing so hard that tears were welling up in the corners of his eyes. Even though Captain Xia did not have a mother by his side during his childhood, he was still very happy with the love of his family. Captain Xia, you're very lucky, she said sincerely. Trust me, little fox, we will always be happy. Her childhood was filled with darkness. He was willing to use his own childhood to fill her with longing for her childhood life. With Xia Jinyuan's childhood memories, Yi Qian's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. When the car drove into an ancient Shanghai courtyard that was even covered with ivy vines outside the red walls, the smile on Yi Qian's face did not disappear. When the security guard saw the car drive into the garage, he immediately went into the room to report. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had long been prepared for his future daughter-in-law's visit, quickly stood up, straightened his clothes, and personally opened the door to welcome her. At least that guy had some ability. He knew how to coax his wife back. Chapter 1884. The compound arranged by the military for Commander-in-Chief Xia had a large area of vegetation. In front of the old Shanghai-style compound, there was a corridor that looked like a modern sky garden. The corridor was made of red bricks and was not painted. The red bricks and white walls had pots of potted plants on them. Even in the middle of winter, there were small red flowers in the potted plants. Yi Qian took a closer look and realized that they were blooming red plum blossoms. The outer walls were covered with vines. Because it was winter, all the green leaves had withered, leaving only brown vines that looked like spider webs clinging to the walls. Yi Qian shifted her gaze to the second floor. The ivory-white old-style window arches looked freshly painted against the red bricks. They were very clean. One of the windows in one of the rooms was pushed open. The light-colored gauze curtains danced gently in the wind. It made Yi Qian feel as if someone was watching her from above. Yi Qian shuddered, and her heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a dark green figure pass by behind the pillars in the corridor. Yi Qian puffed out her chest and sucked in her stomach. Her expression was so serious that it was as if she was returning to a government office to report on her work. She even muttered, "Walk faster, walk faster, walk faster. The commander-in-chief is already here. Don't let him wait for too long. Walk faster, why are you walking so slowly all of a sudden? You can't even walk properly. Little fox, I have to match your pace to walk faster." Xia Jinyuan wanted to laugh again. At the same time, he felt that his bad habits were a little too deep. It was a little too unkind. His girlfriend was so nervous that she was walking properly, but he just wanted to laugh. Cough, no, he couldn't laugh. Laughing would ruin things. It wouldn't be too late to laugh after he brought her in. It was too interesting. He was used to Little Fox's calmness that was beyond her age. He had never seen her embarrassed before. Today was a fresh experience for him. No matter how he looked at it, it was not enough. Xia Jinyuan, who was usually able to walk properly, held Yi Qian's hand and squeezed it slightly. "Come, follow me." Yi Qian was really embarrassed at this moment. She did not expect herself to take a straight step. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was standing on the steps, also wanted to laugh, but he held back and maintained a kind smile. He looked gently at Yi Qian, who was led by his son all the way here. "Xiao Yi, treat this place as your own home. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a man-eating tiger. What are you afraid of? Even if I'm a man-eating tiger, with the abilities of the special forces, it's not a problem to get rid of a tiger." This was what Commander-in-Chief Xia said to his future daughter-in-law, who was visiting his house for the first time. His future daughter-in-law, who was originally nervous, almost trembled and fell. "Be careful under your feet, the gravel road is a bit uneven." He held his girlfriend firmly and said softly, "My dad is right. If you're not even afraid of a tiger, my dad has nothing to be afraid of." Yi Qian thought, even 10 tigers are no match for the commander-in-chief. She dared to hit a tiger, but she definitely did not dare to hit the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief saw that Yi Qian was so nervous that she did not know where to put her hands and feet. The smile on his face became even more benevolent. "Take a seat first. I'll make you some tea. Drink some hot tea to calm your nerves, then relax and chat. I won't trouble you. I'll go." Yi Qian, whose but had just touched the sofa, suddenly jumped up and looked like she was ready to make tea at any time. Commander-in-Chief Xia could not help but tease her. "Do you know where my kitchen is?" Chapter 1885. Where was Commander-in-Chief Xiao's kitchen? He really didn't know. Yi Qian stood up and sat back down silently. He had already despised himself 100 times. When Commander-in-Chief Xia went to the tea room to make tea in a good mood, Xia Jinyuan came up to Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you'll know where my kitchen is after you come here a few more times. I'll also tell you where my room is later and invite you in to have a seat." At that moment, there was a little person dancing happily in the major's heart. When he saw Yi Qian's embarrassed state, he couldn't help but love him even more. He was too cute. How could he be so cute? He was so cute that he really wanted to kiss him. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the corridor leading to the tea room from the corner of his eye. He immediately seized the opportunity and kissed Yi Qian's cheek at lightning speed. Give me a kiss so you can relax. Yi Qian jumped when he was kissed. He covered his cheek with his hand and quickly glanced in the direction where the commander-in-chief had gone. He glared at the man who still dared to be impudent. You're even more nervous now. You need to stay away from me. Are you sure you want me to sit away? You don't want me to support you? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There was a deep smile on his elegant face. He pretended to get up and sit on the other side. Then I'll really go over there. You can have a good chat with the old man while you drink tea. Yi Qian grabbed his arm and pinched it. Don't you dare. He then asked softly, how does the commander-in-chief usually settle his meals? Family Xia didn't have any servants. There weren't even any servants to cook. There was no sign of a mistress in the house. Although the decor was warm, it was full of masculinity. It's easy to settle. I usually settle it at the military headquarters. Occasionally, I'll come back early and call the guards in advance. The guards will take care of the meals. Sometimes, he would go to the North Sea to rest. Family Xia's old house is near the North Sea, so he would go back to accompany Old Master and Old Madam. Ever since Xia Jinyuan was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology of China, Commander-in-Chief Xia sent the old servant who had been serving him and his father to Old Madam Yang and did not hire another servant. Then you should spend more time with the Commander-in-Chief when you're resting. You should also go back to the old mansion to visit Grandpa and Grandma often. Her voice was so soft that she had to prick up her ears to hear it clearly. Even so, Yi Jian was still worried that Commander-in-Chief Xia would hear her. Xia Jinyuan gently squeezed her hand and said with a faint smile, you have to go back to visit Grandpa and Grandma. Are you blaming me for not taking you to visit them? Why don't we go to the old house tonight? Take a look at the two elders. I didn't mean that. Knowing that he did it on purpose, Yi Qian could only hold it in for the time being. Don't mention going back to the old mansion later. I can say that I'm here to thank the Commander-in-Chief, but if I visit the two elders, I'll become mute. He knew that she wasn't fully prepared to face his family, so how could he make her feel awkward? Seeing that she was so close, Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers intimately. He rubbed it a few times before looking up and smiling gently. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Don't worry. I won't take you back to the old mansion today. You have to be prepared. I have to give you time. But we'll definitely have to go back to the old mansion in the future. You have to be prepared in advance. The earliest is next year. Old Master will be celebrating his 90th birthday next year. If we have time, we have to be there. Chapter 1886. There was still a year to prepare, so Yi Qian felt that he would be fine. He nodded and said, okay, if I have time, I will definitely accompany you home. Really? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There was a deeper meaning in his smile. Yi Qian didn't seem to realize that he had just agreed to something. He nodded and said, of course, I always keep my word. Okay, I will remember. Major Xia smiled like a cat that had stolen a fish. No matter how you looked at it, there was a deeper meaning behind his smile. Yi Qian didn't know about family Xia's rules. If a man with a family Xia brought his girlfriend home to attend the birthday banquet, it meant that their relationship was stable enough that they could get married and have children at any time. Yi Qian, who didn't know, agreed to Major Xia's proposal. He believed that he was the wife of family Xia and Major Xia's wife. Major Xia was naturally happy that their relationship had changed so drastically. When the Commander-in-Chief came out with the tea, he saw the two of them sitting side by side on the two-seater sofa, their heads touching as they chatted. He felt very comfortable. In his life, he had lived up to the heavens, the earth, the country, and the people. But he had let down his only son. He owed him too much, so he didn't have the confidence to educate him. He had to straighten his neck and roar in order to feel a little more confident. He felt more at ease when he saw the young couple kissing each other. They seemed to be in a good relationship. Yi Qian heard footsteps behind him. He was about 2 fists away from Xia Jinyuan. He immediately stood up and greeted him. "Commander-in-Chief, I can do it myself." "Xiao Yi, don't be so formal." "We don't need to be formal at home. You can call me uncle." "I will be happier when I hear that." Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't as rigid as he was at work. He was witty and humorous. However, he had been in the military for many years and held a high position. Even when he smiled, he still had a dignified aura about him. Commander-in-Chief Xia handed the steaming teacup to Yi Qian, who blushed when he heard his words. He added, "You're making me even more nervous." Hearing this, Yi Qian did not know how to respond without being rude. Come. Sit. Old 6, let little Yi sit down." Director Xia did not want his future daughter-in-law to be afraid of him. Although he was wearing a military uniform, he deliberately restrained his military might. He was afraid that she would be too nervous and not dare to come again after her first visit. "Have a seat, don't stand on ceremony." In front of the commander-in-chief, Xia Jinyuan hid his bad habits very well. He did not do anything that would make Yi Qian feel even more unnatural. Even the way he spoke was much more normal. The tea was very hot. Yi Qian took a small sip and was about to put the teacup on the coffee table when a pair of slender hands reached over and took the teacup for her. "Be careful not to burn yourself." After taking the teacup, Xia Jinyuan also took a sip from her cup before putting the teacup on the coffee table. Yi Jian, who was blushing, kept receiving the gaze of Commander-in-Chief Xia. She straightened her back and sat upright, not daring to relax at all. "Go home and relax. Although this is your first time home, this will be your home in the future. It will make you relax and feel happy." Not many people could completely relax in front of him. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and looked at the nervous but magnanimous girl. He kindly asked about Principal Qin. "He's about to be discharged." He wanted to be discharged for a long time. He even wanted to run out of the hospital and ask for permission later. In the end, he didn't succeed and was stopped by the guards. "I had to reprimand him a few times before he calmed down. It's only a few days until he can be discharged. I don't know if he can stay here for the next few days." Chapter 1887. After taking a few sips of hot tea, Yi Qian gradually relaxed his stiff body and said politely, "Commander-in-Chief, Uncle Chen's illness has caused you to worry." "Thank you very much. If it weren't for your timely arrangements, Uncle Chen might not have been able to pull through." "I don't deserve your thanks. This is what the military should do." He fell in a position to train talents for the army, so it's only right for the military to do its best to save him. Fortunately, he survived the scare without any mishap. Otherwise, it would be the biggest regret of the military. Xia Jinyuan became the guest. He stared at the girl he admired with a soft gaze. He watched her go from nervousness to calmness, and then back to calmness. Her thin and sexy lips were always slightly raised. His girl took this step for him, which meant that she approved of him and was willing to treat his home as her own. In the future, his home would be her home. It would be the home for both of them. We took his situation into consideration and combined it with the actual situation. In the end, we arranged for him to go to the sniper training base in the southern province. He will be specially recruited as a veteran and will enjoy the benefits of being in the army. Of course, his personal information will still be classified. His file will not be transferred to the southern province military region. And you will be able to be at ease. You won't have to worry about your family. You can focus on completing your studies without any burden. Even the guards were standing outside the living room. There was no one else in the living room. Yi Qian, who had relaxed, calmed down and faced the various questions from the Commander-in-Chief. After talking about Principal Qin, Commander-in-Chief Xia asked about Yi Qian's studies. You won't be staying in Beijing for long this time, right? I remember that the midterm exams for the National University of Science and Technology are coming up. How's your revision going? Did you miss your studies because of training? Commander-in-Chief Xiao's intention for Yi Qian to come here this time was to introduce himself to Yi Qian. He didn't have any intention of inspecting Yi Qian. Therefore, he only asked about Yi Qian's current situation. Yi Qian smiled and answered seriously, "My revision is going well. During training, Captain Xia tutored me. I've already finished reviewing the important content. We'll rush back to school tomorrow morning and start the exam the day after tomorrow." She had to leave school on December 12 to start a 45-day training. After that, there were only 3 days left before the school's midterm exams. Calculating the time, it would be the day after tomorrow. Therefore, she had to return to school tomorrow morning. Military academies are different from high schools. Academic results are ranked second, while comprehensive physical fitness results are ranked first. Although you have 45 days to train outside, I believe that with your ability, you can do both at the same time and achieve good results in both your specialization and comprehensive physical fitness. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't help but nod when he found out that Xia Jinyuan took time out to tutor Yi Qian every day. It seemed that his little rascal knew how to coax his wife better than he had imagined. Starting from his studies, Yi Qian was able to gradually relax. Commander-in-Chief Xia was like an elder in the family as he made suggestions. At the same time, he was also concerned if Yi Qian had any difficulties. If there were any, he should mention it and so on. More than an hour passed by just like that. Yi Qian arrived at the compound at 3:00. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 4:00. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who didn't realize that time had passed by quickly, was still teaching Yi Qian. You have a lot of room for improvement. In the future, you have to be as steady and solid as you are now. You don't have to worry about Principal Qin. I had a small meeting with the southern province. He will be specially hired to return to the army and train a group of snipers like you. Chapter 1888. You and sixth brother don't have to worry about family matters. Just take care of your own affairs and don't let down the country's expectations of you. He then said to Xia Jinyuan, you also have to restrain yourself better. As a man, not only do you have to shoulder the responsibility of your military uniform, but you also have to shoulder the responsibility of your family. Treat Xiao Yi well, who dared to go through hardships with you. Don't mess around. She was a very nice girl who didn't deliberately curry favor with him just because he was the commander-in-chief. Although she was very nervous, it was obvious that her nervousness stemmed from the importance of family Xia. She was afraid that she would be rude. She had a down-to-earth temperament, a sincere way of dealing with people, and her talent. Every family would like such a female soldier. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't want such a good girl to fall into his family. Xia Jinyuan, who was once again reminded, curled his lips and sighed to Yi Qian. See, I'm really not Commander-in-Chief Xiao's biological daughter. I should be the son-in-law who moved in with his family, and you should be the biological daughter. If I had a daughter like Yi Qian, I definitely wouldn't let her marry you. The commander-in-chief smiled slightly and attacked his son mercilessly. It's all thanks to our ancestors that you were able to find Xiao Yi now. Faced with the attack from his biological father, Xia Jinyuan, who had always been mentally strong, immediately agreed happily. Yes, you're right. In the future, I will definitely take good care of your biological daughter and won't let her suffer the slightest grievance. You have to do what you say. Don't try to make empty promises. Take Xiao Yi around and familiarize her with the environment. I'll take care of some small matters. Seeing the guards coming over, Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that he had something to take care of, so he got up and prepared to go back to the study. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time. It was almost time to prepare dinner. He pulled Yi Qian's hand and stood up together. Yi Qian was caught off guard and was startled by his sudden handshake. "Why are you pulling my hand in front of the Commander-in-Chief?" She naturally wanted to pull her hand back, but Xia Jinyuan did not let go. Instead, he interlocked his fingers with hers, making it impossible for her to break free. The Major's expression did not change as she said, "Dad, it's better to let Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing come back in the future. With them around, Yi Qian and I can still eat hot food when we come back. I have to think about it. I won't be having dinner at home tonight. I've booked a table outside. We'll go to the hospital together. You guys go ahead, I'll be quick." Commander-in-Chief Xiao looked at Yi Qian with a gentle gaze as if he didn't notice their little actions. "Just take a look around. You don't need sixth brother when you come back in the future. You can go home on your own." In the morning, when Commander-in-Chief Xia heard that Yi Qian was coming to visit, he planned to invite Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing back to make dinner. The family of three could even have a drink together. However, Xia Jinyuan said not to alert the old mansion for the time being, in case the whole family was alarmed and came running to the house. He was afraid that Yi Qian would be so scared that he wouldn't dare to visit again. Now, he's asking Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing to come back. Did something happen while he was making tea? Okay, you go ahead. Yi Qian, whose hand was held and could not break free, bowed slightly. Her ears were slightly hot as she watched the Commander-in-Chief stride away and go to the study. "My dad will like to see the two of us holding hands. Struggling so hard, aren't you afraid of dislocating your wrist?" Their fingers were intertwined. Xia Jinyuan looked at her red ears and bent down to get closer to her. "Why are you still so shy? It's just holding hands." Chapter 1889. There's nothing to be shy about holding hands with, but in front of the Commander-in-Chief. Why? Shouldn't you be more reserved? Being around him was really a good way to train one's psychological tolerance. Yi Qian looked at their interlocked fingers and decided there was no need to shake them off. However, he still had to make things clear. "I was shocked by you. I'm not used to holding hands in front of elders." She wasn't angry, but she was indeed not used to it. Xia Jinyuan kissed the back of her hand. "Everything requires a process of getting used to it. I'll only hold hands and won't do anything else. How about that?" He was so shy that he needed to practice. "Are you sure?" Yi Qian didn't believe him. He had already experienced Xia Jinyuan's insatiable nature. Xia Jinyuan immediately changed the topic. "Let's go. I'll take you around. The old man is right. In the future, when I'm not at home, you can go home alone." Before they left, Yi Qian suddenly heard the sound of something slamming on the floor upstairs. Xia Jinyuan looked up. The sound didn't come from the study, but from the bedroom. Xia Jinyuan was a little worried. He frowned and said softly, "Wait a minute. I'll go ask the guard." Yi Qian, who was nervous again, quickly nodded and gestured for him to go take a look. He was angry. Something big must have happened. He thought he would have to wait for a long time. Who knew that the man who left in less than 3 minutes would return to the living room? This was bad. Even Xia Jinyuan, who had been smiling the whole time, looked a little gloomy. Yi Qian became more and more uneasy, but he knew it wasn't because of her. When Yi Qian walked out, he realized why his face was gloomy. It turned out that Commander-in-Chief Xiao's ex-wife, Madame Xiao, came to the villa complex a few days ago but was rejected. This afternoon, she went directly to the family Xiao's old mansion to disturb Madame Xiao's peace. Every time she comes back, there are a lot of things to do. She makes everyone unhappy, and then she leaves without taking any responsibility, just like before. After Xia Jinyuan said coldly, he looked calm again. Let's not talk about her. Let's go. I'll take you to the place where I used to go when I was young. One is the sports field, where the punishment is the most severe. The other is the banyan forest, where a group of people play a game of good guy and bad guy. He didn't mention Madame Xiao again, and Yi Qian didn't ask about it either. She smiled and asked a few more questions as she listened to his childhood. Soon, the man beside her was the handsome, smiling, and elegant young master again. Most of the senior officials and heads of state in Jing City lived in the compound. Most of them were senior generals in the army. Xia Jinyuan didn't take her too far. Because it was a Sunday, they met a few people who knew Xia Jinyuan. Fortunately, the two of them did not hold hands and only chatted as they walked. When they met someone they knew, Xia Jinyuan said that she was his junior from school and came to Beijing for an internship. He did not directly introduce Yi Qian as his girlfriend. Military school students should abide by the rules. They could be more presumptuous at home, but when they were outside, Xia Jinyuan was very careful about Yi Qian's reputation. He didn't want her to be criticized again. I'm not free tonight. My junior brothers and sisters from school are coming over, so I have to be a good host. Let's have a drink. I'll definitely look for you when I come back next time. Xia Jinyuan smiled and declined the invitation. After chatting with them for a while, he took Yi Qian back home. The people who asked him out for a drink were all of the same age. Although they weren't as close as Han Zheng, they got along well. They didn't really grow up in the villa complex. Some of them only moved to the villa complex when they were in their teens with their parents. Although they know each other, they aren't very close.